Hello and welcome everyone to the day 2 of the FIDE World Rapid Championship. भाई कल का दिन was absolutely crazy. Arjun OP, Gukesh OP, Gautam Krishna OP, Sandeepan Chanda OP, and Nihal Sareen, of course, doing great things. We have five Indians who are in the run right now, and it's a very important day. Let's actually go through the pairings before we jump into the games. Thoda I think halka sa delay hoga match from what we can see on the hall over there. Sab players abhi baithe nahi hai. So maybe let's go through the pairings. Who is playing against whom? There we have it. Board 1 pe we have MVL playing against Magnus, obviously. Arjun Erigaisi plays against the super solid Vladislav Artemiev. Anish Giri plays against Gukesh. This is a very, very important match because Anish is a candidate, Gukesh is a world champion. तो यहाँ पे बहुत crazy होगा match on board 3. Then we have Matlako versus Sendarov. We have Sandeepan Chanda playing against Yu Yangi. Very important match again. Sandeepan Chanda doing some crazy things in the opening. कल उसने प्रग के साथ एक बहुत crazy सी line खेली. So he's doing really well. Nihal going against Shan Sargisian. And at the bottom of the board, you'll see another very crazy matchup. Hans Niemann going up against Gautam Krishna. And yesterday, maybe we didn't talk about it enough, but I think today is a good day to start with this. Gautam Krishna has been playing 1b3 and 1b6 with the white and the black pieces. So white se khel raha hai wo b3, black se khel raha hai wo b6 against everyone. So against Arvind Chitambaram, Gautam Krishna Nikal E4 D4 b6 khela. I can quickly show it to you guys. This is what happened, as you can see. And he managed to win this match. So already +1 का advantage देते हुए against Alexander Grishuk, which the match that ended in a draw, he played E4 B6 against Anish Giri in the final match of yesterday, around 5. He played B3 on move 1. So this has been his strategy going into this World Rapid Championship in day 1. But abhi uska match pad raha hai Hans Niemann se, and I think going for the same strategy with B6 might be a bit risky क्योंकि योर अपोनेंट कैन प्रिपेयर रियली वेल. आपने ऑलरेडी 2-3 बार खेल चुके हो वाइट से भी ब्लैक से भी. इट कैन बी अ बिट रिस्की टू गो अगेंस्ट दिस वेरिएशन अगेन, बट बड़ा मजा आएगा रिगार्डलेस व्हाट गौतम कृष्णा चूजेस. ऑफ कोर्स ही हैज बीन द डार्क हॉर्स फॉर अस. ही इज द youngster who has been performing splendidly, defeating Injich, Arvind, Rajabov, drawing against Grishuk and Anish in the process. He's gaining a whooping 60 points in the first 5 rounds with a performance rating of 2880. So has been a spectacular day 1 for the Indian youngster. And then, of course, we have Nihal, who's playing against Shant Sargisian. On paper, I think Thoda slight favorite, perhaps. His performance has been really good. His only loss has happened against Sina Movahed. And then in the final round, he defeated Andrew Hong, which is, I think, really impressive. So Nihal playing against Shant, slight favorite. Sandeepan Chanda playing against Yu Yangi. ये match थोड़ा सा can be a bit topsy turvy for us. But wishing the best for Sandeepan. He is playing with the white pieces, but on paper, of course, Yu Yangi is a slightly stronger player. तो बड़ा मजा आएगा. And now let's talk about our main matchups. First of all, of course, we have Arjun versus Artemiev. Artemiev is a very solid player. 4.5 points पे हैं. Of course, same as Arjun. You guys remember what Arjun did yesterday? We covered it very in absolute detail. He drew against the goat of chess with those FNH pawns. भाई क्या ही match था वो. Did not give him a single chance throughout the entire end game to make to be even better, which was so amazing to see from Arjun. And then of course he plays against Artemiev, who has had, I think, a very good tournament so far. He has defeated Yakuboev, Amin Tabatabai, Shan Sargisian se draw and Mamedov of course ne haraya. And now he plays against Arjun Erigaisi with the black pieces. And that's happening on board 2. I think Arjun thoda slight favorite mere liye here because of course it's a complete clash of styles. Arjun ekdam chaotic, Artemiev super solid. So I think for Arjun, a good way to score another win and be at the top of the leaderboard. And finally, we have Anish versus Gukesh. And यहाँ पर chat मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा, what do you think is going to happen? Anish, of course, a super solid player. Gukesh, of course, also super solid, but also super dynamic at the same time. What do you think is going to happen? I leave it to you. गुकेश, विन ड्रॉ और लॉस, एक बार स्पैम कर दिया जाए, व्हाट डू यू थिंक इज गोना हैपन? I'm seeing draw. Today it's 4 rounds. By today it's going to be 4 rounds. So yesterday was 5 rounds. Today is 4 rounds. Tomorrow is also going to be 4 rounds. And people are saying win, draw, loss. बहुत सारे लोग लॉस लिख रहे हैं। नहीं भाई, ये गुकेश का टूर्नामेंट है, मैं बता रहा हूँ आपको। ये गुकेश आई थिंक हैज बिन प्लेइंग अमेजिंग चेस सो फार। यू कैन सी हिम ऑलरेडी सिटिंग ऑन द बोर्ड adjusting his pieces, and there we have handshakes between Anish and Gukesh. What a match this is going to be. मजा ही आ जाएगा आज। फॉर मी आई थिंक ये मैच ड्रॉ की तरफ बढ़ते हुए बहुत अच्छा चांस है, बट आई डू हैव अ फीलिंग कि अनीश इज गोइंग टू ट्राई समथिंग एंड ही माइट ओवर एक्सटेंड हिमसेल्फ। तो गुकेश के जीतने का भी चांस काफी हाई है। सबसे लो चांस मुझे गुकेश के हारने का लग रहा है यहाँ पे। somehow I'm not sure why, because Gukesh has been in spectacular form. Let's also go through his first 5 rounds. He drew his first round against a Canadian grandmaster, Sean Rodrigue Lemieux, and since then he has defeated 4 grandmasters in a row: Sina Movahed, Alan Pishot, Nikita Petrov, and Sergei Drigalov, all very strong players, and he has beaten them 4 out of 4 going into this match. Right now, we only have 5 players on 4.5. कोई भी 5 पॉइंट पे नहीं है so far. सिर्फ 5 प्लेयर हमारे पास 4.5 पॉइंट पे, and Gukesh being the sort of the lowest seed in rapid rating, he's down floated to play against Anish Giri, and this is a golden opportunity for both of them to score a win. So that is what's happening on the open section. In the women's section, we have Zhu Jinner being the sole leader with 4 out of 4. And then we have Harika finishing sort of being tied second on 3.5. We have a lot of players there. Then there's Vaishali also on 3 points. She's tying, I think, on ninth place or something like that. We have Padmini, Divya, and then we have, I think, Humpiji as well, who's on 3 points. Rakshita Ravi is also on 3 points, and so on. So women's may there is a sole leader right now, but of course the tournament is completely opened up for everyone. Still a lot of chess yet to be played. So let's see what happens. And of course, chat, if this is your first time coming here, do like the stream ताकि और लोग देख पाए, बहुत मजा आएगा. Let's see. लाइट बिल नहीं भरा. लुक भाई, लाइट आ गई अब. लाइट आ गई है भाई, लाइट भी आ गई, हम भी आ गए और आप भी आ गए. लेट्स गो. Let's have the matchups. Of course, the top board between MVL and Magnus Carlsen is also going to be a very big one. ये match किसी भी direction में जा सकता है, but I have to say Magnus Carlsen has been in spectacular form. In fact, कल MVL के interview में MVL ने खुद बोला कि I think I'm playing really well. This has been one of my best starts in the World Rapid Championship, but Magnus is just playing better. इसने खुद बोला ये. Do you have women's game camera? Yes, we do. We have the top 3 boards, but I'm not sure if anyone is playing on the top 3 boards. There is Harika. Harika is playing on the top 3 boards, so we'll keep an eye on that one as well, for sure. And MVL को जो लग रहा है कि वो हारेगा भाई, I'm not so sure, because I feel MVL is playing with the white pieces, and I think MVL is a very fast player, so कुछ भी हो सकता है वहाँ पे. I think good chances for both players. आपको क्या लगता है भाई? How many rounds today? There are 4 rounds today to be played, so it won't be as long of a day as yesterday. आज थोड़ा chill day है. I mean, हमारे लिए, players के लिए तो फिर भी काफी hectic है, but हमारे लिए थोड़ा chilled है. But yeah, not as long of a day as yesterday. Today 4 rounds, tomorrow also 4 rounds. We'll also have tie breaks between top 4 spots tomorrow, but आज के लिए सिर्फ 4 rounds होंगे. Sahaj bhai, do you love commentating or playing? Bhai, depends, yaar. Depends. I have to say it depends. If I had to commentate on something like yesterday's Endgame, I will choose commentating. भाई वो commentary करने में जो मजा आया, I cannot even tell you. मुझे खुद नहीं समझ आया कि भाई 7.5 घंटे कहाँ चले गए. Like मतलब genuinely. But I would love to play this event as well. So it goes both ways, yeah. What you do in Budapest? This, bhai. In this. But let's go, bhai. I think we'll have lift off very, very soon. Players are already on the board. We'll have handshakes. Let's check in with Magnus also. भाई वो कैमरे पे एक बार देख लेते हैं उसको क्या कर रहा है वो. If he's on the board, there he is. आज लेट नहीं हुआ भाई. Magnus completely ready. MVL also ready. On board one. Gonna be a very, very exciting day. आज के बाद I think we will understand who is the leader. I think आज एक वो leader emerge हो जाएगा. That's what I feel. Because right now we have 5 players on 4.5 out of 5. 2 of them are Indians, Arjun and Gukesh. And then उसके बाद 4 point पे we have a bunch of Indians. Yeah, we have Sandeepan, we have Nihal, we have Gautam Krishna, and I think we have Arvind also, who's on 4 points as well. So a lot of Indians are on 4 points, but 4.5 पे सिर्फ एक ही है हमारे पास. So gonna be a very crucial day uh, for Indians today. सहज भाई, द्वोरेत्स्की एंड गेम 1600 FIDE को हेल्प करेगी क्या? बिल्कुल भाई, बिल्कुल. I think if you are serious about your chess, you should definitely study Dvoretsky's Endgame manual. And if you're actually serious, you should definitely do it. मैं ये नहीं बोलूंगा कि आपको सारी एंड गेम्स वहाँ पे पढ़ने की जरूरत है, बट एक नज़र मारनी बहुत ज़रूरी होती है, लाइक सो योर इंट्यूशन कैन डेवलप. That's very, very important. In fact, I don't think I know every single. I don't think many chess players, most 99% of the chess players, will not know all the positions from the Dvoretsky's in-game manual. But you have it. You keep it just to check कि यहाँ पर क्या खेलना था, यहाँ पे क्या नहीं खेलना था. It's like a dictionary for end games. दो हैं 4.5 पे, नहीं भाई, 5 लोग हैं 4.5 पे. There's Vashir, there's MVL, there's Magnus, there's Arjun, Artemiev and Gukesh. They're all on 4.5 points. So there's 5 players on 4.5 points right now. So Arjun and Gukesh are also on 4.5. Sahaj bhai, how many players are playing from Norway except Magnus? Good question. I think probably Aryan Tari and Magnus. Yeah, no, Aryan Tari is not playing actually. Magnus खेल रहा है. Urkedal Frode, Amar Elham. Amar Elham defeated someone yesterday. I remember in the first. Yeah, he defeated Wesley in the first round. So there's 5 players. उनमें से 4 grandmasters हैं, एक FIDE master है basically from Norway. So 5 players are playing from Norway today overall. Tikku Bhai actually is covering the event live, like he is on site right now. And we have Rakesh Bhai also. So, yep, Rakesh Bhai. Oh, welcome Bhai. कैसे हो?
Yo, Sahaj bhai, very, very excited today. And my apologies for leaving you for the most exciting round last night and also the start. But क्या ही मजा आने वाला है. 4 बेहतरीन राउंड्स जिसमें शायद मैं सुन रहा था आपकी कमेंट्री कि शायद एक क्लियर लीडर मिल जाएगा आज के एंड में.
आई 100% फील कि एक एक लीडर एमर्ज होगा. एंड
हम्म.
ताकि ये मतलब हम लोग गुकेश को ही देखते रहते हैं उधर, ताकि वही हो. बिकॉज आई फील गुकेश को होना चाहिए यहाँ पे.
Of course, of
इसमें
course.
गुकेश या फिर अर्जुन को. बट या बड़ा मजा आएगा. बट नहीं भाई, इट वाज अ लॉट ऑफ फन. बट मिस किया आपको कल. बट कल वो FNH पॉन्स वाला भाई जो एंड गेम था, इट वाज एब्सोल्युटली इनसेन. मतलब मजा ही आ गया भाई.
I think Magnus Arjun wala, right?
Yes, yes, Magnus Arjun. Magnus के पास FNH points थे भाई, and Arjun did not give
Yeah.
him a single chance. It's not even one chance, भाई, to like get anything in the entire game, which was, I think, a beautiful performance. ऐसा था कि Magnus was trying to beat Arjun in the most Magnus way possible. पहले
Yeah,
वो एक
yeah.
IQP रखा, क्वीन रुक, फिर वहां पे ग्राइंड किया, फिर एक पॉन खाया, फिर रुक 4 वर्सेस 3 पे गया, फिर वहां से रुक FNH पॉन्स पे गया. इट वाज लाइक सच अ मैग्नस वे ऑफ प्लेइंग चेस, एंड अर्जुन kept his cool. Yeah, nerves of steel throughout.
Yeah, very, very well defended, and like you said, no chance given. Gukesh is ready. Hey, I don't know क्या reason है for the delay. Probably Magnus isn't here. शायद.
नहीं नहीं, आई थिंक गुकेश अभी मेडिटेट कर रहा है, तो
Oh,
उन्होंने कहा कि
Magnus भी आ गया.
नहीं नहीं, गुकेश को मेडिटेशन खत्म होना है, फिर उसके बाद स्टार्ट करेंगे भाई.
अच्छा, अच्छा, okay.
देखो
Well,
अभी कर रहा है.
hello. Chincho is in the chat. He's saying day 2, let's go. And God भाई बोल रहे joining from my gym. बढ़िया. एक treadmill पे 10 की स्पीड से. Amazing.
अरे अरे, इनसेन भाई, इनसेन.
आई थिंक फिर ना
कार्डियो.
सहज में ब्लिट्स में 15 तक हो जाएगा क्योंकि
हाँ भाई,
मूव्स
वो
और
तो.
उनके पैर सेम स्टाइल में हिलेंगे.
उसमें तो भागने की भी जरूरत ही नहीं है भाई, वो हार्ट बीट अपने आप ही बढ़ती रहेगी उधर.
True that. Chat फटाफट, let's get to 250 likes. So the first membership question opens up, and Dhruv bhai is saying Arjun gonna lead today, and Pratik Gosavi is saying let's go Guki. So I am going to put you on the spot, Sahaj bhai, and asking अपने 5 इंडियंस का नाम लिया प्री शो में. Which one of those will be India's front runner at the end of day 2? What's your prediction, bhai?
I think I have to choose between Gukesh and Arjun. So, can I choose both?
अभी दो भाई दोनों तो भाई देंगे आपको ये वाला
Eh,
ऑप्शन. रुकेश इज ऑल सेट बट where one big shout out says by to Gautam Krishna. भाई मतलब क्या ही खेला with I saw you telling chat he played one B3 and one B6 by respect.
मतलब आई थिंक B6 अरविंद को B6 खेल के हराना इज अ स्टेटमेंट या बिकॉज अरविंद इज वन ऑफ द मोस्ट ओरिजिनल प्लेयर्स आई आई फील लाइक उसको चेस बहुत पसंद है वो कुछ भी मतलब he doesn't believe in openings yeah he just plays anything he wants and then he you know does really well so playing that against Arvind he the B6 and then beating him with the black pieces I think is a very very cool achievement so yeah I think big props to Gautam Krishna doing amazing so far बट भाई आज का दिन बड़ा टफ है उसके लिए बिकॉज गेस व्हाट ही इज प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट हांस नीमन
I saw,
और भाई
and
हांस के पास टाइम भी है प्रिपरेशन का
to
अब
prepare
आज तो
and
B6 आज B6 नहीं चलेगा भाई
correct. I mean, आज खेला तो massive respect to him, but it's also covering just coming back to the main matchup जो हमारे screen पे है. Anish with the white pieces playing the leader, Gukesh, 4.5 points के साथ. So it's going to be tricky again. But why the delay? Chat पूछ रहे. We have no idea. Maybe Tiku bhai, if you are watching, you can let us know. But Sahaj bhai, जो players बैठे थे, if they get up and they are strolling, that's not a good sign, शायद.
हाँ
मतलब
बिकॉज आई
for
थिंक
that match.
दैट मीन्स कुछ अभी अनाउंसमेंट नहीं हुआ है किसी भी साइड से तो दे आर आई थिंक ऑल वेटिंग बट अर्जुन और अर्तेम से रेडी भाई चालू करो तो अभी बोल
हाँ
रहा है
यार
अभी
भाई.
थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा
एंड जस्ट मैंने एक वीडियो देखा फीडे के चैनल पे आज सुबह जिसमें मैग्नस कॉम्प्लीमेंटेड नेपो. वो बोल रहे थे भाई नाइस आउटफिट. तो
अरे 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 अमेजिंग अमेजिंग
भाई
तो
वो
चैट में कोई बोल रहा
दो.
है सहज Chat में
What?
कोई बोल रहा है सहज भाई please cover women's games also because yesterday Vantika did checkmate with knight and bishop and also that section have good games. Divya ji, I think we did cover that exactly bishop and knight checkmate. In fact, हमने वो पूरा W method उधर पूरा explain भी किया था. So we are trying to do our best to cover all the games that we can, but there are so many games happening from time to time and उसमें ना ज्यादा प्रेफरेंस आई थिंक उन मैचेस को जाती है जहाँ पे हमारे पास कैमराज रहते हैं बिकॉज देन वी कैन कैच द
Correct.
एक्शन एंड वी कैन कैच देयर बॉडी लैंग्वेज एट द सेम टाइम देन इट मेक्स द मैच मोर इंटरेस्टिंग और वुमेन्स बोर्ड पे हमारे पास तीन ही कैमराज हैं तो राइट नाउ वी कैन ओनली कवर हरिकाज बोर्ड फॉर एग्जाम्पल सो फ्रॉम दैट परस्पेक्टिव दैट्स द इशू तो अगर वंतिका का कैमरा रहता उधर वो बिशप एंड नाइट के बारे में बहुत मजा आता उधर बट वी डिड कवर दैट मैच तो
Yeah, I think you. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think Gukesh का meditation is on loop. Normally वो इतना ज्यादा नहीं करता है, but complete aura. His opponent, maybe his challenger in next year for the World Championship, Anish Giri, is walking around. We'll see how that pans out. But also Harshit bhai पूछ रहे who is Arjun playing? I think Arjun versus Artemiev है. Arjun with the white pieces. I think I would pick him as the favorite. And Maxim versus Carlsen में क्या लगता है शायद में.
आई थिंक मैग्नस को ही बोलूंगा मैं तो भाई बिकॉज मैग्नस हैज अ गुड चांस
हाँ.
ही आल्सो ही इज बीन इन आई थिंक स्पेक्टेकुलर शेप एज वेल तो
Yeah.
मैग्नस वुड बी माय फेवरेट देयर तो अभी अगर टूर्नामेंट की मतलब कुछ स्टैंडिंग्स में कुछ रहना है ना आपको तो मैग्नस को हराना जरूर मतलब अर्जुन को हराना जरूरी है गुकेश को भी हराना जरूरी है ब्लैक से ताकि वो आधे पॉइंट का फर्क ना है मैग्नस को भी भागने मत दो
Correct. Producer, if he can be on full screen to catch the handshakes, that would be really nice. And कोई भी मतलब अनीश आके बैठ गया, so Sehaj, that's a good sign. Even chat like MVL, Carlsen भी दिख रहे हैं हमको. So hopefully kick off coming soon.
एब्सोल्युटली वी डू हैव अपडेट क्या क्या हुआ को सारे प्लेयर्स अभी तक पहुंचे नहीं है वहां पे दैट्स व्हाट्स कॉजिंग द डिले but
Oh, okay.
it makes sense. I think most of the players we can already see sitting across the board. So we should have lift off very very soon for you. So chats आपको चलो एक राउंड के बाद बोलता हूँ इस राउंड के बाद by the way do have lift off. Let's skip the question. We do have lift off. Knight f3 played by Arjun Arigaisi on move one.
लेट्स गो भाई. अर्जुन भाई ओपी हो जाए चैट में. अर्जुन वर्सेस व्लादिस्लाव आर्टेमियव. एक बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग चीज बताना चाहूंगा कि आर्टेमियव इज अ मल्टीपल टाइम मेडल विनर इन दीज चैंपियनशिप्स, स्पेशली लास्ट वर्ल्ड रैपिड में ही वन ब्रॉन्ज. So he has
Wow.
been that done that. It was in fact like all Russian. Murzin won gold, Grishchuk won silver, and RT won bronze. So he's been that done that. Can Gukesh or Arjun win their first ever World Rapid medal? Sahaj, today time will tell.
I think a very good chance there. बट भाई इसमें आई थिंक स्टैमिना भी बहुत आई थिंक मैटर करेगा टुवर्ड्स द एंड, बिकॉज वी आर प्लेइंग 13 राउंड्स एंड उसके बाद नॉकआउट स्टेजेस भी रहेंगे आपके. एंड लुक एट दिस बाय द वे, गुकेश गोइंग फॉर नाइट D7. इट्स अ सॉर्ट ऑफ एन अनऑर्थोडॉक्स वेरिएशन, ताकि अगर आप C4 खेलो यहाँ पे, आई कैन कैप्चर दिस पॉन एंड दिस नाइट कैन जंप टू B6 एंड डिफेंड दिस पॉन ऑन C4.
Yeah, it's a tricky move order here, but I don't think it's very common, Saj bhai, at the top level, ये वाला setup.
Absolutely not. No, no, not at any level. I have played it, quite some time ago. And by the way, let's switch to Arjun's board as well on board 2, because वो पहले मैच पहली मूव पे ही सोचने बैठ गया भाई.
भाई
सोचे खेल ही नहीं रहा है.
आरटीपीएफ को मेडिटेट करना ही था तो पहले कर लेता भाई, बट अर्जुन इज स्टिल वंडरिंग कि भाई चल क्या रहा है व्लाडी, आर यू देयर? मतलब इतना भी अनयूजुअल मूव नहीं है नाइट F3 कि इतना
मतलब
सोचने लगा है
ऑलमोस्ट
वो।
भाई ऑलमोस्ट 2 मिनट हो गए सोचते हुए उसको. ओके, ही गोज D5. फाइनली
करेक्ट।
1 डेढ़ मिनट के बाद उसने चाल चला D5 एंड नाउ अर्जुन इमीडिएटली गोज C4. प्रॉब्ली इज थिंकिंग अबाउट कि भाई अर्जुन ने क्या प्रिपेयर करके आया है वो आज. कुछ तो क्रेजी करके आएगा. यू कैन ऑलरेडी सी विद C4. दिस इज नोन एज रेती. एंड इन रेती यहाँ पे ब्लैक के पास एक ऑप्शन रहती है D4 खेलने की, विच इज द मोस्ट चैलेंजिंग फॉर वाइट. क्योंकि D4 के बाद एक वो बेनोनी टाइप का स्ट्रक्चर आ जाता है जिसमें ब्लैक, द पोजिशन इज वेरी इम्बैलेंस, बट वी नो दैट अर्जुन लव्स these sorts of situations जहाँ पे बहुत सारा इम्बैलेंस हो बोर्ड पे. तो अभी आर्टेमी ऑफ थिंकिंग कि D4 खेलें, E6 करके थोड़ा सेफ खेलें, या फिर C6 करके स्लाव में घुस जाएं.
Me of thinking, do we have any action at, and let's check out Maggie versus MVL. टॉप बोर्ड पे क्या चल रहा है?
Absolutely. By the way, we have four knights Rosolimo in this situation. Knight F3, Knight C6 हुआ था. I think Maggie again trying for that Sveshnikov, Kalashnikov type positions जो वो World Championship मैच में बहुत खेला था फाबी के साथ. Bishop B5 खेला MVL ने, Knight F6, Knight C3, and now he goes G6, the best move here by the way for black. And now MVL goes H3, which is a bit unorthodox, but इसका आइडिया ये है कि कभी व्हाइट ने वापस E5 खेला इधर, तो ब्लैक का नाइट G4 पे नहीं आ सकता. तो ही इज यूजिंग प्रोफिलैक्सिस हियर. एंड नाउ मैगी थिंकिंग कि भाई ये क्या चाल है.
H3 is, and I feel this is the only game set when all players are little bit prepared. मतलब बिकॉज
हम्म.
टाइम मिल गया ना, इसके बाद वापस आपको टाइम नहीं मिल रहा है. दो वी हैव हियरिंग स्टोरीज ना, काफी प्लेयर्स वहां पे सेकंड को लाए या फिर लैपटॉप लेके बैठे, तो गेम के बीच में 5-10 मिनट में मिले, दे जस्ट वांट टू क्विकली चेक व्हाट योर ओपोनेंट इज प्लेइंग.
एब्सोल्युटली. तो कल का राउंड आई थिंक वुड हैव बीन ह्यूज. एंड स्पीकिंग ऑफ दैट, लुक एट दिस match between Hans Niemann versus Gautam Krishna, because
ओके,
Gautam Krishna did not play B6. Can you guess what he played,
रिस्पेक्ट.
chat? Can you take a
A6,
guess?
E4
भाई
A6
क्लोज.
खेला.
A6 पे तो पॉन है भाई. A6 पे तो
नाइस.
पॉन है भाई भाई. Can you guess what the line is that he played? He played E4 and D5. Scandi OP.
ओह माय
We have
गॉड भाई.
Scandinavian OP is what Gautam Krishna has played, and you can see from the opening phase itself कि already Gautam Krishna के पास advantage आ चुका है. By the opening gamble has worked yet again for Gautam Krishna.
Absolutely, says. And do we have a camera producer जी?
No,
Because
we
I think
don't.
oh नीचे के बोर्ड्स पे. But
Yeah.
aura farm करते हुए the 15-year-old. Oh, we do have his camera. Wait a second. Or we don't.
No, no, we
अच्छा
only
अच्छा.
have top nine boards. I think he's
Top
playing
nine,
on
top
board
nine.
10. So थोड़ा सा unlucky है ये. But yeah, Gautam Krishna,
And
just looking at
Sahaj
his
bhai,
time,
yeah,
साढ़े
exactly.
15 मिनट he is playing. भाई he's blitzing it against Hans Niemann. And Hans सोचते हो भाई ये क्या हो गया बोर्ड पे. स्कैंडी खेल के बंदा एक इक्वलाइज में नहीं, बेटर हो गया मेरे अगेंस्ट. यार ये कैसे हो गया.
That's crazy, bhai, if we get it. And what the hell is Artemiev thing? He said, "Wait, can we come to the board with a camera यहाँ पे?" Also, I think E4, Bishop C4 है threat का अज्जू भाई का. But also, quick fun fact बताना चाहूंगा that सिर्फ 10 मिनट, एक हफ्ता पहले, both of these players played in the GCL, and Arjun beat Artemiev 1.5, 0.5 in the two games. और जो एक गेम जीता अर्जुन, वो था लंदन सिस्टम से.
Oh, interessante. मतलब Arjun was he was sort of expecting some
हाँ.
some dry London, but उसने खेला knight f3 different. By the way, second चाल जो Artem की थी बड़ी crazy यहाँ पे. He goes d takes c4. Generally, you never take this because it's considered to be bad. अभी उसने
Correct.
खेला e4 and then he goes c5. So Arjun still very much in prep. 15 minutes and 36 seconds for him and Artem के पास सिर्फ 10 मिनट बचे हैं. I think a great sign for Arjun so far.
Right, indeed. And Arjun फटाफट prep में castles just want to get his pieces out quickly. Bishop g4 would be a big mistake here because if you just show that side plan, because bishop takes f7 is a
Ooh.
nasty threat.
You
So
check and then you take this.
yeah, I don't think anyone at this level would miss it. But we saw bishop e6 yesterday. Norderbeck,
भाई
Abdul Sattarov का blunder. So
भाई
things can
क्या
happen.
मूव थी वो बिशप e6 भाई क्या मूव थी एक वो रुकी फाइव भी था भाई दोनों इतनी क्रेजी चालें थी बट यार मजा ही आ गया कल बट यस आई थिंक अर्जुन लुकिंग वेरी गुड let's take a quick look at Anish versus Gukesh. Some updates have happened there, and sort of Gukesh started with that knight d7 variation in the d4 knight f3 setup. And यहाँ पे c takes d5 मारा है अनीश ने. And now Gukesh is thinking, and presumably for the first time, कि pawn से capture करें या knight से capture करें.
I think both work well, yeah.
Both work well, but pawn takes maybe is a bit more solid in this position. But knight से मारने का एक वो tempting है, like temptation है कि knight b4 पे आके queen को attack कर सकता है.
Hmm.
So not
I
sure
think I
what he
would
will
go
go
with the
for here.
pawn. हाँ, मैं तो pawn prefer करूंगा.
That's a safer choice, yeah, like the more solid.
Correct. I
Then maybe
think
a,
playing black against Anish, you would take it, yeah. मतलब doesn't look that
yeah,
bad.
yeah, for sure I think you will take that. By the way, look at this. Gautam Krishna is now much better against Hans Niemann.
Oh my God, why? What a story! And chat. Fun fact I would like to let you know about Gautam Krishna that 4 years ago, he uski rating 1400 थी, only 1400. Of course, he's young. He was just like 10 years old. But it's a sign that you can do it. If you work hard, it is possible, bhai.
भाई अगर 1400 की रेटिंग थी 4 साल पहले और 8 साल के अंदर स्कैंडिनेवियन खेल के अगर आप हांस के साथ बेटर पोजीशन है आपकी तो यू आर डूइंग समथिंग राइट फॉर श्योर भाई आई हैव टू से
For
भाई
sure, for
क्वीन जी
sure.
टू मर रहा है सीधा एंड इट्स एक्चुअली गुड फॉर हिम इट्स एक्चुअली हैंगिंग
I don't think Hans ne diya just to put him out of prep, shayad.
या probably so I think out of all the Indians Gautam Krishna having a great position after the first 10 minutes of liftoff. Any other game you are finding interesting, Rakesh bhai?
Nihal's game, bhai. Chad is shouting Nihal ka name, and I see it. It's a very weird, it's a nightmare of a position, bhai.
एब्सोल्युटली ये नाइट ये क्वेश्चन फॉर एवरीवन ये नाइट G1 से निकला था C4 पे कैसे पहुंचा भाई आई थिंक इट वाज लाइक G F3 E5 C4 ऐसे करके पहुंचा लेट्स एक्चुअली टेक अ क्विक लुक स्टार्टेड विद G3
Yeah, yeah.
E5 knight f3 knight c6 goes d4 e4 knight e5 कुछ crazy variations knight c7 d5 only move for black is c6 by the way here it doesn't play it he goes d6 inaccuracy knight c4 I and now b5 basically now if Nihal goes knight e3 and bishop g2 he can target this pawn on e4 and b I think slightly better in this opening
Yeah, Nihal thinking about it, but I think yeah, knight d2 खेलेगा तो black will happily push e3 शायद. तो
yeah
knight
knight
e3
d2
से
में तो
block. हाँ, pawn भी
yeah
कट गया.
probably but he's probably still thinking about भाई कैसे continue करें यहाँ पे because it all looks good but 93 I think the obvious choice here
And Sej
let's see
भाई,
भाई कोई
I'm
माइक का
just
प्रॉब्लम है
किसका किसका sorry.
चैट कोई माइक का प्रॉब्लम है क्या
Some disturbance in the background. All
अच्छा
good
अब
now,
ठीक
all
है
good.
इट्स ओके
Oh,
परफेक्ट
Gotham is
परफेक्ट
+1 now, fix now, बढ़िया. Chat, by the way, पोल डाल रहा हूँ. So, सहज भाई, कौन से मैच का डाले? अर्जुन आरटी या गुकेश? गुकेश अनीश का डालते हैं, क्योंकि ज्यादा सभी चहीते लोग हैं. So, I'll put a poll, chat. वोट कर
एंड द
देना आप
पोजीशन
लोग.
इज इन फ्रंट ऑफ यू पोल डालने से पहले चैट इट्स इन फ्रंट ऑफ यू तो पोजीशन देख के आप बताना कि व्हाट डू यू थिंक इज गोना हैपन ऑब्जेक्टिवली Gukesh having about 1.5 minutes more than his opponent. Still, I'll say Anish has a slight pull in the position. maybe some 95 ideas, but a slight pull in the position. But yeah, what do you think? Poll is incoming.
Yeah, poll is up chat, poll is up, बढ़िया पोल पे फटाफट करना। एंड प्रोड्यूसर जी हमारे अमेजिंग समय भाई बोल रहे हैं कि disturbance was from the on-site cameras. So I think they have fixed it now, so all good. And poll is up chat, like Guki 53%, team draw 38% और अनीश के साइड में 9% है इस बार।
Crazy. 50. Yeah, I think people really want, I think, Gukesh to win this one. क्योंकि अब तो भाई डे वन के बाद आप टॉप 5 में हो. आई मीन यू आर वन ऑफ द लीडर्स एंड यू आर प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट अ कैंडिडेट. ये तो भाई वर्ल्ड चैंपियन पे बात आ गई ना भाई. तो कि यू हैव टू विन दिस,
तो
राइट?
स्ट्रॉन्ग स्ट्रॉन्ग स्टेटमेंट का टाइम आ गया भाई, मतलब।
एग्जैक्टली भाई, अब तो स्टेटमेंट देना पड़ेगा मतलब गुकेश को भाई. वेट कर रहे हैं
He
हम, लेट्स गो.
scores 95, 9 in the center. Meanwhile, nice question in the chat. I'm actually curious to know, सहज भाई आपसे, is Ding Liren retired? मतलब दिखता ही नहीं भाई आजकल वो।
कुड बी भाई, आई एम नॉट रियली श्योर. आई एम नॉट रियली श्योर, हैवंट रियली सीन हिम. आई मीन सिंस द वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप वो इतना सीरियसली नहीं खेल रहा है. मे
हाँ,
बी
I
लाइक,
mean,
मे बी
yeah,
लाइक
he
रैपिड
played
एंड ब्लिट्स
एक
में कभी.
मैच।
हम्म.
हाँ, एसईसी का। ये तो खेल ही सकता ना, देयर इज नो प्रेशर क्लासिकल
भाई
वगैरह का।
बहुत प्रेशर है इस टूर्नामेंट में, क्या बात कर रहे हो?
हाँ,
आई मीन
मतलब रेटिंग वेटिंग के हिसाब से। ऑल्सो
होगा ही ना प्रेशर, यू आर अ
ही
फॉर्मर
वाज
वर्ल्ड चैंपियन.
करेक्ट। हाँ, वो नजर तो होगी ही वैसे। ही वाज आल्सो बाय द वे स्ट्रीमिंग ऑल ऑफ वीज मैचेस इन द वर्ल्ड कप। तो
अच्छा.
हाँ, कुछ
क्रेजी.
तो चाइनीज स्ट्रीमिंग वेबसाइट थी, चाइना का ट्विच, उसमें ही वाज स्ट्रीमिंग।
भाई फिर तो पूरा 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 एक महीना चला गया उसका तो भाई. वो स्ट्रीम करते करते. भाई ये तो
और आई थिंक
फाइनल्स तक गया था भाई.
क्यू क्यू या ऐसे कुछ तो नाम था। बट चैट इज सेइंग, भाई चैट आप बताते रहिए बिकॉज देयर आर सो मेनी गेम्स, सहज भाई और मैं नहीं ट्रैक कर सकते हैं। चैट इज सेइंग आर्टेमिया 4 मिनट से नीचे।
Going to that game right now. By the way, Arjun still in his element, still in solid prep. 11 मिनट का फर्क है between Arjun and Artemiev. This
भाई
is a horrible sign.
रिस्पेक्ट भाई अर्जुन। और he got the advantage. This is what we are saying, chat, that ये round 5 is round 6 is such a game, even like round 10, where both players will get time to prepare, and Arjun
हम्म.
is lethal with prep.
मतलब वो कुछ भी खेलता है लाइक, एंड आई थिंक इट्स शोइंग. बाय द वे ही गोस A6 इन दिस पोजीशन एंड अर्जुन को सिर्फ चाहिए केओस बोर्ड पे. कुछ भी किया अभी जैसे इस
हाँ,
पोजीशन में, एक पता है क्या चलेगा? देयर इज अ मूव लाइक D4. फेंको बस, मार के दिखाओ पॉन. अब भाई पॉन से मारो, नाइट से मारो. इट्स द बेस्ट मूव फॉर वाइट बाय द वे. लाइक यू जस्ट थ्रो द पॉन, यू सैक इट एंड देन यू प्ले फॉर कॉम्पनसेशन लाइक E5 बिशप G5 and you know so on and then you get all the pieces developed with the tempo. So I think बिल्कुल Arjun type of position in front of us.
yes, absolutely. And with 4 minutes on the clock, it won't be easy for Vladislav Artemiev, but he's definitely a very, very strong player. Podium पे थे पिछले साल, so it would be tough for him.
फॉर श्योर ही गोज D3 बाय द वे, कीपिंग इट स्लो फॉर नाउ. आई थिंक उसको दिख गया कि अपोनेंट का टाइम थोड़ा कम है, तो अभी मैस अभी नहीं क्रिएट करते, थोड़ा लेट क्रिएट करते जब उसका टाइम थोड़ा और कम होगा. आई थिंक अ स्मार्ट डिसीजन बाय अर्जुन देयर. ट्राइंग टू डेवलप हिज बिशप टू G5 परहैप्स. ब्लैक को भी बिशप कुछ B5 खेलना है, ही गोज बिशप E7. एंड नाउ व्हाट? भाई अभी भी D4 बढ़िया चाल है. राकेश भाई अभी D3 खेल के D4 खेल दो.
भाई ये तो क्रेजी हो जाएगा उसके दिमाग से खेलने के लिए।
लोग पूछ रहे हैं व्हाई इज D3 मिस्टेक. प्रोबेबली इट्स नॉट अ मिस्टेक इन हाइंडसाइट. लाइक आई थिंक बिकॉज आपका नाइट A3 पे थोड़ा आउट ऑफ प्लेस है. एंड जब आप ऐसा कुछ डायनामिक खेलते हो तो आपको उसको जस्टिफाई करना होता है. लाइक वन ड्रॉबैक ऑफ प्लेइंग डायनामिक चेसेस, यू हैव टू ऑलवेज बी डायनामिक. आप डायनामिक खेल के फिर उसके बाद बीच में आप सेफ नहीं खेल सकते. तो D3 इज काइंड ऑफ अ क्वाइट मूव. बट ऐसा जस्ट एक नेकेड आई से देखोगे तो खराब लगता है. बट राइट नाउ आई थिंक ही इज प्लेइंग मतलब परफेक्टली नॉर्मल चेस सो फार. ओ भाई
जस्ट
सुपर
हैव
चैट आया. प्रग. प्रग.
ओ,
Let's take a quick look at Pragg as well, how he's
थैंक यू
doing.
प्रणय कुमार जी फॉर द सुपर चैट। डेफिनेटली लेट्स गो टू प्रक्स गेम भाई।
Pragg is playing against Mikhail Kobalia. I believe he's the former coach or the current coach of the Russian team. And
एंड
Pragg having
वोलोडार मुर्जिन।
And Volodar, yes, Volodar Murzan as well. You're absolutely right. Pragg is, matlab, more or less has equalized. He has less time on the clock. Just push the golden pawn with f5. Maybe he wants to go with f4 at some point. 96 खेल के f4. And yeah, very complicated position. But I would say I I I like Pragg's chances here. What do you think,
भाई
Rakesh
एक
bhai?
सेकंड आया, एक सेकंड आया.
तो चैट आई थिंक आई जेन्युइनली बिलीव यहाँ पे पहले प्रग के चांसेस काफी हाई हैं बिकॉज इट्स अ वेरी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड पोजीशन. बहुत सारे पीसेस ऑलमोस्ट बोर्ड पे पड़े हुए ऑलरेडी. यू हैव ऑलरेडी ओनली एक्सचेंज वन पॉन. प्रग इज टेक्निकली अ पॉन अप राइट नाउ. एंड बिकॉज ऑल द पीसेस आर ऑन द बोर्ड आई थिंक ये प्रग को ज्यादा फेवर करेगा. तो अभी के लिए ही इज डूइंग रियली वेल फॉर प्रग. लेट्स स्विच बैक टू द गेम ऑफ अर्जुन बिकॉज वहाँ पे स्लाइट एक्चुअली गुकेश के बोर्ड पे पहले जाते हैं बिकॉज वी हैवंट लुक्ड एट दैट इन अ while. 10 minutes versus 8 minutes. Gukesh having 8.5 minutes. Anish having that slight, slow grind wala position where Anish is having a slight advantage. Maybe he can put pressure on the d5 pawn in the future. Which e3 खेल के slow खेलेगा Anish यहाँ पे. And he also has more time. So I don't know यहाँ पे गुकेश के लिए if it's good news or not. जीतने का चांस यहाँ पे गुकेश का काफी कम है चार्ट. Like I
हाँ भाई, maybe
if I can be.
can go full screen please. Sorry भाई, I'm back. चार्जर निकल गया. Oh, my
ओह
bad
अच्छा
boss.
अच्छा अच्छा. नो वरीज नो वरीज. भाई एक
Hmm.
सेकंड आप भी करो. मैं भी एक सेकंड में आया. जस्ट गिव मी अ मिनट.
Sure, sure. So C5 played chat. समय वही सीन पे रखते हैं ना. So Gukesh का idea just trying for a good center with both the pawns. Anish के पास 9 मिनट, Guki के पास 8.5 मिनट. So looking good. And let's check Gautam Krishna mistake. Okay, we'll go to that game chat. Let's just wait. एक बार सहज भाई आ जाएंगे, so we'll go to that game. Ani Anish सोच रहा है, whereas Gukesh is having a look at the other boards. DGT का screen है सारे players के लिए. एक सेकंड में, just give me 1 minute. हाँ भाई, हाँ भाई, सही में.
यस सर वी आर
Magnus,
बैक.
okay. My chat is saying let's go to Magnus or Gautam Krishna made a mistake apparently.
Oh, let's go to Magnus first. Board one, we have it in front of us. But a weird position we have. White's queen is on a3, eyeing down the e7 pawn, the knight on d5 joining the attack as well. He has just played d3, trying to develop his bishop. Remember, chat, bishop g5 pe nahi aa sakta because the knight is looking at that square, so you cannot connect to attack this pawn. But what I do see is he can go bishop d2 and then bishop b4 to put pressure over here.
Mhm.
Difficult, I think, for Magnus to play. He goes b6. By the way, Magnus के पास सिर्फ 5.5 मिनट राकेश भाई.
That's not a lot. And MVL, former World Blitz champion, would be tough for Magnus to get the full point, I think, in this one.
Bhai, he's looking quite good to me, like if I can be fully honest, because the idea of b6 is that he wants to play bishop b7 and he wants to ask this question to this knight. Bhai, कहाँ जा रहे हो आप? This is the only strong piece in White's position. आप किधर जा रहे हो उसको लेके?
I think वो
I
जानी
think
रहे.
he's
उसने
in trouble.
रुक ऑन E8 को रखा. MVL tells us कहाँ लेके जा रहा है. F4 भाई.
He goes knight f4. अभी knight f4 मारना नहीं है यहाँ पे मैग्नस को. He needs to go knight c7. A weird move in retrospect for me.
या बिकॉज नॉर्मली क्रैम्प्ड पोजीशंस में ऐसे बोलता है ट्रेड पीसेस, बट आप पीछे
Hmm.
क्यों लेके जा रहे हो सैयद भाई?
आई थिंक बिकॉज टेम्पो मिल रहा है आपको. लाइक आप नाइट c7 खेल के आप बिशप को किक कर दोगे. बिशप हटेगा, फिर b5 खेल के बिशप को फिर से किक करोगे. तो यू गेटिंग अ बंच ऑफ टेम्पोस. एंड ऑल्सो लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट ये क्वीन जो a3 पे पड़ी हुई है, इट इज कंप्लीटली आउट ऑफ प्लेस. इसका कोई फ्यूचर नहीं है इस क्वीन का. एक बार b5 a5 b4 करके कुछ आ गया, क्वीन ट्रैप भी हो सकती है साइड पे. तो ही हैज टू बी केयरफुल.
टू बी केयरफुल. एंड आई थिंक अगर ये गेम ड्रॉ हो सकता है, हो मतलब ड्रॉ होगा सहज भाई, देन maybe Gukesh or Arjun with the win, they'll be in the sole lead at the end of this game.
Ooh, that will be huge. And speaking of, by the way, we very quickly looked at Gautam Krishna, who apparently had made a mistake. I'm going to take a quick look. By the way, 97 played by Magnus there. Let's take a quick look at Gautam Krishna, who's playing against Hans Niemann. नो मिस्टेक, आई मीन ही स्टिल हैज एन इक्वल पोजीशन, पॉइंट मतलब जो उसका एडवांटेज था वो चला गया है, एंड टाइम भी एकदम बराबर हो गया है। बट यहाँ पे गौतम हारता हुआ तो नहीं दिखता मुझे। आई थिंक ही इज स्टिल ड्राइविंग द पोजीशन। व्हाट डू यू थिंक?
नहीं नहीं, आई फुली एग्री, बट आई थिंक चैट इज एक्सपेक्टिंग सो मच फ्रॉम गौतम कृष्णा कि ड्रॉ भी उनको कम लग रहा है अगेंस्ट
भाई ये तो खुश रहना चाहिए यहाँ पे चैट। हाँ से
कल
भाई।
के बाद।
एक 2612 आपको यहाँ दिख रहा होगा, बट लेकिन उसका क्लासिकल रेटिंग 2750 था, लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट।
ट्रू ट्रू। चैट बाय द वे, चैट इज सेइंग अर्जुन गेम, सहज भाई थोड़ा सा खराब अपडेट है शायद अर्जुन के गेम।
भाई क्या बात कर रहे हो? दिस इज, लुक एट हिज टाइम, लुक एट आर्टेमियस टाइम। वो खराब भी पोजीशन है तो क्या आप कैसे सोचोगे? कैसे भाई, 1.5 मिनट पड़ा है आपके पास 14
भाई
चालू के बाद,
अर्जुन,
गई पोजीशन ये।
भाई अर्जुन के पास 10x ज्यादा टाइम है, लिटरली 10x इन अ
भाई
रैपिड
उस
गेम।
लिटरली भाई गई ये पोजीशन, गई। आई एम टेकिंग अर्जुन हियर, अर्जुन फॉर द विन।
अर्जुन
मतलब
ऑल
यहाँ
डे
पे
लॉन्ग
पोल
बट।
किया, 90% अर्जुन विन बोलेंगे यहाँ पे। 1.5 मिनट में कैसे जीतोगे आप?
भाई आपने बोल दिया तो पोल आ गया, बस आई एम गेटिंग अ पोल चैट आपके लिए। बाय द फर्स्ट वन गुकेश वन विद 64%। लेट्स सी द नेक्स्ट वन चैट प्लीज। हम वी टुडे चैट वी आर गोइंग टू बी वेरी इंटरैक्टिव, आपके साथ बातें करेंगे, आप लाइक दबाते जाना और हम मैं पोल डालते जाऊंगा आपके।
एब्सोल्युटली भाई। और भाई चैट मतलब ये, मतलब मैं भी बोलूँ 90% से कम नहीं होना चाहिए भाई अर्जुन का। भाई 1.5 मिनट में तो यार नो चांस। ये तो
भाई
ऑब्जेक्टिवली
आरते
भाई
में।
हो गई ना, ये तो ऑब्जेक्टिविटी की बात हो गई है तो।
ओके भाई, पोल कमिंग अप, बट कोई वीकनेस तो नहीं है, जस्ट प्लेइंग डेविल्स एडवोकेट। व्हाई इज ब्लैक पोजीशन सो बैड?
मैं पोजीशन की तो बात ही नहीं कर रहा हूँ भाई, मैं तो
अच्छा
टाइम की
ओके,
बात कर रहा
टाइम
हूँ।
टाइम
वही
टाइम के बाद।
देखो देखो दिखा रहा है अभी अर्जुन D5 खेला। आप क्या कैसे सोचोगे इधर आप? E5 ओके, नाउ ही हैज टू प्ले नाइट F6 ओनली मूव बाय द वे। B4 लो, हो गई गलती। आई टोल्ड
भाई
यू।
80, बट 87% पे है अर्जुन। चैट कम ऑन, फैज भाई ने 90 बोला था। 8% फॉर आर्टेमियम एंड 5% फॉर ड्रॉ।
अरे बढ़ेगा भाई, बढ़ेगा और बढ़ेगा अभी, देखना। अभी ऑलरेडी गलती कर दी आरते में, नाइट C4 आ रहा है बोर्ड पे, एंड अर्जुन इज बेसिकली ड्राइविंग द गेम आफ्टर दैट। बट द ओनली डिफरेंस अर्जुन के पास हैज ऑल द टाइम भाई।
या एंड सम एक ग्रीक गिफ्ट, कुछ बिशप H7, कुछ क्रेजीनेस आ सकता है यहाँ पे। एंड यस चैट वी आर सीइंग, आप निहाल सरीन इज विनिंग लिख रहे हैं। वील गो टू दैट आफ्टर दिस गेम, बट ओवरऑल सहज भाई, नाइट C4, नाइट कोने का, नाइट कोने में घोड़ा काम करे थोड़ा, ही कम्स इनटू द गेम। इफ ब्लैक रिकैप्चर्स क्वीन से मार के, आई थिंक किंग सेट अटैक कमिंग इन दिस वन, अर्जुन जीत रहा है।
आई थिंक अर्जुन जीत रहा है फॉर श्योर। अबे नाइट C4 पे जाएगा ना भाई, नाइट C2 पे जाओगे तो पॉन टेक्स B2 एंड रुक मर गया है, तो ओनली चॉइस
करेक्ट
है आपके
करेक्ट।
पास। तो इट्स लाइक यू हैव टू प्ले नाइट C4, एंड आई थिंक अर्जुन इज ड्राइविंग दिस वन। निहाल लोग कह रहे थे शैल वी स्विच टू दैट?
या निहाल एंड देन ऑफ कोर्स हर्षित भाई को कैसे भूल सकते हैं चैट। भाई चैट ब्यूटीफुल है, आई लव चैट, हमें रिमाइंडर्स दे रहे हैं फटाफट इनके गेम पे जाओ। तो निहाल फर्स्ट एंड देन हर्षित राजा।
एब्सोल्युटली। सो निहाल का ये पोजीशन है भाई, टाइम मोरलेस बैलेंस्ड, एंड निहाल हैविंग अ स्लाइट पुल इन द पोजीशन, probably because his bishop is super active। ये शॉर्ट कासल करने के बाद बिशप F6 नाइट D5 वाले थ्रेट्स बहुत रहेंगे, क्योंकि ये बिशप और नाइट पिन नहीं है यहाँ पे। एंड ब्लैक का ये रुक B7 पे थोड़ा ऑडली प्लेस्ड है मेरे लिए, बट अ वेरी
आई
वियर्ड
थिंक
पोजीशन आई वुड से।
वेरी वियर्ड इंडीड, बट रुक ऑन A1 इज हैप्पी, पूरा बचपन से ओपन फाइल मिल गई है उसको बिना कुछ मेहनत के। एंड निहाल कैप्चर्स ऑन F6, सेंट्रल पॉन
ओके
नहीं, आई थिंक खाने की साजिश बाय
भाई, उसको
निहाल।
G F6 मारना फोर्स है इधर, क्योंकि क्वीन F6 मारा तो क्वीन D5, ये तो खराब है भाई, बहुत खराब है तो।
ओ या दिस इज जी
जस्ट
जी
टेक
मतलब।
दिस एंड क्वीन H5 चेक जी, मतलब ये तो निहाल ऑन द वर्ज ऑफ बीइंग, ओके नॉट विनिंग बट ओके लाइक मच बेटर।
And it's a big win, Sahaj bhai. 4 point already Nihal ke. He goes to 5. So that's definitely going to boost his confidence.
ओ फॉर श्योर भाई, फॉर श्योर हमारा कॉन्फिडेंस बूस्ट हो रहा है भाई देख के।
Or one thing which I would like to remind Chad is, bhai, no draws for Nihal so far. Aar ya par.
या एब्सोल्युटली। एंड बाय द वे टेकिंग अ लुक एट हर्षित बोर्ड, भाई वो बोर्ड शायद लाइव नहीं है राकेश भाई, इफ यू कैन लेट अस नो।
इतना खराब खेल रहे क्या अर्चित भाई मतलब?
नहीं नहीं, खराब नहीं खेल रहा भाई, मतलब ही डिड वेरी वेल इन
Exactly.
द
Yeah,
फर्स्ट
yeah,
टू राउंड्स, बट
yeah.
ही इज
I know,
प्लेइंग
I know.
अगेंस्ट ग्रैंड मास्टर, बट वो लाइव नहीं है बोर्ड। सॉरी चैट,
Got
तो
it.
हमें दिख नहीं
Got
रहा है
it.
वो।
So we'll see some update, but Abhimanyu and Guki is the next request by chat.
एब्सोल्युटली गोइंग टू गुकीज बोर्ड। गुकी के पास 4.5 मिनट एंड अनीश के पास ऑलमोस्ट 8 मिनट। एंड
What? I like this for Gukesh, bhai. He's the one pressing, I think.
I somehow I don't like this position for Gukesh, yeah, because ये pawn थोड़ा extended लग रहा है मुझे, just from a naked eye, not looking at the bar, but on naked eye, this pawn looks a bit overextended to me. Rook D1 आके F4 F5 करके कुछ push किया तो गुकेश यहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम में आ सकता है। और टाइम कम है भाई,
Wrong.
टाइम बहुत कम है भाई।
भाई समय भाई तो हमारे पास बैठे हैं तो कैसे चलेगा भाई। हिकारू बोर्ड भाई, चैट हिकारू खेल ही नहीं रहा यार, प्लीज ऐसे ट्रोल मत। मैं लिटरली एक सेकंड जाने ही वाला था मतलब।
कल कल शुरू हो गया था एक बार ये, बाय द वे, हिकारू
हाँ हाँ
ब्लंडर्ड,
ऑफ कोर्स।
विशी
अभी मैंने,
ब्लंडर्ड।
मेरा गलती हो गया, मैंने मैगी अंडर 2 मिनट्स। आकाश भाई थैंक यू फॉर दैट अपडेट। सहज भाई
भाई
मैगी टाइम।
वो सब तो ठीक है, वो सब तो ठीक है भाई। आर्टेमियम हैज 13 सेकंड्स भाई, लेट्स मूव टू आर्टेमियम।
ओके ओके।
भाई छोड़ो, सब गया भाई। लेट्स लुक एट दिस मैच, अर्जुन वर्सेस आर्टेमियम। 13 सेकंड, 3 सेकंड पे लास्ट चाल चली उसने चैट, और ही मेड अ
तो
ब्लंडर। नाइट एफ के बाद अर्जुन इज बॉर्डर लाइन विनिंग।
एंड समय भाई कैन वी जूम इन अ लिटिल मतलब, इफ या वो पीटीजीज नहीं कर सकते।
हाँ हाँ, ले जाओ, कैमरा ही ले जाओ। मतलब खेल
नहीं
ही
नहीं
नहीं
मतलब और
पाएगा।
अच्छे से भाई, मेरे को वो 13 सेकेंड पे ना एक स्क्रीनशॉट लेना है मतलब भाई।
हाँ भाई।
हाउ कैन ही कंटिन्यू इन 13 सेकेंड्स, देयर इज नो वे।
ना भाई, आई थिंक इट इज बॉर्डर लाइन इम्पॉसिबल, आई थिंक, फॉर हिम टू प्ले ऑन लाइक दिस। ऑल्सो चैट में भी दिख रहा है भाई, 87% अर्जुन,
लेट्स गो
पीपल आर
चैट
वोटिंग फॉर
लेट्स।
अर्जुन।
एंड सहज भाई जस्ट टेल अस क्विकली, नाइट F5 के बाद क्या हो रहा है मतलब, व्हाई इज ब्लैक पैरालाइज्ड।
बाय द वे, अभी खेला
लेट्स
अर्जुन
गो,
नाइट एफ
खेला
5।
खेला 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 भाई।
हाँ,
He's
अभी
done
10
it।
सेकंड में निकालना है उसको, क्यों क्यों
भाई
क्यों
फुल
क्या
स्क्रीन फुल
खेलना है यहाँ पे
स्क्रीन।
बेस्ट।
अभी तो हारेगा वो, फुल स्क्रीन भाई।
बिशप F8 हो गया ब्लंडर भाई, बिशप G5, गेम ओवर।
अगेन प्लेड विद थ्री
अनदर ब्लू
सेकंड
एरो। ओ
Arjun भाई
प्लेट,
बिशप।
लेट्स गो।
Yes! Yes! Let's go Arjun going into the lead. 9 seconds for Artemiev.
हाँ भाई, 4 सेकंड खेलो भाई, फटाफट खेलो। रुक C8। ओके, बेस्ट मूव, अनदर ब्लू एरो यार, 93। तीन ब्लू एरोस बैक टू बैक इनकमिंग। 93 ओनली मूव
Bro,
हियर।
I am tempted. Oh, what if Rook C8, Queen C8, Bishop F6? आपका
भाई
pawn
वो रुक
स्ट्रक्चर
D5
के।
मर नहीं रहा है, क्योंकि रुकी वन मेट है,
हाँ
इसलिए।
हाँ हाँ, आई नो बट मेरे को pawn स्ट्रक्चर के धजिया उड़ा रहे थे ब्लैक के।
अच्छा, फिर क्वीन F6 मार के ऐसे। दैट्स गुड
हाँ।
भाई, दैट्स गुड, आई लाइक दैट आइडिया। वो भी मतलब, आई थिंक इन दिस टाइम फॉर्मेट, आई थिंक वो भी बॉर्डर लाइन विनिंग ही होगा अर्जुन के लिए। बट
Should be
93
like
इज
the
बेसिकली
human
जस्ट विनिंग।
approach. अच्छा
भाई
पीस
सीधा
ही
पीस
कट
मिल
रहा
रहा है।
है। ओ
हाँ
93 में तो पीस डाउन है, सो लेट्स मे बी स्टिक टू दिस गेम सहज में, क्योंकि एंड मिल जाएगा हमको शायद इसका।
या फॉर श्योर, आई थिंक फॉर श्योर एंड तो मतलब उसके 15 सेकंड देख के ही लग रहा है मुझे ऑलरेडी खत्म हो गया मैच ये।
हाँ
अब
इसीलिए
अर्जुन।
यश भाई भी बोल रहे हैं भाई स्टे ऑन दिस बोर्ड। ओके यश भाई, वील स्टे। प्रग का गेम क्या हुआ, वील गो टू प्रग्स गेम आफ्टर दिस एंड देन बुकी अगेन। कम ऑन अर्जुन फटाफट खेलो 93, बाकी लोग का भी कवर करना।
फटाफट करो भाई, और भी गेम देखने
हाँ
हैं।
यार ये तो
जीतो भाई,
गेम डन है। गेम तो
ये
डन
तो
है भाई।
जीतो भाई,
फटाफट।
खत्म करो। भाई विदित खेला नहीं भाई, विदित इज नॉट प्लेइंग दिस। 93 प्लेड, लेट्स गो।
लेट्स गो भाई, 3 ब्लू एरोज। अर्टेमियम कैप्चर करो, क्वीन से मार दो, D5 का 20 को बोलो बाय बाय, एंड इट्स जीजीस।
Yep, Queen A5 only move here, and this is, I think, where he makes a mistake, because Bishop F6 95 is just a free piece. Arjun is just a free piece up.
या 7 seconds फॉर अर्टेमियम भाई, ये तो मैं भी जीत जाऊं अर्टेमियम। He'll resign. Oh, Queen A5 played भाई।
Bishop F6, let's take it. Another blue arrow, but okay, this is a very easy one.
Yeah, I mean, this is normal, yeah. I think
Very
Artemia
simple.
wants to play bishop into a कोने का pawn, शायद after bishop
हाँ
F.
बट ओके, पॉन तो पॉन होता है भाई। टेक्स एंड बिशप को वापस ले आओ B2 पे, एंड ओके, यू आर गुड। नॉट
So
इम्पॉसिबल, आई
maybe
थिंक कि वो बचा पाएगा ये। टेक्स।
he takes it. So I think maybe game खत्म नहीं होगा शायद। Maybe we can switch sides by फिर।
या एक सेकंड है, मतलब जस्ट बिशप A2 और बिशप हटाने दो, उसके बाद फिर उसके बाद मूव करते हैं, फिर वो
ठीक है,
पोजीशन बैलेंस हो
डन
जाएगी,
है।
फिर पता लग जाएगा ना पीस अप है, फिर उसके बाद सब सब एकदम कंफर्टेबल हो
डन है
जाएंगे।
भाई, डन है। Gookie mistake, Maggie game going there. भाई बिग ब्लंडर बाय गैरी कैस्परोव। ऑन दैट नोट चैट, फटाफट 500 लाइक्स कर दो। मे बी 500 लाइक्स बिफोर द फर्स्ट राउंड एंड्स। चैट हाउ अबाउट दिस चैलेंज, वील गिव अ बिग गिव अवे। अगर बिफोर द फर्स्ट राउंड एंड्स वी आर एट 500 लाइक्स, फटाफट लाइक ठोको। एंड अर्जु भाई लेट अस प्लीज परमिशन दीजिए टू गो टू अदर गेम्स।
हाँ भाई,
फटाफट
बिशप A2
बिशप
मार दिया,
रिट्रीट।
फिर निकलते हैं भाई
हाँ
ऐसे, फिर उसके बाद
करेक्ट
बढ़िया है
करेक्ट।
पोजीशन।
But yeah, very nice, clean win, I would say, Arjun. On एक महीने में 2.5 points in 3 games against against a top-notch player, Sahaj bhai, by Arjun.
भाई, एक महीने में 2.5 पॉइंट इसके साथ, बट एक दिन में जो विंसेंट को 3 बार हराया था उसने जीसीएल में, वो भी तो याद रखो।
Of course,
चार्ट
of course.
आपको याद है? जीसीएल में सेम डे उसने विंसेंट को 3-0 हराया था।
तीन
दो
बार खेला.
रैपिड और एक भाई। मैं तो हैरान हो गया, व्हाइट से भी ब्लैक से भी कुछ भी चल रहा था भाई। ही गोस बिशप B2।
Yeah, and takes. Sahaj bhai, other games are ending. So maybe can you quickly jump to Nihal's game? भाई फटाफट क्योंकि किंग E6 पे आ चुका है.
ओ एब्सोल्युटली
What?
निहाल। भाई ये किंग
What?
सेफ तो लग रहा है यहाँ पे थोड़ा।
हाँ भाई, उसने आप ही का आइडिया लिया ना, वो क्वीन H5 चेक वाला.
हाँ पर किंग तो इसने निकालने यहाँ पे, पर निहाल का टाइम कम है। निहाल टाइम क्यों कम हो गया? निहाल निहाल इज सुपर फास्ट। जल्दी खेलो भाई।
तो एंटी निकाल मतलब.
हम्म। क्वीन E2
गौतम
अभी ट्रेड नहीं
गंभीर
करना है भाई।
ब्लंडर.
क्वीन किंग वीक है तो क्वीन को हटाओ यहाँ से। नो नो क्वीन
Yeah,
ट्रेड।
of course. Of course, of course. I think I
चेज
was
द
also
चेक।
thinking rook A6 check. हाँ हाँ. ये
रुक B6
किंग
ओनली
E5
मूव
भी
बाय
आ
द वे।
सकता है क्या भाई?
भाई भाई
थोड़ा
भाई
ज्यादा
भाई
हो
भाई
गया.
भाई कुछ मेट है इधर। रुक
जिसका किंग
D5।
आया था.
भाई लुक एट दिस, F4 इज मेट, EF3 क्वीन F3, एंड ये दिस बॉर्डर लाइन विनिंग फॉर व्हाइट। क्वीन F4 इज चेकमेट।
Yeah, looks
क्रेजी।
unstoppable. Okay. Rook B6 played Queen E2 by Nihal. I think Nihal definitely having the upper hand chat. And let's see what Harshit ka game start ho gaya. Maybe some DGT error, tricky bhai. So we will have the result directly of Harshit bhai.
या हर्षित का गेम लाइव नहीं आ रहा है इधर सैडली। बट या और ऑल्सो पीपल आर सेइंग गौतम कृष्णा ब्लंडर। भाई गौतम कृष्णा हैज नॉट ब्लंडर्ड एनीथिंग, ही स्टिल इक्वल। एक क्विक नजर ऑन हिज बोर्ड, ऑन बोर्ड 10 ओवर हियर, इज
हाँ,
प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट
let's
हंस,
go.
इक्वल सी पोजीशन है। एंड उसके पास ज्यादा टाइम, लाइक 2 मिनट्स एक्स्ट्रा है उसके पास, सो आई थिंक स्टिल ही इज होल्डिंग हिज ओन।
Hmm?
Shall we take a quick look at Sandeepan Chanda versus Yuyangi on board
Yeah,
5?
let's go there.
This is the current position. Sandeepan keeping that extra 2.5 minutes on the clock, but position थोड़ी खराब है। ये बिशप C1 पे एकदम पैरालाइज्ड है इन दोनों के लिए। यानी नाइट्स बहुत बढ़िया बैठे हुए हैं। मे बी लाइक द बेस्ट यू कैन होप फॉर इज अ ड्रॉ हियर फॉर संदीपन। व्हाट डू यू थिंक राकेश भाई?
Yeah, a draw, but we saw bhai, he's a fighter. 4 out of 5. The only game Sandeepan has lost is to Arjun Erigaisi और प्रग को भी हराया after that bad blunder by प्रग.
भाई वो नाइट A5 क्या चाल थी चार्ट अगर आपने
ओ
देखा ना भाई, चार्ट में तो भाई सहज ग्रोवर ब्लंडर चल रहा है भाई।
भाई, वो शायद लाइफ के
बट
ब्लंडर का बोल
ओ अच्छा भाई, इतना भी रियल नहीं होना था चार्ट।
रहे. But yeah, I think uh, Sandeepan fighting for the draw in this one. Let's go to Guke's board. प्रोड्यूसर जी ने कैमरा लगा दिया है वहां पे.
देयर वी हैव इट। गुकी
एंड आई एम
हैविंग
नॉट
2.5 minutes।
श्योर सहज भाई अपना वुमेन्स गेम्स का क्या सीन है. लाइक कैन यू शो इट क्विकली? और
Harika is playing against, that's on board 2. Harika is having a much better position. This is the current position, by the way. Just अभी switch किया
या,
मैंने।
and good
And
news,
he's
thanks to chat, is Divya is winning. So after this, let's go to Divya as well.
okay, cool. तो दिव्या का लेकिन कैमरा नहीं है हमारे पास, बट हरिका इज विनिंग। शी इज बाय द वे शी इज लीडिंग, शी इज ऑन 3.5 out of 4, सो शी इज शेयरिंग फॉर द सेकंड प्लेस। सिर्फ जूजनर लीड कर रही है, बट उसका ड्रॉ हो रहा है,
Yeah.
तो हरिका के जीतने के बाद शी विल बी ऑन सोल लीड पोजिशन pretty much. Let's switch to
Oh, nice.
Divya's board. She's playing against Savita Shri with the black pieces and ekdam dominating position, by the way, for
भाई,
Divya.
ये तो गयो.
Look at these knights. ये तो गई।
ये तो गयो भाई.
Divya will score a win here. By the way, Divya is completely unbeaten. दो draw हुए हैं उसके, कोई हारी नहीं है वो match, so very very important there. So she's doing very well. Okay, switching back to Anish versus Gukesh. This is the current position. Bishop A3 played by Anish. Oh,
Oh,
by the way, brilliance in Divya's board. Sorry, chat. Look at this.
amazing भाई. Divya OP भाई. F4, the pawns rolling in. Pawn takes knight, pawn takes rook. बहुत ही ज्यादा threats. I think Divya has won this game.
भाई ये तो गई, ये तो रिजाइन ही कर दो यहाँ पे, खत्म। नाउ लुक एट दिस
Correct,
नाइट G2
correct.
भाई, क्या खतरनाक चाल है नाइट G2। ब्यूटीफुल। She
I
takes here. Now
and
pawn takes, queen takes, and this pawn takes, and you are an exchange up. GG.
yeah, chat. Quick reminder: 500 likes पे we will do a big giveaway. So before the first round, that's the caveat. तो पहला round खत्म होने से पहले Please कर दीजिए like the stream if you haven't. We are completely winning. But Sahaj bhai, I thought chat was trolling, but they are not. Why Magnus Carlsen is losing? Can we go there, please?
Maggie is in a much worse position, and
Bhai,
Maggie
this is
has
deep trouble.
28 seconds on the clock. भाई भाई आर्टेमियव और मैगी का जो बार है ना एकदम साथ साथ चल रहा है उनकी क्लॉक के साथ. लाइक क्लॉक भी एकदम सेम है, उनका बार भी एकदम सेम है भाई.
Yeah, and MVL जो आइकन बोर्ड थे फॉर द मुंबई टीम, former world blitz champion, is turning the heat. 15 seconds for Maggie.
जल्दी
भाई
खेलो भाई,
D4
जल्दी
का
खेलो.
बड़ा थ्रेट, ह्यूज थ्रेट
What
ऑफ
should he
D4.
play? What should he play? What's the best move?
5 seconds. Rook B5 killer, I think.
Ooh,
Attacking
okay.
white screen. I
Okay,
don't
good
like
move
this
there. Good move.
Sahaj. ऐसे बोलते हैं ना, rooks are not good in between. ऐसे maybe queen A4. Can I idea of spin
Queen
and win?
A4. Queen A4 can be moved. By the way, Queen D1 only move here for MVL to have a winning position. Queen
Advantage.
A4 विनिंग एडवांटेज. हाँ,
हाँ,
क्वीन D1 के बाद, क्योंकि रुक और ये दोनों इसको ऐसे पिन करके बैठे हैं.
he plays it, Sahaj. He plays it.
वाओ,
H5 या
MVL.
ऐसे कुछ खेला. I think Magni D4. Isn't it winning, Sahaj?
It should be,
No.
yeah. It should be. D4 is winning here. Bishop F6, Knight H. Oh,
Yeah.
भाई, Bishop Knight H5. Oof.
Oh my God, that's
भाई,
dirty.
oof.
That's dirty.
गंदा.
Let's
That
quickly
is गंदा.
show. Sahaj, let's quickly show chat. Knight
ये
H5
होगा नहीं
मारा.
भाई.
But
Rook
yeah,
E7,
फटाफट.
Bishop E7, Queen H5, and yeah, it's just you have Rook E3, Rook G3 incoming, and it's just checkmate. But very difficult to play over the board. He only has 2 minutes on the clock. Whether
He will
he
find
plays
it,
Knight
bhai.
H5, no,
He'll
I
find
think
it.
unlikely. Unlikely है
भाई
भाई.
एक मैगी लगा लेते हैं. He will find it. Knight H5 खेलेगा. MVL is a tactical beast.
चलो डन भाई,
He,
डन डन डन. एक एक मैगी हो गई भाई.
come on, Knight chat. ओ नहीं खेला यार, गया मेरा एक
बोला था मैंने
मैगी.
आपको भाई. मुश्किल है भाई.
नाइट इस तरफ से ला रहा है, तो आइडिया शायद पॉन A4 करके रुक ट्रैप करना चाहते हैं.
हाँ, नाइट भी. दिस मेक्स मोर सेंस. D5 के पॉन पे थोड़ा प्रेशर एंड मैगी sort of battling it out. By the way, Arjun has lost his advantage. Let's quickly switch there. Board 2.
भाई
Artemiev
दैट्स अ
is
बिग टर्न अराउंड.
Artemiev is not out yet. भाई वो पिछले 10 मिनट से मतलब सेकंड्स में खेल रहा है.
रिस्पेक्ट रिस्पेक्ट.
And now Arjun having two moves here, Knight D5 and Queen G4. If he doesn't find this, Arjun could be in some trouble himself. ये pawns, they're a bit too advanced.
या भाई हल्का सा तो डर लग रहा है.
भाई डर तो हमें भी लग रहा है भाई. 2100 people watching chat. Do like the stream. भाई Queen G4 is the move for Arjun. 3 minutes for him. Will he find it?
प्लीज नाइट D5 सहज.
Knight D5 is still a very good move. And now Bishop F8 is the move for Artemiev. He goes for the bishop, plays it. Not making it easy for the madman.
But heroic defense by Artemiev here.
Yep, goes Queen G5, Knight F6 check का कुछ plan. I'm just gonna make the move on the board ताकि कुछ वो ना हो.
भाई
Queen
नाइट
G5 played.
E7 चेक है थ्रेट.
Oh भाई, that's crazy.
मारा तो चेकमेट.
भाई crazy. Takes and Queen
Come on.
G7.
Bloody for
Knight
it.
B7.
13. 8
He has
seconds.
8 seconds. भाई Knight B4 भी मर रहा है. He goes Queen E6, only move. Played.
भाई top level chess this.
भाई but now very difficult move for Arjun. He has to go Bishop takes G7 and accept a draw. Otherwise he's worse.
नहीं, no way he plays it, भाई. Because I think inertia or just psychologically, it's so difficult to play like that. Like
Yeah, for
go
sure.
for a draw in a game where you know you are winning throughout.
वो तो पॉसिबल ही नहीं है भाई. बहुत डिफिकल्ट, वेरी वेरी डिफिकल्ट.
Yeah.
By the
Oh,
way, Gautam
Divya
Krishna's
blunder or
pushing against.
board malfunction. I will check.
By the way,
आप क्या बोल रहे
Gautam
थे
Krishna
गौतम मिश्रा का?
he's pushing against Hans Niemann. Like much better
Oh,
against Hans Niemann. भाई वो जीत सकता है, Hans को हरा सकता है आज. Crazy.
I
We'll go
am
back
a
to that game
fan
after
of
this.
him. I'm a fan of him and Sej bhai. After Arjun, we have to jump to Gukesh's game. He has 25 seconds. Anish with an open king.
Oof. Okay. We'll switch to that instantly. भाई अभी अर्जुन के लिए बहुत difficult position है. Is he gonna go Bishop takes G7?
He should, bhai.
This is
Otherwise,
the
he's
draw.
minus. Oh, then just queen check is a draw after bishop
Yeah.
take, bishop take.
Draw,
Chat,
draw, draw.
1 like equals to one prayer, 30 likes away from 500 likes and the giveaway question. Please, Arju bhai. Guys, what happened? Harshit is in lane. Harshit is playing. Just DGT error hai. So we will get to know the result directly. So
Absolutely. So,
sorry about
uh,
that. मतलब FIDE
by
का
the way,
तरफ से.
chat, this bishop is kind of defending both things, but you cannot go knight b4. You keep bishop b4 पे this queen g7 mate, of course, but knight b4 पे मेरे पास queen e1 check है. And then I can capture this knight with my queen. That's why knight b4 is not working, and that's why he played queen e6 here.
Nice
Important
defense.
detail.
Yeah, and Tricky is updating us that Magnus has equalized by Magnus OP, but we should go to Gukesh as soon as Arjun plays as well.
Yeah, absolutely. By एक चाल. Come on, Arjun. Late. भाई
Yeah, I
अर्जुन
think
के पास टाइम
Arjun
कितना भाई लेट्स गो
realizes it.
कैन वी गो फुल स्क्रीन या
Full
1
screen.
minute and 20 seconds for Arjun. He's calculating all of the possibilities here. Bishop g7 देखा होगा उसने but probably he said नहीं इसमें सिर्फ ड्रॉ ही मिल रहा है. I want to play for a win.
I think he might play it. He realizes it. He's a top professional, and that's what they do. Draw
Could
ले
be,
ले
could
भाई.
be. Queen d8 also possible. Nice move. Chat में भी लोग बोल रहे हैं queen d8 खेलने के लिए but उसमें a3 b3 looks very scary.
Yeah. Oh, Arjun
Goes
about
for
to
it.
play. Bishop के तरफ नहीं लग रहा हाथ.
Knight
नहीं
f6 check
भाई,
played.
knight f6.
King h8 gone. अब नाइट को कहीं और भाई ऑलरेडी अर्जुन इज वर्स नाइट e4 ओनली मूव हियर बाय द वे अदरवाइज अर्जुन इज मच वर्स
Knight e4 पे कट नहीं रहा है सीधा सीधा. अच्छा, फिर वापस ड्रॉ ले लो.
या
ड्रॉ नहीं है.
नाइट e4 पे
होती है
f6 है
ड्रॉ.
लेकिन उसके पास
Hi, Arjun now having same time as Artemiev.
ओ
Almost
दिस
sim.
इज अ बैड साइन भाई वेरी बैड साइन फॉर अर्जुन
Not good. Yeah, not looking good, chat. भाई 87% हटाओ, मैं पोल हैंड कर रहा हूँ अभी.
खत्म करो भाई पोल कोई पोल था ही
हाल
नहीं
था ही नहीं, तो
कोई
कौन
पोल
सा
नहीं था
पोल है?
चैट इट्स फाइन वी
टेढ़ा
आर फाइन
पोल.
कोई पोल हाँ अर्जुन
भाई
हैविंग 12
10.
सेकंड्स भाई
ओह माय गॉड. खेल.
बिशप
No,
e4
that's a
ब्लंडर
mistake. That's a
ओ दैट्स अ
huge blunder.
ब्लंडर उफ Bhai, that is a huge blunder by Arjun. In time pressure. Bishop e7 is just taking away a piece. And he plays it.
Yeah.
Bhai, Artemiev is on another level.
See,
Yeah.
you see his body language change. Vladislav Artemiev knows it. Arjun, with 5 seconds, is lost.
Yeah, he goes queen f4 and now pawn takes f6. Okay, ये pawn भी बच गया अब. Oh, that was a fumble. Huge fumble.
Big, big
Yeah,
fumble.
I think
He was so close. Now you have two. It's just Black is completely winning with two pass pawns on the left side of the board.
sad, bhai. Super sad, I think, for the madman here. I think Artemiev played really well in time pressure. Let's quickly take a look at Gukesh versus Anish. This is the current position. 36 seconds for Gukesh, 1 minute for Arjun. Can Gukesh push for a win here?
I think so. And वो जो pawn आप बोल रहे थे थोड़ा दूर चला गया, that might actually be the winner for Guki in this.
Absolutely. Rook d3 pe, by the way, queen takes d1 is a very nice, tactical idea that you have
30.
that White needs to keep an eye on.
That's dirty, said family. Can we go full screen, Samay bhai? Just to see the reactions even more clearly. Anish locked in. Gukesh can feel it, says bhai. But is there enough for Guki to win here?
भाई हम भी फील कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे बहुत it feels bad.
20 seconds. Wow, and look at that accuracy. 97 for Guki, 96.8 for Anish.
रुकी फॉर ब्यूटीफुल मूव क्वीन d3 पे सैक कर रहा है जस्ट रुकी d4 वापस लेके आएगा वो फिर ये he'll take this and take on g3 भाई ब्यूटीफुल मूव बाय अनीश देयर ही हैज टू गो क्वीन f3 ओनली मूव प्लेड
Plays it. He's too strong, bhai.
मतलब गुकेश जीतने के लिए खेल रहा है यहाँ पे he's a pawn down
Of
but he's still
course.
playing for a win by the way rook takes f4 is a very easy draw for Gukesh here very
He will
easy
not play that. He loves to fight. Gukesh
yeah
never
because
repeats. 10 seconds for Guki. Oh, he plays it, bhai. He plays it. He takes the safer route.
oh so I think queen takes g4 के बाद we are heading towards I think a dry sort of a drawish rook endgame Gukesh का most likely draw होगा ये match chat after rook takes d3
Anish Bal hatate hue maybe Rook D3 played. I think chat is saying Pragg won. So let's can we quickly go there?
Pragg has officially won his match against Mikhail Kobalia. Yes,
Badhiya,
beautiful, by the way, last
nice.
position.
Oh,
Some
Sundar.
ladder
Nice
check, yeah.
comeback. Yeah, a nice
Yeah,
comeback by
beautiful.
Pragg. We want him to win. Like, bhai, और तीन चार win on the in a row, and you are back in the standings. ऐसा है ये tournament.
Absolutely, absolutely. Going back to
भाई,
Gukesh,
can we go? अच्छा, गुकेश का कैमरा है तो we go there. But Gautam
निहाल
Krishna
का भी भाई निहाल कैन
has
एक्चुअली
just
विन दिस.
blundered.
निहाल का भी चेक करो भाई.
हाँ, let's go. इसके बाद निहाल का कैमरा भी है इनफैक्ट अपने पास, so we can
Yeah,
go
yeah.
to
So this is
Nihal's
the
game.
Nihal's board. By the way, board number. Yeah, we do have the camera for this. Nihal having an extra pawn in the rook end game. ज़्यादा
Ugh.
time भी है clock पे.
Yeah, and we saw Arjun walk by bhai very quickly. जिसका एक ही sign है कि he lost and he was completely winning in that one. That will sting the Sahaj bhai.
Definitely, I think it stings. This sort of a loss 100% stings. By the way, in the women's section, Divya won her match, but Harika ka draw hua. That means she was in a winning position, but she ended up making a draw. But so she's still going to be tied second, chat.
Yeah, oh, this is like a clear pawn up, but Sahaj bhai, is there enough venom to win this?
हाँ निहाल है तो वेनम वेनम है भाई. रुक कोई कहीं से E4 के पॉन पे प्रेशर डालना है हमको.
भाई
चेक देके
डर्टी
कुछ
डॉग.
रुके.
देखो ना, रुक एच टू अगर ब्लैक किंग ई5 खेलेगा, चैट व्हाइट टू प्ले एंड विन. खेलो सहज भाई किंग ई5.
Oh ho. En passant?
White to play and win. Yes. Dirty
Is it en
dog.
passant?
Yeah, yeah.
En passant
F4
time?
check.
Yes,
F4 check.
sir.
Beautiful. Pawn
En
takes
passant and then
pawn.
rook takes rook. Nicely spotted there. By the way, Rukesh 2 के बाद rook a1 was the only move here for black, and after king f4, rook g1 only move yet again. So he's making the best moves. क्योंकि king e4 मारा तो there's rook g4. Very very nicely spotted by Sargisian.
इसमें can we reload? वो dark board चाहिए. हाँ, done. I 15 seconds on this 14. Can we go full screen, please? Because we are in the last few moves of this game.
Absolutely. Let's go. Can Nihal pull a win here
High
somehow?
खेल 5 seconds.
Goes rook h6, best move. 3 seconds पे खेला उसने move. Rook h6, rook g2 हुआ board पे. I'm just making moves manually. King takes e4 taken.
Takes.
Now he has to take on f2
Ooh.
or he can take on g4. Rook g4, best move. Only move, by the way, in the position. And now the position is equal. Goes f4.
अभी एक ही pawn है सामने. This is difficult, man. This is
Yeah.
difficult.
अब तो वो chill हो गया होगा. रुक का ये पीछे से like g1 e1 and then okay, you can make a draw here.
Let's quickly go to Gukesh's game because that might end. Anish ke rooks have entered fully.
Oh, we have a draw here. Agreed already. I think it was a repetition. Check. So Gukesh, it goes to 5 out of 6. And I think only one player has won his match, and that is Artemiev against Arjun, who is currently the sole leader
Wow.
of the entire event.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
by the way,
Magnus has drawn against
yeah,
FBI.
Nihal also making a draw. And by the way, bad news. Gautam Krishna is also much worse against Hans Niemann.
नहीं यार, भाई overall not looking like a good round for Indians.
अरे अभी तो आए हैं भाई. अभी तो शुरुआत हुई है भाई.
हाँ
अभी
हाँ.
तो
But
अभी
निहाल का
कैसे
draw
दिन
थोड़ी है.
डिसाइड.
निहाल is playing, right?
Yeah,
निहाल
Nihal
का
will
draw
play,
नहीं
but
है.
okay, 2 points के साथ अब max you can
Yeah.
achieve is
Correct.
a draw here, yeah.
5 seconds for शांत. सच में आप क्यों शांत है?
भाई वो शांत को देख के शांति पड़ गई भाई. किंग E8 ही plays.
Best move I think in the position.
किंग D6 पे
निहाल
मेरे पास
also.
कुछ ये प्लान्स
हाँ,
थे.
कुछ ट्रिक्स थे. Correct. 5 seconds खेल.
रुक A7 ही plays.
Lead with 2 seconds.
निहाल जब होता है तब इस पे स्ट्रेस नहीं आता. He can handle this. King D4 he goes. He's trying to set up an umbrella method. राकेश भाई, बेसिकली व्हाट umbrella
भाई
method says is आप ऐसे E4 E5
आता.
करके ना FE5 मारता है, तो ये किंग को आप ऐसे लाके
हाँ.
ऐसे करते हो ताकि ये पॉन से आप पीछे से चेक्स ना दे पाओ. इसको umbrella method बोलते हैं चैट. दैट्स व्हाट ही इज ट्राइंग टू सेट अप हियर.
Correct. मतलब using the opponent's pawn as your protection. Correct.
एग्जैक्टली, ताकि ताकि आप एक छाते की तरह लाइक आप चेक नहीं दे सकते पीछे से.
Correct. Rook coming to the left side of the board इसीलिए Nihal's king also going to the left side भाई. बढ़िया. He is putting some pressure. He's not making it easy for Shant.
एब्सोल्युटली. E5 FE5 किंग डी कुछ ऐसा करके कुछ खेलना है उसको. डिफिकल्ट दो.
Rook goes long. B1.
By the way, Gautam Krishna completely dead lost now against Hans Niemann, but that game is just about to finish. But let's stick to this one. This is a very, very important one for us. Let's see if Nihal can score a win here.
And this is, I think, the last game in in the top for Indians. And like, Gautam का कुछ update आया क्या? नहीं, Gautam is lost, completely busted against Hans Niemann. Sadly, उसका camera नहीं है, so we'll stick with this one, chat. Okay. सैज भाई, आप
किंग ऐसे
शांत
आगे
हो
ना
गए
है।
फिर?
मैं शांत हो गया क्या?
हाँ.
सॉरी। या सॉरी, माय
हाँ.
बैड।
No worries. 5
रुके
seconds
सेवन
for
प्लेट।
Nihal.
भाई फटाफट चाले हो रही हैं। रुके सेवन, रुक डी वन। Yeah, this is difficult. Basically, to get away from this block, he has to remove the rook. Rook को कहीं a4 d4 लाना होगा, and then king activate हो जाएगा. Plays rook a4. Plays rook d1, I guess.
King E7 खेला black ने.
King e7 and rook b4, yeah. Rook d2. He's
Great.
tried to set up that one position, yeah, जहाँ पे वो जीतने का चांस बन जाए, जहाँ पे.
सैडली रुक नहीं ला सकते हो रुक ट्रेड के लिए, क्योंकि ब्लैक मार देगा. बिकॉज इफ रुक्स आर
ये
गॉन, दिस
रुक
पोजीशन इज अ ड्रॉ.
ऑपोजिशन क्योंकि ब्लैक के पास है.
ओ, खेला.
Oh, he plays, offering him the option, and now he thinks, yeah, okay, is this actually a draw or not? Maybe it's a bluff.
ड्रॉ ही है ना सहज भाई, मतलब.
हाँ हाँ, ड्रॉ है भाई. भाई रुक डी फॉर ऑफ कोर्स ड्रॉ है भाई. वो ही डजंट प्ले इट. वाओ, इट वाज अ
वाओ.
ड्रॉ भाई.
And thank you, Govind, by in the chat, who's saying 500 likes complete. Let's go. Thank you so much, chat. Do hit the like button if you haven't. And yes, we will have the giveaway once all live games are done.
एब्सोल्युटली. तो बड़ा गिव अवे होगा भाई.
बहुत ही बड़ा भाई. 3 महीने का देंगे, या 3 लोगों को 1-1 महीने का देंगे. सो
अरे
प्रोबेबिलिटी
वाह,
सबका बड़ा देंगे.
अमेजिंग अमेजिंग.
सहज भाई, ड्रॉ ही लग रहा है, तो आप सवाल सोचना चालू कर दो शायद.
भाई आप हो स्टार्ट पर्सन भाई.
हाँ हाँ, मैं भी कर सकता. रुक
आप हो ना
H1,
स्टार्ट
रुक
पर्सन. आप लाओगे कुछ वो कौन से मैच में वो निहाल ने वाइट शर्ट पहनी थी?
वाइट
समथिंग लाइक
शर्ट.
दैट. आई डोंट नो. समथिंग लाइक दैट, या. किंग e8. निहाल ट्राइंग टू फाइंड दैट वन. भाई टाइटल ट्यूसडे वाला मोड ऑन लग रहा है मुझे निहाल का भी. हंड्रेड
सही में
परसेंट आई
यार.
फील वो. ये ऑनलाइन में निहाल खेलता, बहुत खेलता है यहाँ पे. किंग को ऐसे एकदम पीछे लेके आ रहा है. किंग सी टू भाई, रुक डी फोर आ रहा है उधर तो. सो नॉट वर्किंग, बट ही इज ट्राइंग एवरी सिंगल ट्रिक इन द बुक बिफोर ही एग्रीज फॉर अ ड्रॉ.
Yeah, and respect for that. मतलब
या,
he should. There's nothing wrong there.
एब्सोल्युटली भाई, एब्सोल्युटली. ही ऑफर्स द रुक ट्रेड अगेन, किंग ई7 के बाद. Rook takes d3, by the way, again is a draw if he takes it. But he wasn't comfortable the last time. Question is he going to take it now? वो वहां सोच रहा है कि उसको रुक मारना चाहिए. राकेश भाई सोच रहे हैं क्वेश्चन क्या पूछूं. इट्स लाइक गिव्स अ चेक. वाज आई राइट भाई?
या टू मच प्रेशर भाई, इसके लिए तो मैं शांत हो गया.
हाँ, वो भी शांत हो गया भाई. गिव्स अ चेक ऑन e1. किंग f4 पर परहैप्स. यहां से तो ट्राई कर लिया, अब किंग f4 से ट्राई करेगा वो. हाँ, लेकिन यहाँ पे वो छाता नहीं बनेगा भाई. दैट्स द प्रॉब्लम.
करेक्ट.
Because even if you play e5, fe5, king g5 set doesn't work. You have to reach the e6 square. तो d5 set would have made more sense, but वहां पे वो अलाउ नहीं कर रहा है. Too strong.
मेक सेंस. और टाइम भी देखो ना, बढ़ गए प्लेयर्स के, सो दे आर जस्ट ब्लिट्जिंग आउट, क्योंकि काफी इजी लग रहा है मेरे को मूव्स.
Yeah. I think now very simple. 2 versus 1 is more or less simple. And chat, Gukesh didn't lose. Gukesh drew his match, and he was pushing, I think, against Anish in the entirety. So I think हारा नहीं है भाई वो. Draw है.
Sahej bhai, why isn't Nihal trying to trade a pawn so that he can push the last one? Ruchi Sanan is asked.
क्योंकि वो फिर फेलिडोर पोजीशन आ जाएगी उधर. दैट्स द वन ऑफ द मोस्ट बेसिक रुक एंड गेम्स यू हैव इन चेस. एंड वहां पे मोस्ट ग्रैंड मास्टर्स विल जस्ट एग्री फॉर अ ड्रॉ. वहां पे ज्यादा खेलने के लिए नहीं है. जितने कम पॉन्स होंगे उतना इजियर होता है डिफेंडर के लिए, क्योंकि यू आर वेरी क्लोज टू अ थ्योरेटिकल ड्रॉ. तो इसलिए इवन इफ यू वांट टू गो इनटू दैट वन पॉइंट एंडिंग, पहले थोड़ा 2 वर्सेस 1 खेलोगे, थोड़ा अपोनेंट को थकाओगे, फिर उसके बाद आप उसमें जाओगे व्हेन 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 इट्स द राइट मोमेंट. दिस इज द मैग्नस वे ऑफ प्लेइंग चेस.
Yeah, and also like वो जो आप बोल रहे हो रुचि जी, that will be the last try of Nihal.
या.
So, भाई सवाल is ready. So let's go. Whenever the game is done, we can go. There are many people in chat are writing. Sahaj bhai, can you quickly just show the board? Oh, there we see draw agreed between Nihal Sarin and Shan Sargisian, one of the last games to finish. And Sahaj bhai, please go to Humpy G's board because chat is saying कुछ तो अजीब हुआ है. दिव्या नहीं, Humpy G. What was
या.
this? मुझे भी समझ नहीं आया. एक वो पीछे जाइए. Of course, she didn't play this move.
नो
It's
नो
not
नो,
a
दिस इज नॉट
transmission
राइट.
error.
नो नो, इट्स
Maybe
नॉट.
she wanted to go queen h8. ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है.
हाँ.
I don't know. I don't understand this. And she has 36 seconds. So,
नो नो
but
नो.
opponent का time zero है. So it is very difficult to
लो
know.
हो गया. अपडेट हो गया. नाइट डी5 के लिए
आ
कोई
गए.
नेसेस खेला होगा उसने.
Got
ही
it.
शी इज विनिंग.
Chat
या.
moves are coming in. तेज भाई को
ओ
पता है क्या हुआ है.
भाई, इफ आई एम नॉट मिस्टेकन, ये जो हम पे जिसके साथ खेल रहे हैं, शी लिव्स इन बुडापेस्ट एक्चुअली. आई थिंक आई हैव सीन हर इन वन ऑफ द इवेंट्स.
Oh,
But yeah, very
nice.
strong player from Mongolia, but she lives in Budapest, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, Humpage is I think completely winning. So no queen blunder there, chat.
Yeah. And
Chat ऐसे इस तरह के ब्लंडर्स नहीं होते. लाइक वो हम 100% ट्रांसमिशन एरर है. मतलब ब्लंडर्स आप
correct.
अभी तो आपने देखे हुए ब्लंडर्स कैसे होते हैं. बहुत रेयर होता है कि कोई प्लेयर ऐसे पीस मरता छोड़ देता है. बट क्वीन आप ऐसे आगे नहीं रखोगे, मतलब ब्लंडर करने के लिए. लाइक दैट नेवर हैपेंस. वो तो मतलब इट्स इम्पॉसिबल.
And of course, even if you go back a couple of moves, and it's a transmission error because Humpy G would have traded queens दो move पहले.
हाँ ओके.
Queen b6 वाला.
हाँ.
हाँ,
हाँ
so I think
कुछ तो
don't
गड़बड़ है इधर.
trust.
हाँ.
हाँ, don't trust these moves, chat. But yeah,
बिकॉज बहुत
she
फास्ट खेल रहे
would
हैं
have
वो,
won.
इसलिए बहुत फास्ट हो रहा है. और भाई ब्लिट्स में तो और भी फास्ट होगा ये.
Pieces उड़ेंगे. But
हाँ.
also good news for Harika, Humpy, and Divya that Zoo Jinar का draw हो गया. So she has been stopped in her tracks. उसके so no player in Doha has a full score set.
या Zujiner being the last one, but अभी Zujiner और Nino Batsiashvili are on 4.5 out of 5. Apart from that, everyone is on 4, including Harika as well. And Humpy G, after winning this match, will also jump to 4 points. So I think great news there for the Indian fans.
And
Uh,
Nino, who was almost the MVP of the GCL 2025, is continuing her form from Mumbai. So is Zoo Jinar. Three Indians in the top 24, Sahaj. I think these three and Humpy, the defending champion, definitely are in the running in this event.
Absolutely. And अभी आपको हम्पी का नाम दिख नहीं रहा है because Humpy G has still playing her match. I think वो transmission कर रहा है, but I think
Mhm.
she is definitely going to win. And there we see the open section की standings where Artemiev is leading the pack with 5.5 out of 6, and then we have 7 players sharing 5 points, and there we see the world champion, our very own Gukesh, on tied on second place alongside Magnus Carlsen, the goat of chess, and Arjun Erigaisi. Slight heartbreak there because Arjun को होना चाहिए था number 1 पे. He had the position, he had more time on the clock, but something didn't work well for him.
Yeah, that would sting Arjun for sure, but he is known as the king of comebacks. If you have the standings again, please quickly. Let's see the top three Indians. So Arjun, Gukesh hai with 5, unbeaten. Arjun, who just lost. Nihal Sarin ka जिसका हमने draw देखा, and Sandeep and Chanda managed to hold that draw, Sahaj bhai. So that's good news. Pragg and others also lurking on 4, and our dark horse Gautam Krishna as well.
Gautam Krishna sadly lost his match against Hans Niemann, so he's on 4 points now. It's
क्यों
his
पता है?
first defeat. क्यों?
भाई B6 नहीं खेला वो. He should just have
हाँ.
stuck to whatever was working.
ना भाई, वो काम तो ओपनिंग ने तो काम कर दिया था भाई. उसके बाद बेटर नहीं थी उसकी.
That is
बट
true. That is true.
but yeah, different day. Yeah, happens. I think players also start taking you more seriously.
Correct.
They see you as a youngster, and फिर वो एक mentality change हो जाती है लोगों की. So I think that's probably another reason for this. But still, I think a great show by Gautam Krishna today. I think he's definitely shown that he's grandmaster material, like super grandmaster material when it comes to faster formats. कल तो क्या ही performance थी उसकी.
Yeah, and chat is saying, can we quickly show them Arjun ka last moves. In fact, the last position because हमने छोड़ दिया था. We also didn't see the finish edge, right? So can you see the last 4-5 moves, please?
Yeah, this was the position where, remember, chat after knight f6 check was the bad move and bishop e5 was the blunder. I think in time pressure,
हाँ.
bishop e7 के बाद ये pawn मर गया. Then he defended his bishop, queen trade, queen हटाया, a3, g3, b3. These pawns are just too far advanced. King h2 आया, b2, and he just played bishop c3. Okay. Oh, oh, that was brutal.
Yeah, and queen d7, queen e4. No perpetual checks because black kicking के पास काफी ज्यादा जगह है chat.
Like, if you played queen d7, like only move is queen e1 जहाँ पे draw होगा, yeah? Because you have queen c8. अच्छा, ये भी draw नहीं because bishop d8 है मेरे पास. Wow. मेरे को लगा किंग g7 क्वीन g4 कैन बी अ ड्रॉ, बट बिशप d8 से आप तोड़ सकते हो उसको एंड देन यू कैन प्ले किंग g7 एंड पुश दिस पॉन डाउन. बट या,
Yeah, but what a game, what a round, Sahaj.
absolutely. It's a bit sad for Arjun, but I think Artem, you've really played well in time pressure. We still have two more games remaining, by the way. There is one game of Rakhmanov versus Lev Zverev, and then we have Anwar Tariq playing against Nicola Altini. These are the only two games remaining in the open section. बट या भाई सैड हो गया यार.
एंड भाई हाँ सैड तो हुआ है. कुछ पॉजिटिव कर लाना चाहूंगा कि गुड न्यूज. आवर फ्रेंड रौनक भाई हैज वन एंड चैट का फेवरेट हर्षित राजा हैज आल्सो वन हिज गेम.
अरे अमेजिंग अमेजिंग. हर्षित इज ऑन
तो
3.5 नाउ.
या 3.5 ऑन 5 ऑन 6.
क्रेजी भाई क्रेजी. ये तो रेटिंग तो आज कूद रही होगी उसकी.
भाई वो भी कूद रहा होगा. एंड कार्तिक वेंकटरामन बीट अमीन बसिन. एसएल नारायण बीट सुमिया बिलगुन. सो फ्यू विंस. One person who has had a shocker is Levan Aronian. भाई हार गया फिर से against Dennis
अगेंस्ट हू?
Magnus. Dennis Magnus. Pragg beat Kobalia. Oops, my camera उड़ गया. But Alireza Firuza has also won, so he's on 4. He can make a late comeback as well.
By the way, mistake here. King h6 should be winning here for white, but yeah, that was a big shocker. भाई हमारा डिफेंडिंग वर्ल्ड चैंपियन क्या कर रहा है? वर्ल्ड रैपिड चैंपियन.
भाई उसका तो पूरा
उसका ड्रॉ
स्क्रीन
हुआ
में
भाई.
नीचे जाना पड़ेगा मेरे को.
78
Yeah,
भाई. वो
he's at.
हर्षित के ज्यादा पॉइंट है बोलादार मुर्जिन से, पता है?
हर्षित का 1 पॉइंट ज्यादा है. आधा भी नहीं,
हाँ.
1 पॉइंट. So the defending champion is having a stinker, but young Bolodar Murzin, it was two heavy issues to fill probably.
Yeah, for sure. And chat में अर्जुन जी पूछ रहे हैं, does still Arjun have chances to win the tournament? Yes, of course he does, because
Yeah,
remember chat कि
for
टॉप
sure.
4 में आपको फिनिश करना है और उसके बाद वो क्वालिफाइंग स्टेजेस होंगे आई थिंक जो कल होंगे. तो टॉप 4 में आप फिनिश करो, फिर उसके बाद आप सेमीफाइनल्स फाइनल्स खेलोगे एंड देन यू कैन प्ले यू कैन प्ले फॉर अ विन.
Yeah, I think definitely chances to head just need like a couple of wins in a row, 2-3 wins in a row to get this. But I think in this position, Rakhmanov is just going to push his pawn and win the game.
भाई क्लॉक भी थोड़ा दबा दो. किंग f7 ड्रॉ हो गई भाई.
What? No
ड्रॉ हो
way.
गई भाई. लो
No way, bhai. He had to
भाई, ये तो
push the
गलत हुआ.
pawn.
वो बिशप अब थोड़ी ना किंग f6 खेलेगा, वो नाइट d7 जाएगा ना. अब तो कोई पॉइंट ही नहीं है किंग को रखने का इधर. हाँ, बिकॉज दिस इज द रॉन्ग कलर पॉन चैट. तो बेसिकली नाइट से सिर्फ g4 मारना है आपको, दैट्स इट. किंग का आप ऐसे लाके लाए किंग g5, जस्ट नाइट g4 मार देगा वो. जस्ट पुट द किंग ऑन g8, दैट्स इट. सिंपल ड्रॉ. किंग g8 ले जाओ. सी ही जस्ट
Yeah.
टेक्स इट. बिशप टेक्स किंग g8 किंग h8 हो गई ड्रॉ. बाय द वे, जो बार दिख रहा है आपको, बार इतना इजीली फोर्ट्रेसेस नहीं समझता है. दैट्स व्हाई यू आर सीइंग दिस प्रॉब्लम. देयर इट इज. एग्री टू अ ड्रॉ. 100 मूव्स.
Wow, what a big miss by Rakhmanov actually, Sahajbhai, because he was doing really well. He could have gone to Harshit Bhai's score and he drew with Pragg as well in this event, but this one, a big miss.
भाई कोई चैट में बोल रहा है देयर आर नो नॉकआउट, इज इट जस्ट 13 राउंड्स स्विच? इज दैट ट्रू राकेश भाई? बिकॉज़ आई
Of
थिंक आई
course, that
सॉ
is
इट.
true. Of course, that
तो
is.
कोई
Chat is always right.
कोई स्टेजेस नहीं है क्या?
नहीं, रैपिड में they just play 13 rounds. ब्लिट्स में है नॉकआउट वाला
हाँ,
सिस्टम.
ओके ओके ओके, गॉट इट. माय बैड चैट, माय बैड, माय बैड.
Yeah.
हमने वो ग्राफिक्स देखे थे उसमें, मे बी आई गॉट अ बिट कंफ्यूज. बट या, रैपिड में स्विस
हाँ,
एंड
ये
देन
मुझे भी
ब्लिट्स में
समझ नहीं
प्लेऑफ्स.
रहा. करेक्ट.
तो रैपिड में भी
टॉप
प्लेऑफ्स रखो ना
4.
फिर तो.
नहीं, वो ज्यादा टाइम लगता है ना प्लेऑफ्स करने में.
अच्छा
आई डोंट नो
अच्छा
द
अच्छा.
लॉजिक. बट FIDE. बट हाँ आई थिंक ये
हम्म।
जो हमारे राइट साइड में बॉक्स है बॉटम राइट में, दैट शुड जस्ट हैव रैपिड इन्फो। ये ब्लिट्स का दिखा के ना आप कंफ्यूज कर रहे हो। देखो टॉप फॉर्मेट के ओ क्यों है ये, हटा देना चाहिए आई थिंक टेस्कॉम को, बिकॉज इट्स कंफ्यूजिंग आई थिंक।
हाँ, क्योंकि देख देख के लग रहा है कि टॉप फोर जो स्विस में खेल रहे हैं रैपिड के वो टॉप फोर में जाएंगे, बट रैपिड में
एग्जैक्टली,
ऐसा है नहीं।
मतलब
हाँ, बड़ा
ब्लिट्स का
कंफ्यूजिंग है।
फॉर्मेट ऑफ ब्लिट्स टूर्नामेंट में दिखाओ ना, यहाँ पे क्यों दिखा रहे हो ऐसा।
हम्म।
बट
बाय
या
द वे,
व्हाट अबाउट
लास्ट गेम
दिस
रिमेनिंग।
पोजीशन।
लास्ट गेम है क्वीन पॉन वर्सेस क्वीन पॉन G5 पे, थोड़ा लंबा चल सकता
अनवर
है।
तारिक, या अनवर तारिक वर्सेस निकोला अल्टीनी। ये तो भाई बहुत
चेक
पीछे
दिया।
के बोर्ड्स है, बोथ प्लेयर्स ऑन 1 पॉइंट। सो लेट्स सी, बट
बाय द
चेस
वे,
इज ऑलवेज फन, कोई भी लेवल का
वी
हो।
आर ऑन 127 मूव्स या दिस
ओ
विल बी द
वाओ दिस,
लॉन्गेस्ट गेम आई थिंक दैट वी हैव एवर।
हाँ करेक्ट।
200 चाल
एक
भी चल
बात,
सकता है गेम।
वेरी नाइस क्वेश्चन अबाउट बाय द लंदन सिस्टम, फॉस्टिनो ओरो का क्या चल रहा है। दैट्स अ ग्रेट पॉइंट, आई एम क्यूरियस। भाई
देखो
ओरो में
देखो
तो
भाई,
बहुत सारे हैं।
व्हाट हैपेंड, मैग्नस
हाँ
ड्रू, यस भाई, मैग्नस ड्रू हिज मैच।
भाई,
तो
अभी मैंने, या मैग्नस ड्रू अभी मैंने सर्च किया तो समझा अब्दुल सत्तारोव में भी ओरो है।
वाह भाई, ये रखना चाहिए था ना मेंबरशिप क्वेश्चन। किसके नाम में औरो है?
Oh, Faustino is on 3 out of 6, so 50%.
हम्म।
Not having a great tournament, but not bad either. Also, I'm
भाई,
curious to know भाई होजे का क्या चल रहा है।
ऑल्सो भाई वो
होजे मट,
मेंबरशिप क्वेश्चन कर लें व्हाइल द गेम इज गोइंग ऑन, व्हाट डू यू थिंक?
yeah, for sure. Chat, are you ready, भाई लोग, बहन लोग, everyone. Chat, if you're ready. सिंदारो का ड्रॉ हुआ भाई। Govind ji is asking. Sindaro drew, and Sindaro is at 4.5, so he's in the chasing pack. I'm ready with the
क्रेजी।
question. Chat, if you, I see 10, 10 log, if you write ready, I will go ahead with the question. Gukesh game by Gukesh drew already, so it's done. We are just waiting for this last game, and then we'll maybe take a quick break. But we would like, yeah, I think Sahaj is right. Let's do the membership question now. So yeah, I see everyone, and Firearm Bhai Ajib ही कुछ लिख रहे, not ready. नहीं
तभी
लिख
तभी
रहे
तो
उससे
पूछो,
अच्छा।
रेडी नहीं है तभी पूछो, उसको नहीं
हाँ
जीतनी चाहिए
अच्छा है,
मेंबरशिप।
फायर आर्म को तो मिलेगा ही, मॉड्स को तो हम देंगे ही नहीं वैसे।
हाँ,
बढ़िया।
वैसे वो भी कर सकते हैं ना कि आई थिंक एक तो मेंबरशिप क्वेश्चन के साथ साथ उसको मॉड भी निकाल दो, बेस्ट, डबल गिफ्ट।
हाँ अगर किसी ने भी करेक्ट आंसर दिया तो अनमॉड हो जाएगा। But okay, chat is ready. On a serious note, it's about the World Rapid Championship. Let's go. Top three correct answers will get a membership or 1 month each. So three winners. फटाफट Google chat GPT खोल के ready रखना. Yeah, use your brain, we don't mind. But the question is, how many medals does Magnus Carlsen have in World Rapid Championship? Number of medals. Gold, silver, bronze, तीनों मिला के. Let's go. Top three answers, Saj bhai, we are looking for.
भाई, आई एम नॉट श्योर व्हाट द
Oh,
नंबर इज या।
oh yeah, I want you to guess as well, Saj bhai.
आई विल
I
से
see.
लाइक 6 or 7।
Okay, you are close. I see some answers. Yeah, I see one, two. The correct answer is chat. Yeah, correct. Three winners दिख गए मुझे. Correct answer is 8. He has
ओ,
5 gold, 1 silver, and 2 bronze. So correct answer is 8. Says, but you were also pretty close. And let's go. The winners are. भाई भाई बहुत ऊपर जाना पड़ेगा, बहुत लोगों ने
रुको
लिखा
मैं
है।
ढूंढ रहा हूँ। 8, फायर आर्म ने 8 ही बोला था भाई।
बट
ये
वो
तो
तो
नहीं जीतेगा
तुक्का
ना।
था, उसके बाद उसने
तो
25 लिख दिया ना, तो हिज आंसर इज इनवैलिड।
हाँ, वैसे भी वो रेडी नहीं था
तो
तो कैसे मान ले। निखिल।
या निखिल
निखिल।
XIXX इज द फर्स्ट
देन
वन.
कुवारन,
कुवर
अनुभव सिंह।
कुवर अनुराग सिंह is the second one, and Rexer 11 is the third winner.
यस।
So Rexer, Kuwar Anubhav Singh, and Nikhil, please send me a photo of the YouTube chat open, and आपका भी Gmail दिखना चाहिए on the top right. Email it to rakesh@chess.com, and we'll give you the membership as soon as possible. सही में
क्रेजी।
अच्छा सवाल था ना, ये अच्छा सवाल था आई थिंक।
बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया
मतलब
सवाल था, मतलब मजा भी आया कि फायर आर्म ठीक भी बोला फिर भी नहीं जीता। अमेजिंग। और बोलो
Oh,
भाई तुम नहीं हो,
आप
नहीं तुम
इसमें
रेडी नहीं थे ना भाई, तुम रेडी नहीं थे ना, तो
I was the
तुम्हारा आंसर
first
तो
to
तुक्का वाला है।
answer. Yeah,
हाँ
but
हाँ
you
हाँ,
were not ready ना भाई. And
तो तुम
firearm
रेडी
की
नहीं है तो
आप
कैसे कर सकते हैं तुमको।
और उन्होंने और एक गलती किया ना, हीरो 25 लेटर तो
हाँ
4 भी
हाँ
लिखा है. तो
हाँ
मल्टीपल आंसर्स तो वी डोंट अलाउ, सो
हाँ हाँ
सैडली.
हाँ, एग्जैक्टली। अग्रीड अग्रीड अग्रीड। चैट में सब लोग अग्री करते हैं ऐसे कि फायर आपको नहीं मिलना चाहिए, भाई एक बार यस और नो लिख दो। यस मतलब यू अग्री कि नहीं मिलना चाहिए, नो मतलब तुम नहीं अग्री करते। यूनिटी यहीं पे दिखी, यहीं पे
फेयर.
दिखेगी भाई यूनिटी।
हाँ, यहाँ पे ईमेल कर दो. आई एम जस्ट पुटिंग इट
देख सब
इन
अग्री कर
चैट.
रहे हैं।
एग्री एग्री एग्री. यस नो
सॉरी
यस
भाई।
यस. फायर तो भाई है वैसे भी. वुमेन
हाँ
सेक्शन
भाई
में
भाई।
एक गेम चल रहा है बाय द वे, क्यूट स्माइल बोल रहे हैं. So we can maybe check that out. One more, please.
कोई
Yes,
चल रहा है।
we will have our next question at 1,000 likes, chat. So do hit the like button if you haven't. And before we go on a break, Ruchi Sanan 4707 is asking Saj Bhai and Rakesh Bhai, who were your idols growing up? And it can be from any field. A great question, actually.
Idols, idols, idols. Okay, like I think not as growing up, but I really admire Kobe Bryant. I mean, I that's the reason why I started watching basketball, and I really admire Kobe Bryant. I would say if I knew him when I was younger, he would definitely be my idol. But okay, in India, that's not a big sport, so मेरे को थोड़ा later age में समझ आया, but I would say Kobe Bryant. What about you?
So that's a great one. I think, of course, chess wise was so Vishy sir. I think none of us would be here without Vishy sir. But in other fields, I think Abhinav Bindra was a big influence. And World Cup में आए थे गोवा में, so I was really happy to meet him, like see him for the first time. But it was around like 2008 when he won gold medal for India. And काफी बार ऐसे I was following him उसके बाद. And couple of times, when you have this as a sports person, as an athlete, edge by when you really want to quit or you think it's not going your way. And that time I picked up his book, One Shot at History, and I read it. काफी सही लगा उसके बाद. So I really owe that one to him. So
अरे
बहुत सही था.
beautiful, beautiful. I'll check that book out as well. Actually, I'll check it. One shot at history. Yeah, I like
Yeah.
reading books like that. It's very cool. Nice, nice, nice. Very nice.
That was a great question. And Gukesh का score क्या भाई? Gukesh is at 5. Samay bhai, if you can have the standings and then head into our first break of the day. Even छोटा वाला quickie, like two
Yeah.
3 minute break.
Yeah, there it is. The standings in front of us. Artemiev leading the pack with 5.5, and उसके बाद काफी सारे players, 7 of them sharing the spotlight with 5 points. Maggie, Gukesh, David Anton, Hans, MVL, so many players. And then on 4.5, there's a lot of players amongst the Indians. There is Arjun, थोड़ा sad है उसके लिए, but hoping he can make a comeback. Besides him, there is Nihal, Sandeep Panchanda, and I'm sure there will be more as well. But that is where we stand in terms of the standings. And अभी के लिए it doesn't mean that there is no Indian who's going to finish in the top 3. I think there is still a very very big chance. Remember chat, आज 3 राउंड्स हैं, कल 4 राउंड्स हैं, मतलब आपके पास 7 राउंड और हैं, और 7 राउंड में कुछ भी पलट सकता है. So the game is completely on.
Game is on, and technically by schedule, the second game should have started like 10 minutes ago. But game started a little late, and we still these two players are playing. So that's why I think it's nice to take a quick break. Chat, you also get your chai popcorn in, because next game is going to be a banger. Maybe Gukesh versus Hans coming up.
Absolutely. We'll see you on the other side, chat.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it. At
At TotalEnergies, we are staying the course of our transition strategy. Working with our partners and drawing on our heritage and technical expertise, we are building a multi-energy company. In Qatar, TotalEnergies produces oil and gas with local partners and contributes to the development of solar-based electricity and research initiatives aligned with the country's evolving energy landscape. TotalEnergies is moving towards energy that is more reliable, more affordable, and more sustainable.
Yo, welcome back. Round 7, lucky number 7, thala for a reason. Let's go, Sahaj bhai. India ka round banega ye.
Absolutely, bhai, because we have Gukesh playing against Alexi Sarana, जो एक्चुअली रशिया से है बट अभी सर्बिया के लिए खेलते हैं. एंड बोर्ड 3 पे मैच है हमारा, एंड दिस इज वन ऑफ द मेन मैचेस, क्योंकि गुकेश 5 पॉइंट पे खेल रहे हैं. सिर्फ 5.5 आधे पॉइंट की लीड है आर्टेमियफ के पास, पर उसका मैग्नस से मैच है, तो वहां तो मतलब जीतेगा तो नहीं. तो ये अगर हम जीत गए तो वी आर ऑन बेसिकली, विल बी टाइड फॉर द फर्स्ट प्लेस.
Yeah, I mean, and round 7 pairing with the white pieces, Sarana के साथ खेलना है. I think Sahaj bhai, easy money.
ओ या फॉर श्योर. एंड बाय द वे निंजा पे समय भाई वो अपलोड नहीं हो रहा है वो गेम जो मैंने चेंज किया अभी कुकेश वर्सेस सराना, एक बार आपको चेक कर लेना. And by the way, another match that I think is very, very critical for today is the match between Ivan Zemlyansky and Nihal Sarin. ये ninth board पे चल रहा है
Oh.
match. And why I say it's an important matchup is because I have played and I have contributed to Ivan Zemlyansky's 2 Grandmasters norm, by the way.
अच्छा, मतलब आपको हरा के या ड्रॉ करके बनाया उसका?
हाँ भाई, एक बार हराया था, एक बार ड्रॉ किया था भाई, बट दोनों बार इतना स्ट्रांग खेलता है भाई वो, और इतना फास्ट प्लेयर है वो. यहाँ पे एब्सोल्यूट आग लगेगी आज बोर्ड पे. एंड देयर वी सी द पेयरिंग्स इन फ्रंट ऑफ अस. You can see the match we're talking about is the one second last from the bottom, Ivan Zemlyansky versus Nihal Sarin. Dono youngsters, both are known for their fast chess. Will be a very, very tough match, I think, for Nihal, hoping he can make a comeback. And then, of course, we have Gukesh on board 3 playing against Alexi Sarana with the white pieces. यहाँ पे Gukesh मेरे लिए will be a favorite. Hoping he can make a comeback. 6 points out of 7 is, I think, a good way to start. And Rakesh bhai, Maxim Chigai versus Arjun Erigaisi. Is Arjun going to recover from this loss?
I think that's a great question. Time will tell, but he's known to make these comebacks, and I hope also Arjun wins because we need more Indians in the running for the medals. Bottom of the screen आप देख सकते हैं निहाल सरीन एंड संदीपन चंदा, टू मोर इंडियंस. एंड मुझे लगा सहज भाई खुश है नाइन्थ बोर्ड की वजह से बिकॉज दैट वी विल हैव कैमरास, but also nice to know that he has contributed to the Milyansky's GM norms. But Sahaj, like 4 Indians in the top 10, I would say maybe like one of them not in our bingo cards at the start of the event.
या एंड ऑफ कोर्स वो बिगो कार्ड अर्जुन के हाथ में था भाई, पूरा जैकपॉट बन भी गया था, बट उसने बस क्लेम नहीं किया भाई. उसने कहा भाई
Correct.
छोड़ो, थोड़ा आराम से खेलते हैं, बट वो बैकफायर हो गया. वाज वेरी सैड आई थिंक फॉर अर्जुन, बट मोमेंटम नहीं छोड़ना चाहिए बिकॉज अर्जुन हैज बीन प्लेइंग स्पेक्टेक्युलर चेस थ्रू आउट. डे 1 में तो उसने एकदम तबाही मचा दी थी, एंड आज भी मतलब ही वाज कंप्लीटली इन द ड्राइवर सीट अगेंस्ट आर्टेमियफ. तो होपिंग ये लॉस उसके लिए उतना खतरनाक नहीं होगा. Hoping that he can make a comeback with the black pieces. But I think for now, Gukesh, as we can see, sitting right now against Alexi Sarana on the board, meditating. Is he going to win today? Chat, aapse sawal, yes or no? Do you believe in the world champion?
Chat spam kar do. Do you believe in Gukesh? Who do you think Gukesh is winning? Yes or no? And we'll see. How many of you think Gukesh will have an easy game?
Absolutely, and we are seeing yes, yes, yes. Everyone saying yes. भाई यही unity चाहिए मतलब गुकेश के लिए. एकदम manifest कर दो भाई win. And of course, it's not that हम सराना को appreciate नहीं कर रहे. Of course, he is there. He's playing on board 3. He's a 2700 player. Of course, full respect to the opponent as well. But एक वो इंडियन फैंस एज अ वर्ल्ड चैंपियन, उसका जो ईयर रहा है गुकेश का, आई फील लाइक दिस
Of
इज द
course.
आर्क वी हैव बीन वेटिंग फॉर. This is the arc of Gukesh that all of us have been waiting for a very long time, and अब दिख रहा है कि वो arc आ रहा है भाई. So I can't wait, yeah. I can't wait for him to show up here.
Yeah, and Imran Khan पूछ रहा है कि सच भाई can you predict the opening? And a
भाई
little
ओपनिंग
late.
प्रेडिक्शन करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है भाई. इंग्लिश ओपनिंग ऑन द बोर्ड जो QGD में ट्रांसफर हो गई आफ्टर ही प्लेस D4, and now he takes the pawn, goes into the Carlsbad structure, bishop G5 on the board. डिंगलिरन के साथ भी ये काफी बार खेला था इन द वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप
Ooh,
गुकेश ने.
Ragozin. Bishop
Yeah,
B4.
yeah, it's oh.
Nihal late as always. The Milyansky ने E4 चल दिया, but Nihal Sarin trying to pull off a Magnus Carlsen.
ऑफ कोर्स भाई, मैनिफेस्ट तो वहां पे भी चल रहा है बहुत। एंड उसने G6 खेला भाई। भाई
तो
ही
भाई,
प्लेड G6। ओहो, वी आर
अर्जुन इज
गेटिंग अनदर
ऑल्सो
न्यूज।
लेट
अरे सब लेट,
भाई।
अर्जुन इज आल्सो लेट। ठीक है भाई,
भाई
मतलब
मैग्नस मैग्नस का आ गया, मैग्नस आ गया भाई। एडिटर भाई, अगर आप देख रहे हो तो आप दिखा सकते हो, लाइक इंडियन बॉयज कॉपिंग मैग्नस ऑफ द बोर्ड एज वेल। मतलब मैग्नस कार्लसन आ गया, बट निहाल सरीन इज लेट। अर्जुन एरिगेसी इज नॉट इवन एट द बोर्ड।
अर्जुन भाई अभी भी सोचते हुए, ओहो,
नाउ देयर
देयर
ही
ही इज।
इज, Gandhi. Wow, come on, Arjun, you can do this. Knight F3 played by Maxime. But Saj, I would really quickly like to tell you that the reason why Chigawa is here is because he beat Jan Nepomniachtchi.
ओ, ओके ओके, तो मतलब वहां पर भी कुछ इशू रहा होगा ना, मतलब होटल में कुछ अकोमोडेशन अच्छा नहीं होगा वो सब।
और दोहा का एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स खराब होगा या
हाँ
कुछ
हाँ,
तो।
समझ में आता है वो, मतलब समझ में आता है। नेपो बोलेगा अभी कुछ ट्विटर पे, मजा आएगा भाई। He plays knight f6, by the way. Let's switch back to Gukesh's board because Gukesh has just played bishop to f4, sidestepping from mainstream opening there. Bishop h4 is the main move,
आप
and
मीडिया बोलने वाले थे ना? मेन
mainstream by
स्ट्रीम
mainstream by mainstream.
बढ़िया, bishop f4 on the board, c6 knight bd7 is possible for Alexei Sarana there. And just quickly head to head stats, one each, two draws। एक हुआ था वर्ल्ड रैपिड चैंपियनशिप में, और इस साल के टाटा स्टील में सहज भाई।
क्या बात है राकेश भाई, कहाँ से निकाल रहे हो भाई, ब्रेक के बीच में ऐसे रिसर्च कर रहे हो मुझे लगता है राकेश भाई।
और भाई चैट डिजर्व्स ऑल ऑफ दिस, दे डिजर्व द
भाई
कैमरास, दे डिजर्व अमेजिंग कमेंट्री, फन, इंसाइटफुल एंड सम फन फैक्ट्स।
भाई लाइक कैन वी जस्ट अप्रिशिएट राकेश भाई, लाइक इन दिस रिगार्ड, या लाइक कम ऑन, ब्रेक के बीच में भी भाई पूरा रिसर्च करके बैठा है भाई, ताकि हमको सब कुछ हेड टू हेड स्टार्ट्स मिले भाई। दैट इज प्योर लाइक डेडिकेशन राइट देयर, राकेश भाई ओपी भाई।
थैंक यू भाई, लेट्स गो। बट सहज भाई, your predictions for our Indian boys in the
अरे
top 10
धोएगा भाई,
rows?
गुकेश धोएगा आज। आज पूरा एकदम वो सराहना लगा के सोएगा आज वो, लिटरली। सराहने को पंजाबी में उसको तकिया को सराहना बोलते हैं, बाय द वे, इन केस यू
सही
डिडंट
में?
नो।
Wait
हाँ
a
भाई,
second,
सराहना,
really?
सराहना बोलते हैं उसको, हाँ भाई पंजाबी में, आई थॉट यू।
सराहना मतलब पिलो, तकिया?
हाँ, उसको पिलो बोलते हैं भाई, हाँ
भाई,
हमारे घर पे हम
ओए,
सराहना ही बोलते हैं।
ओए गुकेश, पाजी चलो, सराहना भाई, ठोको नाली।
लेट्स गो भाई, एक राकेश भाई प्योर पंजाबी में, लेट्स गो भाई।
ओ माय गॉड भाई, बढ़िया। यस भाई, थोड़ा
क्रेजी
आराम
क्रेजी।
से ना। स्थिराना बोलते हैं, मोहित तिवारी जी बोलते हैं, बट आई थिंक इट्स द सेम या।
क्रेजी क्रेजी, बिशप D3 खेला अभी, मतलब गुकेश ने नाइट F3, ये नाइट को G1 पे रख रहा है वो, E2 पे और F3 पे, लाइक इज द पॉसिबिलिटी, बट E2 पे रखना मे बी इज लाइक बेटर, क्योंकि F3 E4 करके आप कुछ ब्रेक कर सकते हो।
मतलब यूपी और राजस्थानी में भी ऐसे ही बोलते हैं, चैट सिंह, सो दैट्स नाइस टू नो व्हाई।
हाँ
एंड टिक्कू भाई की कमी फील नहीं हो रही अब? कुछ ज्यादा ही टाइम पास हो गया भाई,
हो
बढ़िया
गया
भाई।
भाई, अच्छा भाई, अब टिक्कू भाई की याद तो आ रही है भाई, याद तो आ रही है भाई। But let's stay with the game strat as he goes c5 with the idea of knight c6 and maybe c4 on the horizon as well for Gukesh. And now Gukesh taking some time to digest by how do I proceed this position? Do I play knight f3, which is the most logical? Do I go knight e2 where I try to go for some imbalances, or do I play this weird looking a3 move and I say, bhai ye pawn free ka mar raha hai. What do I do? Rakesh bhai, if it was you playing as white, what would you do here?
नाइट G2 भाई।
Knight g2 भाई, गुकेश also said the same। मेरे को लग रहा है देख के।
कैमरा में देख के बोला हुआ। बट आई थिंक हाँ, A3 में ना वो पॉन टेक्स पॉन का ऑप्शन था, सो गुकी वांट्स टू रिकैप्चर विद द नाइट ऑन C3 प्रोबेबली, या D4 भी नहीं मारोगे तो नाइट से शायद रिकैप्चर करना चाहते हैं गुकेश। आई थिंक डेफिनेटली वेल बेटर प्रिपेयर्ड हियर देन सराना, और चाहेंगे कि ही एंड्स अप विद द विन। पॉन टेक्स पॉन ऑन द बोर्ड। सहज भाई, पॉन से रिकैप्चर या नाइट से रिकैप्चर?
He goes pawn takes pawn, yeah, it's on the board. Okay, there we have it. It's similar question, I think pawn se या फिर knight se, but in this scenario I would go with the knight most likely. I don't know, it
या
it feels like IQP looks kind of tempting for me. He takes with
Gukesh
the
Bhai is
pawn.
like, no way, Jose. Pawn takes knight c6, short castle. I think black has equalized though. Matlab, of course, I'm rooting for Gukesh, but kudos to Sarana Bhai. Do you agree black has equalized, Sahaj Bhai?
No, I think still very far from it for me because at your best sort of way to play in this position, आप bishop d6 करके ये bishop trade करो, but I still have a good bishop on d3 and you have a bad bishop on c8. Like मेरे दोनों bishops I think black से better हैं अभी. So maybe objectively 0-0-0 दिख रहा है मुझे बाहर में, but practically I think okay हमारे पास because we have better bishops, I will choose like a Gukesh's position here.
That is fair, bhai. Chat is asking Tiku bhai ka honeymoon khatam ho gaya. Nahi bhai. Tiku bhai is working actually on site and his wife Pannali Dharia WM is on 2 out of 5. So hopefully she also has a nice tournament. Coming back, Saj bhai, do you want to switch to Arjun's game maybe?
लेट्स गो भाई, लेट्स गो लेजेंडरी गाइसी भाई. ये एक भाई क्यों स्विच किया मैंने, क्यों what क्या what's going on भाई. I don't even know, I don't even know where to begin. पॉन f4 पे क्यों है, why.
आपका वो मतलब
चैट आपको एक गेस देता
golden.
हूँ, गेस करो कौन सी ओपनिंग है भाई, मान जाऊंगा आपको.
Can I guess, Saj bhai?
करो भाई, मान जाऊंगा आपको अगर आप ओपनिंग बताओगे तो.
Birds opening से है?
भाई
F4
बर्ड तो,
4
अच्छा F4, अच्छा हाँ नहीं नहीं, गुड गेस बाय द वे, बट बर्ड से नहीं है. अपेरेंटली इट इज नोन एज नियो कैटलन डिफेंस इन सम इंग्लिश ओपनिंग विद नाइट F3 नाइट F6. कुछ वियर्ड बिकॉज अर्जुन प्लेड D4 D3 ऐसे बिशप चेक A5 नाइट E5 खेला उसने, स्ट्रेंज मूव एंड देन ही गोज F4 हियर नाइट B D7 के बाद, एंड नाउ दिस इज द करंट पोजीशन.
भाई नियो
कुछ भी चल
कैटलान
रहा
के
है.
अंदर नियो तो एयरबसेस के प्लेन नए वाले होते हैं मतलब व्हाट इज द नियो कैटलान मतलब
मेरे को लगता है
कैटलान
नियो
में तो
वहां डाल
पॉन
देते हैं.
D4 पे होता है ना मतलब
हाँ
आई डोंट
नियो
नो.
वहां डाल देते हैं कि कैटलन जैसी है बट ओके समथिंग मिक्स्ड, वहां पे नियो डाल देते हैं.
या वो नहीं हो कैटलान जैसे नहीं है नहीं हो ऐसा यूज करता है. नाइट F3 बैक सहज में व्हाट्स द लॉजिक हियर
भाई
मतलब
इस गेम
गया
में
क्यों फिर
लॉजिक,
नाइट आगे.
इस गेम में लॉजिक मत ढूंढो. आई थिंक कोई कोई
लॉजिक इज
लॉजिक नहीं
लेफ्ट
है यहाँ पे.
चैट.
लॉजिक हैज लेफ्ट भाई. दोनों प्लेयर्स आई थिंक आर आउट फॉर ब्लड. देर बोथ extremely sharp, extremely creative players. Knight F3 I think he's just trying to keep more pieces on the board ताकि वो short castle के बाद ये थोड़ा D4 पे pressure डाल सके. And of course the more you capture the more simplified the position becomes, and both of the players are trying to play for a win here. That's my take.
Yeah, that's a great point. Maxim Chugaev, who beat Nepomniachtchi, also became a dad recently to another chess player, matlab, device chess player. So, very, very strong player. Nepo ko harana not easy, Sahaj bhai, in any format.
एब्सोल्युटली भाई. एंड एक मैच पे मैं फोकस करना चाहूंगा जो मैं पहले से बोल रहा था कि दिस इज द वन वी हैव टू फोकस ऑन, दैट इज बोर्ड 9 बिटवीन इवान जेमेलियान्स्की एंड निहाल सरीन. एंड निहाल ने कुछ तो
Oh,
खेला है भाई, सम मॉडर्न ओपनिंग. एक भी पॉन मतलब B4 का पॉन है बट ओके इट डजंट डू मच. एंड राइट नाउ ही हैज प्लेड बिशप F4 व्हिच इज अ मिस्टेक. एंड निहाल के पास सिर्फ एक ही चाल है यहाँ पे, बिशप टेक्स E4 as we can see from the blue arrow, which keeps things balanced. Otherwise Nihal is in deep trouble.
maybe like bishop E4 and pawn D5. बंद कर दो
Yes,
दरवाजा. Oh, he
like
plays
bishop
knight F5. Is he in trouble, Sahaj bhai?
by yes, that is troubling because पता है यहाँ पे white की बेस्ट चाल क्या है. राकेश भाई टेक अ गेस, चैट टेक अ
कुछ तो
गेस, यहाँ पे बेस्ट चाल क्या है white की, मान जाऊंगा भाई.
अजीब होगा ना कुछ तो भाई.
नहीं मतलब retrospect it looks fine but okay not something I would play.
King F1. या कुछ.
It is in, wow, Kincho with the great guess there. It is indeed G4.
Oh,
Super
Kencho
sharp.
OP, bhai. Kencho, very nice.
GG Kincho, like amazing. G4 is the best move here. And by the way, look at the follow up. Black has to go knight takes D4, knight takes D4, and pawn takes E5 and say, okay, I took two of your pawns and I'm gonna give you one back. But white can say, no, I will take this pawn on E6. And even though you have an extra pawn, these pawns are really bad. And I'll just take my bishop back and white is just better.
Yeah, the king is in the center, underdeveloped, not looking good at all for Nihal there. If Zemeliansky finds this, Nihal is in big trouble.
Yup, I think not looking great for the Indian youngster, but let's see what happens. Very, very tough match. Shall we take a look at another game?
भाई गौतम मैच प्लीज बोल रहे हैं, और कैन वी जस्ट बिफोर दैट कैन वी गो टू गुकेश's board because an interesting question in chat. He says, bhai, is Gukesh's game from his WCC 2024 prep?
Could be. Oh
Yeah,
yes.
that's
Oh
a
yes,
great
because
question. It's
Ding
really.
Ding actually plays Ragozin religiously, at
Uh,
least lately. So yeah, could be. भाई आई थिंक a lot of his games resemble the WC prep. I think WC prep करने के बाद I think you become a completely different animal because इतना आप चेस प्रिपेयर करते हो, आप सारी ओपनिंग्स को एकदम डीपली मतलब देखते हो इन दैट सेंस. लाइक राकेश भाई, अगर हम दुबोव की बात करें, लाइक व्हाट सेपरेट्स हिम फ्रॉम द रेस्ट ऑफ द प्लेयर्स, लाइक व्हाई डिड ही नॉट प्रिपेयर एज मच फॉर द वर्ल्ड कप. वो बड़ा फेमस इंटरव्यू था उसका, राइट, वो 10 मिनट वाला. लाइक
correct.
why did he do that? Because he was प्रेजेंट फॉर 2 वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप मैचेस फॉर मैग्नस. तो उसके पास जो आइडियाज भरे पड़े हैं भाई, वो सारी जिंदगी वो आइडियाज खेलता रहेगा, फिर भी वो कंप्लीट नहीं होंगे. दैट्स हाउ मच चेस ही नोज.
Hey, that's a great point. And Ronaldo बोल रहे great commentary, sir. Thank you so much. And what happened in Gukesh's game? He drew in the first game. So
या
that's the update there. Let's switch around. Sahaj bhai, uh, Arjun का देख लिया. Maybe Sandeepan Chanda to complete the top 10 boards. And Maggie, of course, भाई. Maggie का भी देखना
भाई
है एक बार.
संदीपन चंदा इज इन सम ट्रबल अगेंस्ट लेक्वांग लियम,
Oh
द
oh
लंदन
oh
एक्सपर्ट.
oh. हाँ ये तो
ये
खत्म
तो
लग रहा है.
भाई थोड़ा खराब लग रहा है. नाइट ऑन E5 इज सच अ मॉन्स्ट्रस पीस. एंड भाई बाय द वे, नाइट E5 एक कुछ टैक्टिक्स लाते हैं भाई. क्वीन G4 एंड ब्लैक बोलता है भाई मुझे मुझे कुछ दिख ही नहीं रहा है. आई प्ले आई मेरा रुक अनडेवलप्ड है, मैं इसको ऐसे लाता हूँ रुके F8. चैट वाइट टू प्ले एंड विन.
Let's go chat.
थोड़ा भाई थोड़ी टैक्टिक्स दिखाओ भाई हमें भी. लेट्स गो.
भाई करेक्ट आंसर को एक पजल रश फ्री डेली.
Exactly. By knight G6 check is the move. Knight
ब्यूटी.
G6 check, pawn takes, and queen H3. H4, H5 covered है तो H3, and you just checkmate. Queen H4 आते you'll just take this. So a nice tactic there. But of course, Sandeepan is not gonna fall for this. But this idea is in the cards because Rook और King एकदम कोने में फंसे पड़े हैं, and Sandeepan को किसी point पे G5 फेंकना पड़ेगा to get some counter play. But right now, he's in trouble.
या गो ऑल इन संदीपन. आई थिंक पोजीशन वैसे भी खराब है उनकी. On that note, Sahaj bhai, Hans has drawn his game very quickly against Ray Robson. So that's an update. Board 4 पे. And let's switch to Maggie.
Okay, let's check out Maggie. I think Hans making a pretty comfortable draw. By the way, look at the difference between Magnus and Artem. भाई Artem ये यही सोच के आया है कि हर मैच में मतलब आधा मिनट लेके आऊंगा मैं, एंड देन उसके बाद वहीं से खेलूंगा मैं. मेरे को ब्लिट्स ही बेटर आता है. Like in the first match also he did the same thing. Like where he was playing on seconds and he managed to defeat Arjun. And then उसके बाद Magnus के साथ भी भाई almost 9 मिनट का difference.
That's actually very interesting. And वो दोनों ही मैचेस में ऐसा किया आज के इसमें. आई डोंट नो what he did yesterday. Was he so low on time, Sahaj bhai? But this looks like a strategy, and Maggie looks bored थोड़ा सा.
हाँ भाई वो सोचा जा रहा है ना, रैपिड है भाई, जल्दी खेलो. That's what Maggie is saying. जल्दी जल्दी खेलोगे तो अभी अभी 1 मिनट से कम होगा तो he'll switch on that RT mode in that sense.
That's why chat is very alert. Something they have spotted which we haven't is भले ही कम time हो, but look at Vladislav Artemyev's accuracy. 100% after 11 moves.
भाई 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 सोचने का कुछ तो फायदा हुआ. बट ओके, अर्जुन
हाँ
के साथ नहीं
हाँ.
था 100% भाई. अर्जुन के साथ
Correct.
सोच के भी खराब ही थी पोजीशन, बट ही पुल्ड अ
I,
फिरूजा देर. जैसे फिरूजा ने गुकेश के साथ किया था या कैंडिडेट्स में, जब उसके पास कुछ तो 10-12 चाल थी एंड ही हैड वेरी लिटिल टाइम, लेस देन लाइक 30 सेकंड्स ऑन द क्लॉक, एंड देन ही मैनेज टू विन. वो फिरूजा की बुक से उसने लिया. ये कहता है कि फिरूजा कर सकता है तो मैं भी कर सकता हूँ.
correct. भाई मैग्नस तो उठ के चला गया, बोल रहे थे खेलने सोचने दे इसको. He is out of here. And on that note, Arjun mistake बोल रहे chat में, but I don't think so, भाई. He isn't minus at all. Kincho, our mod is saying Artemyev's ready to take Magnus down. That's a hot take, Sahaj bhai. Do you agree with that?
I think draw. No. I think Magnus won't lose in rapid is my take. I think Magnus will remain undefeated. Draw, he'll make a bunch of draws, but I don't think he will lose. That's at least my take. What do you think, chat? And what do
Interesting.
you think, Rakesh bhai?
I think draw would be like the fair result. Raja blunder, Harshit bhai, क्या दिख रहा है उसका game?
इक्वल है
I'll
भाई,
have a look. अच्छा,
देखा
chat
मैंने।
is just trolling then.
भाई एक बार गौतम कृष्णा का भी चेक करते हैं, उसने B3 वापस खेला कि नहीं। तो जस्ट वो वाइब्स के लिए एक बार चेक कर लेते हैं। पहली चाल, दिस इज द करंट पोजीशन, इक्वल है भाई, खेला। ही प्लेड B3। लेट्स गो बैक टू हिज ओल्ड वेज भाई, सल्यूट टू गौतम
Respect.
कृष्णा भाई।
I would be
क्रेजी
so
भाई।
disappointed अगर गौतम चेस में लेवी ने बनाया नहीं वीडियो अबाउट गौतम कृष्ण।
भाई अब तो बनता है भाई, ये तो पूरा स्टडी करके आया है। एक एक दिन नहीं खेला क्योंकि ओपोनेंट बहुत प्रिपेयर करके आता B6 के अगेंस्ट, बट वही हार गया वो। बट नाउ इज बैक टू हिज ओल्ड वेज, होपिंग ही कैन मेक अ कमबैक। आई थिंक ग्रेट game so far by Gautam Krishna. I'll switch back to, I think, Gukesh's board 3 पे. He has just played
Yeah.
B3 to avoid knight C4. Let's remind everyone कि the bishop जो F4 पर D6 पे पड़े थे, they have been traded off. But still, Gukesh has a slightly better bishop on B1. Looking at this beautiful diagonal, B1 HM diagonal here, maybe practically a bit more comfortable for Gukesh, but objectively it's equal.
Yeah, and सच पे ऐसा बोलता ना कि चेस में you need two weaknesses of the opponent to win a game. Here, I don't see that for Guki. मतलब कैसे जीतेगा वो?
निकालेगा भाई। I think most likely you are going to try and trade these queens off. Then he's gonna go
Okay.
into some endgame जहाँ पे F3, G4, H4 ऐसे करके खेलेगा, knight F4 पे लेके आएगा, knight E2 पे लेके आएगा, and then he'll try to push G5 like this. This is how I see the game unfolding for Gukesh. Like we've looked at a lot of his games in the past, and you can kind of get a sense of how the player is gonna play, right? This is what I think he's
Hmm.
gonna do.
I think ये वाला लंबा चलेगा, but एक गेम जो शायद लंबा नहीं चलेगा सहज. Let's have a look at Nihal Sarin because what you predicted has happened.
Oh, bhai. ये तो exactly same position. G4 played, knight D4 takes, knight E6 takes, and bishop E3. And now Nihal is in trouble.
He
It's
is
an
in big
understatement.
trouble. आपने बोला,
Yeah,
आपने वार्निंग दिया था चैट को, ही इज अ वेरी स्ट्रांग प्लेयर. अगेन जस्ट 15 इयर्स ओल्ड लाइक गौतम कृष्णा. तो मे बी 10 साल के बाद गौतम और इवान जेवलेंस्की रशिया और इंडिया के लिए ओलंपियाड बोर्ड 1 में आपको दिख सकते हैं मे बी. बट these guys are really strong, these young kids, and they are not afraid of anyone's edge.
absolutely. Ivan Zamilyansky for sure, I think. I've played a lot of these जो closed वाले events होते हैं GM वाले, जहाँ पे ना आपको GM norm करने के लिए chat, just putting it out there, you have to score 7 out of 9. ठीक है, इफ यू स्कोर 7 points out of 9 यू मेक अ जीएम नॉर्म. एंड एज अ ग्रैंड मास्टर मैंने अपनी जिंदगी में सिर्फ एक बार 7 पॉइंट बनाया वहां पे, बिकॉज इट्स वेरी वेरी डिफिकल्ट. एंड तब भी मैं सेकंड आया, बिकॉज गेस व्हाट जेमलियान्स्की स्कोर वाज. ही केम
I
फर्स्ट.
don't know.
उसका एट
सेवन
आउट
एंड
ऑफ नाइन था
हाफ
भाई. 8 out of 9 था
ओ.
भाई. वो छोड़ ही नहीं रहा था भाई किसी को. ड्रॉ भी हुए तो मतलब ऐसे हुए विनिंग था, फिर उसके बाद कहीं पर जाके ओपोनेंट बच गया. लाइक वो छोड़ ही नहीं रहा था भाई किसी को.
Yeah, and by the way, chat, I mean, Zemlyansky's very strong 97 played. Looks tough for Nihal, I think, but another game that looks tough says if you can show Harshit Raja getting crushed. Chat was right, apparently, because why this looks GG. Alexyenko, the former candidate, crushing our commentator, like our co-commentator.
भाई और राजा तो उसका भाई सेंटर में ही फंस गया है. तो
भाई
किंग
राजा
शॉर्ट
खुद को
कास्ट.
हिलाना भूल गया, मतलब
मतलब
करना था
हाँ, ये तो
कास्ट लेकिन.
हो ही नहीं रहा भाई, कोई तो बहुत खराब पोजीशन है. तो एंड प्रॉब्लम इज इवन इफ यू कासल राइट, लाइक अभी फ्यूचर में आई हैव दिस A3 किकिंग दिस नाइट. लाइक मैं ऐसे चैट में दिखाता हूँ, लाइक लेट्स से आई गो H4, यू गो कासल A3, नाइट D5 मुझे लग रहा है नाइट T7 चेक के साथ आ रहा है.
Oh, this is so bad.
एंड दिस इज ऑल्सो हैंगिंग. दिस इज अ बिट ऑफ अ प्रॉब्लम.
Yeah, not looking for good for Mr. Raja. I'm also
But
checking
still, I
koi
think very
or.
good performance so far by Harshit. He has defeated Arkady
Yeah, for
Naiditch
sure.
and Emre Can back to back. So this would, if he wins this, it would be his third win in a row. So 3.5 out of 6, performance of 26-30 chat. Beautiful, I think, performance by Harshit so far.
Yeah, indeed, absolutely. Just having a quick look. अगर कुछ exciting है तो.
Taking a look, I think let's go back to the board number 1 between Artemiev and Magnus. Artemiev के पास 2.5 मिनट बचे हैं भाई, and Magnus के पास
भाई
11.5 मिनट. But somehow
ये कैसे
Artemiev is
चल रहा
better.
है?
But somehow he's
Yeah,
better.
somehow. Was it Alexeyenko caught cheating someone? No, Nitin bhai, that was Shevchenko who was
Hmm.
caught cheating. Alexeyenko the candidates खेला, he's a clean player.
Yeah, जो exactly जो candidates तो सबसे पहला, like he was the first like 2600 to play the candidates. I remember
या बहुत गालियां
like
पड़ी
in
थी
this
उसको
era.
बेचारे को.
But he played
Carlsen
quite well.
takes, yeah,
Hmm.
takes on e4, bishop e4, Mara. And by the Amit is saying Harshit is from Pune, his hometown. Nice to know that, Amit. And even my birthplace was Pune, so
Oh,
nice to
beautiful,
see.
beautiful.
Sahil, आप कहाँ born हुए थे?
Delhi, bhai.
Which city?
Delhi,
Delhi. Okay.
Delhi, bhai,
Chat,
Delhi.
let us know where you were born. Just nice to know where was somebody like born outside India. I'm curious to know actually in chat. बताइए आप लोग कहाँ से हो?
कोई दिल्ली वाले भी हो तो यार बताओ यार.
भाई दिल्ली,
He plays H6.
बड़ौदा, ये आकाश का देखो, डे वन एज अ स्पाई इन इंडिया, कराची बोल दिया भाई ने. चेन्नई.
भाई वो रील्स आने लगे हैं डे 1 as a
या
spy or something. देखा आपने वो रील्स?
या ऑफ कोर्स भाई.
डे 1 फिर उसके बाद तो
गुड.
पेरीपोना करते हैं उनको and then they get caught. It's very funny actually.
एनसीआर, प्लूटो, शिलोंग, बढ़िया भाई, बढ़िया, ऑसम. ओ किंचो इज सेइंग आई वाज बोर्न आउटसाइड इंडिया.
Oh,
Wow,
crazy.
Kincho, like
Huge
so
if true.
difficult to guess. Yeah, huge if true. I was also born in Pune. Oh, nice, like
Crazy, crazy. So
awesome,
many
Chad, awesome.
people loving to see it. By the way, 1.5 minute पड़ा है Artemiev के पास. 90 seconds basically for Artemiev against the goat of chess. But he is having a comfortable advantage as with the white pieces. Question is, how does he carry this position? I like this move f4 a lot. Rakesh bhai, what do you think about this?
I love it, भाई. आपका ही golden pawn, आप ही touch करो. मुझे क्या?
अब तो
He
अटैक
goes
कर रहे हैं ना भाई.
E6. Goes E6, bro. What a crazy move.
Artemiev बोल रहा है, I have less time, so let me create havoc on the board. Oh no, this is a draw. Draw offer भाई.
कैसे? कैसे दिखाओ
F
भाई,
takes
मतलब.
C6, bishop takes H6, G takes H6, bishop takes C6, bishop takes C6. Check.
Oh, you dirty dog. हद है मतलब. And for sure he's seen all this, yeah?
Yeah. Of course. Why else would he play? He knows. I mean, Artemiev knows that he has the advantage, but maybe against Magnus with that little time on the clock, it's a safer, choice to go for the draw.
And like even in a tournament situation, he stays in the lead. It makes sense. ना मतलब उस हिसाब से.
Exactly. So I think it makes a lot of sense going for a draw there. Let's switch to Gukesh's board because Gukesh is back in the driver's seat. You can see Rakesh by F3 has been played. I told you F3 would
Yeah,
be
you
played and some
predicted
G4
that.
H4. कुछ आएगा G4 H4 भाई देखना इस गेम में. Queen straight होने दो पहले.
गुकेश तो जीतने वाला है क्योंकि he's a big fan of धोनी. और चैट राउंड नंबर क्या है? It's round number 7. Thala for a reason. Let's go,
Oh.
Guki bhai. I am hoping he wins. I think, okay, let's have a quick roundup session, right? Gukesh W, Maggie draw हो रहा है. अर्जुन का देखिए फटाफट.
Arjun looking equalish, but no, this is
Mad
Arjun
man
type
with the
position.
mad tactics. हाँ जीतेगा सर भाई.
Madman. I'll take Madman for the W here.
But he's 1.5 minutes down, the exact amount of time he was late to the game as well. Interesting.
हाँ, true. थोड़ा जल्दी आता तो टाइम बराबर होता अभी.
हाँ शायद.
वहीं
Looks
छूट गया टाइम.
messy. मतलब rook e5 मार के he can go for a king side attack as well. मतलब that looks juicy ना सहज भाई. Rook into e5, rook h5. Crazy. He goes knight into e5, hitting the
That
d3
was the
pawn.
best move. Keeping an eye on the d3 pawn, exactly. Maybe now there's some room for the bishop to get out as well for g4. Some bishop d7, bishop c6 plans also on the cards. I think Arjun takes this.
I believe so. और जिससे ये a7 वाला bishop, I feel that's a little bit out of game. So उसको कैसे ला सकते हैं game? Maybe bishop b8 and rook a6 से he can bring that rook as well.
Bhai.
Budapest style.
Exactly. Budapest
Gambit.
Gambit. Let's go. Rook a6. All the opening theorists in the chat, you know what he's talking about. This is a very common idea with the black pieces. But yeah, going, I think, back to Gukesh's board, there are some updates there. I think he has played knight d3 in this position after rook e8. I think he wants to go knight c5 and maybe target the e6 bishop and the b7 pawn. And maybe he's also trying to provoke b6 from his opponent.
Why not a6, kicking the knight away?
If you play
But
a6, then I have knight c5, I think. It's a nice intermezzo. Because if I
Ooh,
move my knight, I think this was your plan, then you'll go knight d4. Actually, Rakesh bhai, there is only one move here for Gukesh that is good for him, which is knight e5.
oh, that's tough. And he played a6. What?
Oh, really?
I think I see something on a6. Yeah, wo. He
Yeah, he
has
played
played. Can you
a6.
reload? Wow.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So
Perfect
golden
timing.
opportunity here for the world champion. This is his moment to seize the advantage from Alexei Sarana. Knight e5 is the move.
Ooh, agar takes, and then the knight is attacked. That is what the engine wants Gukesh to do. Will he find it though, chat? That's the question.
I I think for sure because your knight cannot really go anywhere. If it goes to h7, it's just a bad piece, and my knight can go to d6, and that's not just an outpost. It's an outpost on the sixth rank. That is beautiful. So you have to take this knight somehow. Let's say you'll capture with the queen. I capture on f6, and now suddenly you cannot capture this. I have queen takes h6 hanging. This is
And
good for
GG.
Gukesh.
This is amazing for Gukesh. Huge. I mean, if he finds knight e5 and he's paused for a bit, Sahaj, which is always good.
By the way,
I, Magnus
by
has
the way,
said no to the draw offer, by the way.
yeah, yeah,
आपने देखा आपने भी
and
वही
it's
देखा
looking very good for Artemiev actually.
भाई ये क्या है भाई and yes chat we will go to Pragg's game very soon also to the women's boards there's too many games happening so we'll try to accommodate everyone you're seeing your request chat and on that note Sahaj bhai quick look at Magnus and then maybe Pragg as well.
By the way, Magnus is down in exchange because look at this. After e6, he refused the draw, went queen c7, takes on f7, rook f7, and now bishop d5. Critical move
Oh,
because the queen is pinning the queen. And now he loses the f7 rook basically for free. Could this be Magnus's first loss in the World Rapid Championship?
this could easily be I don't see enough compensation there's not even a single pawn Sahaj just the two bishops and a little bit of you know, development advantage, but I don't think anywhere enough. But 30 seconds for Artemiev.
Yeah, that's basically the only silver lining in this position. And by the way, bishop takes f7 is not even the best move. The best move is bishop takes h6 because you can't even capture back. There's queen g6 check and bishop f7 hanging, which is very dangerous for Maggie.
My God, that's...
20
he's
seconds
going for
for...
it. He's going for it.
Wow. Played it with 16 seconds on the board. Magnus in deep trouble. Brilliancy on the board.
Brilliant, bhai.
ये
Vladislav
strategy है भाई.
Artemiev.
ये कोई strategy है
हाँ
भाई कि
मतलब
go low on time on purpose and then make the opponent
हाँ
think, make them ambitious and then you beat them. It's interesting.
तो झूठा दिलासा दिला रहा है ना मतलब ऐसा है false
Takes on f7.
expectation set कर रहा है
Absolutely takes on f7 and now he has to bring the bishop back somehow, maybe to e3. h2 is also hanging, so has to keep an eye on that as well. What do you do? What do you do? Do you bring the bishop back? 17 seconds against for Artemiev.
Kale. Nice. He's going queen g6. Wow.
Doubling down. Pinning this king ताकि ये मर ना सके. Do I have rook f6? Then queen e8 check.
Yeah, and then bishop hata do. 7 minutes
Absolutely.
for Magnus, but time is not his worry. High position mein, does he have enough compensation, Sahaj bhai?
No. Not yet, but I think the compensation is there because Artemiev has 15 seconds on the clock. But he is super calm for someone who has 15 seconds. Like he's not even मतलब कोई वो एक move करते हो, you feel it. He's super calm, super just completely still. He's sitting fully focused.
Yeah. And Rahul, not Dravid Bhai, is telling us Guki found 95. So that is great news for world champion Guki and Indian fans. Let's also quickly check in with Pragg. Now, okay, let's just show this. Sahaj bhai, फिर Pragg का game दिखाता है.
Yeah, there we have Gukesh's board 95 DE5 हुआ था, and remember queen b5 के बाद there was pawn takes f6 hanging, but it was still the best move for black. He chose the second best move with knight e4, and after bishop e4 Basically, Gukesh is slightly better because you have this pawn on e5, which is connected to your other pawns. You can play f4, f5 at some point, and black has an isolated pawn on d5, which could be a target in the future.
Fully agreed. And let's quickly go to the camera board of Nihal Sareen because Sehaj he's busted. Look at that king.
Oof. That's very bad, yeah. That king on c8 is horrible. It has no safe haven. By Raja ही गया है तो. He has to go king, मतलब king b8 करके भी अब king a7 आ नहीं सकते. The bishop is looking here. So rooks are not getting connected. That's a huge problem.
ये तो गए
I
हो
think
भाई, ये
Nihal
गेम तो गए।
Nihal गया है, I think, yeah.
बट भाई आपने बोला राजा अनसेफ है, बट राजा इंडीड अनसेफ नहीं है क्योंकि हर्षित राजा has made a comeback. Can we check his game against Alexienko? And Harshit Bhai has somehow wiggled his way out of the bad mess he created.
Bhai Harshit is so good. F takes
Like
e5
he's playing
blunder.
good. Bhai Harshit
Bhai
is
king
winning.
g7. Harshit is winning. Third
King
win in a row,
G7
chat.
तो कोने का रुक भी ले आओ in the center
भाई वहां
file.
पे बोलो ना
And
साहिल भाई को कि हर्षित का भी कैमरा लगा हुआ है.
actually भाई
साहिल
मतलब no
टिक्कू
by
भाई को बोलो
this
भाई.
भाई at
हर्षित को
this
चाहिए
rate
हमें.
खुद से ही आ जाएंगे अर्चित भाई शायद 4.5 पॉइंट के बाद तो।
हाँ, वो खुद ही कैमरा लगा देगा अब तो. हर्षित खुद ही लगा देगा, मैं जानता हूँ उसको भाई, वो खुद ही लगा देगा अब कैमरा. अब देखो भाई उसके गेम्स आप.
Oh my God भाई हर्षित भाई making a huge comeback.
He has 2 minutes on the clock though, but huge, huge, huge. He has to go queen e3, by the way, only move to maintain that winning advantage. I think he will find it though.
Yeah,
Harshit
should
is cooking, chat. 100%. Harshit is
he
cooking.
is cooking. He is cooking भाई.
So yeah, looking great for Harshit there. Let's switch back, I think, to Maggie board because Maggie is in deep trouble. He has just gone c5, exchange down a Maggie's position mein, but he's trying to pose some problems. But Artemiev in time pressure says, I'm not going to fall for this. Let's go f4 and I'm checking your back rank. What's up? What do you do?
What's up side by someone else who's completely winning. Can we go to Divya's board because she is about to beat the former women's world champion, Anna Stefanova.
भाई चाल देख रहे हो यहाँ पे क्या है दिव्या की?
Rook b6.
भाई rook b6 is one of the moves, yeah.
भाई ऐसा
छाती
वो
पे.
खेल के ना
Let's go.
आके दिखा Rook b6. Stefanova
like-
has just 50 seconds.
You know, very rarely you see in chess when there is no material deficit and the position is that winning. Very rarely you see this, and that's because एकदम black की position is एकदम खोखली है. If there is a better word for it, एकदम कुछ है नहीं position में. Like there is no दम नहीं है position में. All the dark squares are super weak, and this pawn on a6 always keeps this queen tied down to this pawn. So double bishops versus double knight, utter domination by Divya here.
And while we are in the women's section, said we're quick look 10-15 seconds at each board. Vaishali से start करते हैं. She is a little bit minus because I think Divya would win. But what about Vaishali, Hampi, Harika? These three boards.
I think Vaishali has finished, no?
नहीं, she's playing
चल
Li
रहा.
Ting.
Yeah, there it is. Vaishali playing against Li Ting,
थोड़ा
slightly
सा
worse.
minus. हाँ, काफी minus I think.
Yeah, for
That,
sure.
yes,
I
sadly, we have our camera though. Yeah, there it is. Sorry. This is the only
So
three
Vaishali is
boards
worse
with
here.
cameras. Yeah, she's worse. Hampi and Harika also look bad, by the way, Sage bhai. I don't.
This is Hampi's position. Slightly worse. D takes e5, only move in this position. If you don't find it, Hampi would be borderline lost. So Hampi has to be
Yeah.
careful with her next move. Not looking the best. And this is Harika's position. She's also looking a bit worse here because look at black's bishop, bhai. It is such a beautiful bishop in comparison to the bishop on g2. So both Hampi and Harika and Vaishali are not looking the best, but Divya, I think, is completely crushing.
Correct. And this bishop said, but you taught us a nice thing yesterday that it's like white is black is a piece up in this position. So
Absolutely.
That's what happens in opposite color bishops.
Whenever
Let's
you
come
attack,
back.
whenever you attack with opposite colored bishops, you're attacking with an extra piece, basically. That's why that position is so bad. And by the way, looking at attack, Artemiev के बाद 3 second, bhai. Wait, what? Artemiev has
What?
3 seconds on the
3 seconds?
clock.
या तो 13 होंगे. अच्छा अभी खेला उसने. Okay, got it, got it. He makes
Rook
a
FD1
mistake. भाई कम बैक बन सकता है.
भाई चाल दिखी आपको? Rook F6, Rook
रुक
D8.
दिए.
बाप रे. Rook takes queen, Rook F8, King H7, Rook H8, checkmate. What an idea by Artemiev.
Magnus
Beautiful.
spots it. 15 seconds for Vladislav Artemiev, but Magnus Carlsen about to lose his first game in Doha.
Absolutely. And जो लोग बोल रहे हैं Gukesh losing, Gukesh is not losing. He is worse though, for sure. भाई Gukesh का गेम
Yeah.
एक बार चेक कर लेते हैं.
फटाफट हाँ. Let's check Guki.
No, he is
48 seconds
worse.
भाई. Not worse. I don't think Gukesh is worse भाई.
Bhai, these pawn on G4 and H3 are looking a bit scary, bhai.
I King G3 पे रख दो and then suddenly it's looking Gukesh is cooking. बोलोगे आप.
Oh yeah, for sure. Bhai, H G4 अब बचा कैसे रहे हो? Like, isn't it just hanging?
Great. I mean, when you make sense, I'm like speechless.
Like,
I don't know. I don't know कैसे
Kincho saying,
बचाओगे.
Saj, Rakesh, I told you first Artemi was ready. Yep, he looks like he's ready. And I think
Yeah.
Maggie in some trouble there. But, let's see what happens. He goes Rook D1 by H takes G4 hanging.
Uh-oh.
Pulls up the chair. Ready for the battle. 25 seconds. Rook D8. Mistake. F5. This is your opportunity. Gukesh
F5, come
spots
on,
it.
Guki.
उसको दिख गया.
He
उसको दिख
spots
गया
it.
F5.
Let me go full
You
screen,
can see.
please.
You can
Producer
see from the
G.
body language. Come on, Gukesh. F5. That's the
Come on,
move.
come on, come on. F5, 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 F5,
Played.
F5, 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 yes!
Played. Let's go. Beautiful move. And by the way, with his last move, Rook D8, he wasn't looking at the E5 square. That's why F5 is working now, chat. I think he missed it. He takes the pawn on G4.
फटाफट recapture भाई. Guki क्या F6 खेलना चाहता है? Wait a second. Queen G5, F6. सहज भाई.
No. Takes Queen D3. Best move in the position. Gukesh is winning. Completely winning now.
Let's go. Perfect time. We have joined this game chat. Guki winning and we'll go to 6 out of 7.
Yep, absolutely. Queen takes D3, only move for him. And then you go into the end game where, okay, having less time is not really a problem because you don't have to calculate much. You're comfortably better, comfortably, maybe even winning as well. That's a great sign for the world champion.
And I think the whole idea is this bishop on h7 is like a pawn. And that is the reason why Gukesh is completely winning in this position, chat.
Speaking of completely winning, Artemiev is completely winning now against Magnus. Magnus made a huge blunder.
Can we go there, Sej, by quickly and it's over. It's over. Magnus Carlsen has lost his first game in Doha this year. Vladislav Artemiev is in the sole lead with 6.5 out of 7.
Bhai, Artemiev respect. First Arjun and now Magnus, like he is running away with it. Crazy.
Wow, and with the same technique, bhai, with the same technique, it's unbelievable.
Yeah,
Gautam
just get
Krishna, by
yourself.
the way, also winning, Sahaj bhai.
क्या
This
बात
is
कर रहे हो?
huge. Yeah, he's crushing Amin Basim.
Amin Tabatabai.
No, Amin Basim. Doctor.
Amin Tabatabai, bhai.
Acha, sorry. My bad. By the way, bhai, somebody else, comeback of the year by Nihal Sareen. We have the cameras. Let's go there. Nihal is completely winning. I don't know how he's done it. But 10 seconds.
How, bhai? How? Insane.
भाई दोनों के पास 30 सेकंड के अंदर समय भाई प्लीज फुल स्क्रीन ऑन दिस बोर्ड निहाल भाई कैसे किया सहज भाई आई डोंट नो बट किंग वहीं पे C8 में बट द बिशप्स आर एक्टिव एंड ही हैज these crazy looking pawns and 10 seconds on the board.
He has 8 seconds, 9 seconds. Play bishop F2. Played on the board. Best move in the position, maintaining his winning advantage. He has 3 extra pawns on the board. H pawn is the most dangerous one because it connects with the bishop on H1.
Rook G8 check, King B7. Yes, chat. We can see Guke has blundered. We try to go there, and King Chu is telling us Raja is also winning. So that's great news. A late resurgence, 2 seconds.
Oh, 3 seconds पे खेला भाई वो, crazy.
Yeah, सही में. Rook takes rook.
Okay.
Oh, check.
Crazy. Okay, now he's comfortably winning. Queen A6 is hanging, but okay, he can just go King B8 or something.
Yeah, he's going to capture. I think Nihal is completely winning here. We'll let Nihal win this one while we go to Gukesh's board, probably, Sahaj bhai, and see what did he miss.
Gukesh has made a slight inaccuracy after rook d7. He played rook e3. यहाँ पर एक winning
क्या था
advantage था
चांस?
bishop b1. By bishop b1, very very difficult to find. He plays rook e3, and this allowed him to play rook d5. And now the problem is, Rakesh bhai, I can never go king takes pawn, because king takes pawn में there is rook takes d3, rook takes d3 and bishop f5 hanging. तो इसलिए बिशप को इस मोमेंट पे पहले पीछे लेके आना था ताकि यू कुड टेक दिस पॉन एंड ब्रिंग द किंग फॉरवर्ड, एंड दैट वाज विनिंग फॉर हिम.
बट मैं बाद में करने का चांस टाइम ही नहीं दोगे आप. दैट इज द होल
हम्म.
पॉइंट. आर टाइम विन गॉड मोड बोल रहे हर्षित राजीव एंड गुकेश. शो गुकेश भाई. गुकेश इज वी आर शोइंग बट ही हैज 10 seconds. Bishop
That's way too late. Why
e4.
play e6? Take the pawn.
He
Play
played
something.
bishop e4. He played bishop e4 bhai.
Ooh, that's a mistake. Wait, rook e5? Oh, he took the
Exactly.
pawn first. Yeah, he took the pawn and then he played bishop e4. Yeah.
Okay.
Rook e5 is still possible though, but he has rook g3 check. This is a very important intermezzo. Chat, by the way, rook endings में हमेशा intermezzos बहुत काम आते हैं. Like बीच की चाल. In between moves, those are the keys. Like if after rook e5 you want to go king takes pawn, but एक intermezzo with rook g3 check really helps you. So look for moves like that in your own games too.
55 seconds and rook e5, king h3 again. Sahaj bhai, आपका idea of rook e4, but Gukesh gives the check. King can advance.
Maybe to f7,
Probably.
and then rook h3 goes with a tempo.
Sarana confused. Hand over his king. He's checking his lines. Yes, Nihal back and winning. Thank you, Rahul, for the update. Magnus lost. Yes, we covered that as well. Chat. Pragg losing what? No way.
No भाई,
भाई
ऐसा मत बोलो यार.
भाई chat झूठ क्यों बोलेगी भाई? By the way, Firuza has lost to an Iranian kid. That is
क्या बात कर रहे
huge.
हो?
हाँ, Sina Mohammed.
Oh, that is an insane match, by the way. We definitely have to take a look at that, what happened. As an
Yep.
Iranian, it's huge to defeat Ali Reza, yeah?
Of course.
Let's give a check on h3. And by the way, all the people watching, do like this stream so that more people can watch this games live. As Gukesh defends his game in a pawn down rook end game. Rook takes h3
We
is the
are at
move.
746 like 800 like हो गए तो गुकेश जीत जाएगा. I feel. I have a feeling Sahaj भाई. क्या लगता है? भाई भैया तो दो पॉन ही कम है. Sorry, I take that back, chat.
भाई ड्रॉ
Sorry.
कर लेगा, वो ड्रॉ कर लेगा. आई थिंक ड्रॉ हो जाएगा.
800 लाइक हो गया तो ड्रॉ कर लेगा. झूठ क्यों बोले आपसे? प्राग विटिक भाई क्या चल रहा है? I'm confused.
By the way, Harshit is now not winning anymore. Yeah, apparently some blunder by him. But your game lamba chalega, so we'll actually go back to that because it's queen versus two rooks. But let's stick to this one and see if
But
Gukesh
good
can
news,
hold.
Sahaj bhai. Gautam Krishna, the 15-year-old, has won his game by playing one
Wow!
first move b3.
क्या बात है. उसको b3 b6 ही खेलना चाहिए था भाई उसके साथ भी. वही चल रहा है
हाँ
उसके
सही
लिए.
में वही खेलो भाई.
Congrats to Gautam Krishna. मुझे लगा Gautam Krishna, like, you know, like after the first loss वो momentum छूट गया, but he's back now. That's great.
नहीं भाई बिल्कुल भी टेंशन लेने की कोई. By the way, another very interesting board, Sahaj bhai. दिखाओ फटाफट. Vincent Keimer versus Faustino Oro, where Fausti just blundered. We go there,
Really?
please. Yeah.
Vincent versus Fausti.
Yeah.
उधर लेकिन
Just
वो नहीं
blunder
अपने
हुआ
पास
यही
है
चाल में. I know
अभी.
cameras नहीं है, but chat is asking for Fausti. And always
Oh,
nice to cover
b4.
Vincent as well.
b4 was winning, but king f4 के बाद b4 and now it's a draw. By king pawn ending is so unforgiving.
So tough.
One mistake and
Every
it's,
tempi
yeah,
matters.
absolutely. And now the position is equal. Faustino most likely is going to hold a draw here, but still the position is a bit complicated. Let's see what happens. Let's switch back to Gukesh's board and let's see if he can actually hold it off against Alexi Sarana. अब तो हो जाएगा भाई. अब तो pawn भी कम नहीं है भाई.
Correct. अब तो हो जाएगा. अब तो draw is certain. Also 793 likes. तो chat ने अपना काम कर दिया है. 800 likes से सिर्फ 7 likes away. Please कर दो chat. And Nihal won. बढ़िया. And Nihal has won his game. What a crazy game that was. I think Sahaj भाई आप में और निहाल में यही फर्क है. दोनों की पोजीशन लॉस तो थी जेमिलांस्की के साथ, बट उसने कन्वर्ट कर दिया.
Crunch moments, you know, I think your intuitive play really matters in this sense. And Nihal showed, like, you can create some complications from that moment onwards.
And
Sindarov also completely lost against Cristobal Henriquez on board 6. So that's a huge match as well.
by the way, chat is absolutely right, भाई. I don't know who said it, but कोई तुषार भाई बोल रहे हैं अर्जुन का गेम तो दिखा ही नहीं, and he's right. Let's go to Arjun's game because he may do something crazy and win, सहज भाई. व्हाइट का किंग एक चेकमेटिंग नेट में फंस सकता है.
कुछ चेक वैक यहाँ से किंग जाएगा H1 पे, कोई बैक रैंक पे लेकिन कुछ है नहीं. बट ऑल्सो इफ यू गिव मी वन मूव आई जस्ट गेट क्वीन G5 चेक. नो,
हाँ, आई थिंक अपोनेंट तो इस एक पेयर पे रेडी है ड्रॉ के लिए.
तो ड्रॉ के बहुत अच्छे चांसेस. बट दिस इज बैड न्यूज फॉर एवरीवन एल्स बिकॉज Artemiev is on 6.5 out of 7 and there it is, they agreed to a draw. I think pretty stable draw there. Queen G5 check के बाद कुछ था नहीं इस पोजीशन में, तो I think a good draw by him. Gukesh by the way still playing, but okay, that match is also going to end in a draw very very quickly. By the way, this means in the standings, is there a 1 point difference now? Yeah, I think there
Yeah,
is.
as it looks like. And draw agreed between Gukesh and the Serbian number one, I think, Alexis Sarana. Very, very nice game. Nice defense by him. Gukesh के पास एक ही chances है भाई. He misses it. But with that, MVL also drew. Artemiev का 1 point का lead है भाई. That's huge at like
Absolutely.
almost after the midway stage.
Absolutely. And by the way, switching to Harshit's game, this is the current position. Harshit is most likely going to make a draw here because Queen is playing against two rooks here. And बहुत सारी checks दे सकती है Queen, and it will be difficult for him to find a safe place. But if Harshit tries to play for a win here, it will not be easy, chat.
I don't see a way. I don't see a winning plan for Mr. Raja, and it looks he just doesn't have enough venom in the position.
Also, chat is asking what is happening in the Pragg board against wonderful time.
Let's go. Let's go there.
Late one min. He's completely winning. So that's
Come on,
good news for
Pragg.
the Indian fans. He will advance to 5 out of 7 with this victory.
I think this should be easy. Sadly, no camera for Pragg क्योंकि थोड़ा एक दो game हार गए Pragg, but he needs a couple of wins ahead in a row to get there.
Absolutely. भाई अब तो टिक्कू भाई भी चैट में आ गए भाई. टिक्कू भाई saying check
Nice.
Pragg. भाई कुछ अपडेट है आपके पास लग रहा है यार. कुछ अपडेट है क्या आपके पास Pragg का जो हमें नहीं पता? कुछ हुआ है क्या यहाँ पे?
Yeah, and there is a 5 minute delay. So Tikku Bhai, who is on site in Doha, knows something that we don't.
That's what I'm thinking about. But सूत्रों में तो कुछ लिखा नहीं भाई, इसलिए थोड़ा और डर लग रहा है मुझे अभी.
सही में. How did Divya draw? She was winning. Yeah, I'm shocked as well. Divya was completely winning and she messed up.
Yeah. By the way, Humpy G won her match. She
Oh,
was losing, but she
crazy.
ended up winning. So nice comeback there by her.
Harika drew. She's still in the reckoning, and Divya with the draw would have loved to win the game, but she is still a point behind. Yeah.
Absolutely. And by the way, as we look at the game of Pragg, I think this is one of the only games remaining. Yeah, I think it might be the only game remaining here on
And I
this
think
match.
जहां पे वो भीड़ है देख रहे हो आप सेंटर ऑफ द कैमरा में वही उसके ही आसपास होगा क्योंकि सारे लोगों को वही देखना है कि क्या ये Pragg ये कन्वर्ट कर पाएगा.
Yeah, I think this is in Queen ending में हमेशा बार जितना भी ऊपर हो क्वीन क्योंकि इतनी पावरफुल पीस है, इतनी सारी चेक्स दे सकती है, तो it can always be a bit tricky to sort of defend and attack sort of, or like play for the win side or play for the draw side. It's always complicated with a queen.
Yeah.
And now queen f2 check is a possibility, queen d2 check is a possibility for black. He goes queen d2, king g5 पे नहीं जाने दे रहा. हमेशा एक चीज और, it's very important, अभी queen endgames में हमेशा diagonal checks are the most tricky. That's what I've found from from my own games and looking at other games as well. हमेशा diagonal checks are the worst.
तो मतलब queen d1 या queen e2 check probably I think is risky. Wonderful time has 5 seconds on the clock. Faustino Oro का भी game चल रहा है सहज में, if you can quickly show us that one as well. क्या हुआ वो की game on Endgame में?
I think Fausti has finished. Fausti drew.
अच्छा.
That match is finished.
Fausti and Vincent drew. This is the last game of this round. Sahaj bhai, just to give some context, how important this is. Pragg agar jeet gaya, which he should, he will go to the same score as Magnus Carlsen, 5 out of 7.
Wow. फिर तो भाई सब खुल गया फिर तो now it's open to everyone, yeah.
For sure.
And yeah, Anish also lost against against Alexander Shimanov, so another huge upset there on board 7.
Wow. Also, I know Magnus का अच्छा start नहीं था आज के दिन का. It was shaky against MVL. He was lost. And
Hmm.
अभी भी Artemiev के साथ draw का option था, but he pushed a little for the win, but he lost there. I think Artemiev का draw का strategy working out.
Yeah, I think Artemiev का वो मतलब get yourself low on time so the opponent becomes
Ah,
ambitious.
correct. Chat, yeah, we see your messages. Divya, we'll see Divya's game once Pragg wins.
Yeah, of course वो दिव्या का मैच ऑलरेडी फिनिश हो चुका है तो we'll come back to that. नहीं, दिव्या didn't draw. Divya won. दिव्या
Chess
won.
results.
चैट वो गलत दिखा रहा है वहां पे आपको. आई एम श्योर दिव्या won. किंग्स गलत जगह डाल दिए होंगे, ट्रांसमिशन में कुछ होगा एरर, बट दिव्या हैज won by the way chat. No chance कि दिव्या offers a draw there.
क्या पता?
नहीं, I'm sure. I'm looking at the position right now. There is no chance. Next move में mate हो रही है. Gukesh, by the way, has drawn chat on board 3 against Alexis Sarana with the white pieces. So that match is finished. Only Pragg is remaining right now amongst the Indian birds. Arvind भी खेल रहा है, but Pragg I think is the one who's going to finish it off first. So let's stick here and let's see क्या होता है यहाँ पे.
I think अभी ये तो एक ना एक पॉइंट तो क्वीन होने ही वाला है. So Pragg's definitely got this in the bag.
Clinical, yeah, clinical. You can't even give any checks because queen f6 check, it's a counter check basically, and that wins the game. I wouldn't be surprised if he resigns here. Yes, queen d7 check, yeah, simple. Just queen trade कर लो and king pawn ending तो winning ही है आपकी. Has to be over at this, like any moment now. I feel like he's already resigned, yeah, for some reason. Yeah, I think he has already resigned. Like Pragg यहाँ पे खेलेगा भी नहीं. He's not even thinking here. Yeah, the game is over. The game is over. I can see it.
But
So
Pragg का
Pragg,
टाइम 0 क्यों हुआ?
नहीं क्योंकि वो उसने रिजाइन कर दिया होगा. आई एम श्योर.
अच्छा क्योंकि E7 E8 is just a queen.
Yeah, or also queen d7 check is so simple.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah.
I think yeah, there we go.
GG.
Pragg has won. That means only one game remaining of the Indian player, and that is Arvind Chitambram, who's also on 4 out of 6, and he's playing against an Iranian player, Mahdi Orimi, and he's trying to play for a win. He has an extra knight, but opponent ke paas 2 connected pawns on the 6th rank, and if he wins, then he will also be on 5 out of 7, same as Pragg, same as Magnus.
Do we have a standing? Oh, sorry, games are going on. Arvind with 4. Yeah, I mean, can he convert this? Oh, what a camera! And अरे भाई left में zoom करना था. तो ये कहाँ दिखा? ये क्या दिखा रहे हो भाई? हाँ, we can see Arvind there. Oh नहीं, shift हो गया कैमरा. Is there any chance for Arvind Chidambaram to win in this one?
I think, of course, I think he will win this for sure. मतलब
बार
position
तो
draw है, but practically
हाँ.
100% जीतेगा भाई. I'm willing to even go with Maggie's here. क्या बात कर रहे थे? 100% events. Oh, रुक जी भाई, best move. Okay, maybe I shouldn't speak so fast. Yeah, but I think he will win this. Is Divya's game a draw? नहीं भाई, I think it was wrong. Like Kings गलत जगह रख दिए होंगे. I think Divya has won. For sure, I think
That
Divya has won.
position
Gives a
is like
check.
completely winning for Divya.
Yeah.
And I think this is Polina Shuvalova was, I'm not sure, the white player.
Shuvalova is playing against Turkan Mamedyarova. That's Shakhriyar Mamedyarov's sister.
Yeah, Shaki Ben. Even I think there are 3 siblings. All 3 of them are like title players.
Yeah, I've actually played both of them. Yeah, Turkan and
Oh.
Zainab, both of them.
Zainab, yeah. Arvind gives
King
a
C1.
check. King slides across.
King C1, Rook
Point
D1
again.
doesn't work. Soch King.
Also, rook takes pawn uh, doesn't do anything because white, in fact, can start winning with pawn to g7.
Can I go Rook D8 though? Like Rook H1.
Goes for it.
Rook H1 looks scary though. You have Rook H8 check incoming. Some F7 ideas. Rook H8 check looks very scary.
Mahdi thinking about it.
I think he has good chances to win. Arvind still. Let's see what he goes for. Rook H1 is the move. Come on, come on. Bhai, 14 second. Let's play. 7 seconds. Let's go. Bhai, he's taking way too much time. Only move है Rook H1 यहाँ पे. He plays 1 second
Oh
पे खेला Rook
man, he
H1.
plays it exactly. King d7 immediately by Arvind, putting pressure on the clock. 5 seconds.
Not easy.
I
Oh, F7 blunder. And
Under.
Arvind will win this.
You called it, bhai. It's super difficult in time pressure, and black is completely winning. Arvind OP. Maybe we might see Arvind versus Magnus in the next game, bhai.
Ooh, that would be very exciting. And by the way, chat to all those wondering, यहाँ पे draw क्या था? यहाँ पे G7 instead of F7, G7 was a draw. And the point is, after King E6, you have to go Rook H8, which is an insanely difficult move because you're giving your opponent a queen. And after the queen, you just take the rook, and basically black की queen सिर्फ checks दे सकती है यहाँ पे. Which in time pressure, it's impossible to go for this.
Yeah. Can we also
So
check out this Shuvalova game, says bhai, क्योंकि camera भी लगा हुआ है, so just
yeah, for
to
sure.
wrap up the round.
This is the position of Shuvalova. Rook ending चल रहा है यहाँ पे. Turkan trying to play for a draw with the white pieces. Draw ही है. She gives a check. Oh, Rook BF5. Nice move. Played.
Oh, अच्छा camera angle ऐसा, I got it.
Now let's bring the rook back maybe to F4 and take the F7 pawn. Yeah, simple. Oh, बहुत जल्दी जल्दी हो रही है भाई चालें.
नहीं वो
Oh,
it's
it's
catching
a
up.
completely different position that we are seeing on the board. Yeah.
It's catching up.
Just catching up now. Maybe Shuvalova has chances here. I don't know. Yeah, we are at the final position now. King D5, King G3 played. Goes Rook H1, maybe to give some checks from the back.
25 seconds for Turkan.
She plays Rook C8. Can I give a check here?
She does.
Gives a
Another check.
King
Hey,
E3
Mr.
she
Raja
goes.
का हो गया game. I'm just checking while you can stay here.
Draw
Raja
हुआ
draw.
शायद, yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Raja has drawn.
Goes Rook G1 back.
Yeah, chat.
Attacking
We
this.
stick with this game and then we do like a recap of the round as well. So let's see how this game finishes. भाई बहुत सारे गेम्स 100 मूव के ऊपर जा रहे हैं ना.
क्योंकि एंडगेम में जाके सबको ट्राई करना है ना भाई. Which I think is fair. I think in rapid you should try. Like for example, Arvind, he tried and he won.
गुकेश का भाई भोला भाई गुकेश ड्रू ही एक चांस था उसको जीतने का बट ड्रॉ हो गया ऐसे. And yes, God bhai is right. Like the stream chat, diamond membership question coming at 1K likes. So do hit the like button if you haven't. And Mr. Arora is saying Arjun versus Pragg loading. That is also possible, bhai.
Arjun versus Pragg.
Yeah.
No.
Same point, sir.
Not yet. Not yet.
क्यों?
They are too close in ratings.
अच्छा वैसे.
प्रग क्या कलर क्या था?
50 white और अर्जुन black था.
चलिए 50 पॉइंट का फर्क है मे बी.
Even Pragg versus Carlsen is possible. The
Pragg
rating तो
Carlsen, I think, is more likely than Pragg playing Arjun.
हाँ,
That's my
Pragg
guess.
Carlsen. Yeah. Let's see. Men में सारे गेम्स खत्म है भाई.
और जो लोग कह रहे हैं अर्जुन वर्सेस गौतम भी पॉसिबल है भाई. भाई
Oh man.
गौतम, भाई आई विल
B6.
से P6 मत खेलियो प्लीज अर्जुन के साथ. प्लीज.
भाई
वो
वो
लेकिन वो
चल रहा है
खेलेगा.
उसके लिए तो क्या प्रॉब्लम है.
नहीं नहीं भाई, नहीं खेलना चाहिए B6 उधर. तो वाइट से चलता है भाई, ब्लैक से नहीं चलता है. इट्स वेरी रिस्की अगेंस्ट अर्जुन. बट लेट्स सी भाई, मजा तो आएगा. विल सी. This is the only game remaining, I think, in the women's section. Okay, two of them are remaining, but एक the second position है बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग है. तो एक सेकंड के लिए लगा रहा हूँ चैट जस्ट टू शो यू हाउ क्रेजी चेस कैन बी. लुक एट दिस. वुड यू बिलीव मी इफ आई टोल्ड यू दिस इज नॉट लूजिंग फॉर व्हाइट?
भाई मेरा तो क्वेश्चन है जीतने के लिए कौन खेल रहा है, मतलब व्हाइट या ब्लैक.
नहीं नहीं, ऑफ कोर्स ब्लैक खेल रहा है जीतने के लिए, बट यहाँ पे एक यहाँ पे व्हाइट एक तरह का वो फोर्ट्रेस बना सकता है. दैट फोर्ट्रेस इज बिशप G2 पे रखो, नाइट E4 पे रखो और किंग को H1 पे ले जाओ. लेकिन मुश्किल है अभी सेटअप करना वो. लेकिन दैट्स अ
ओ
ड्रॉ.
यस यस. हाँ.
तो
किंग H1 बिशप
नाइट
G2 नाइट F3 ना. नहीं नहीं नहीं.
ऐसे
हाँ करेक्ट करेक्ट करेक्ट. नाइट E4
नाइट
करेक्ट.
E4 पे चाहिए.
And you know what, Sahaj? The 2023 Women's World Rapid Champion Bodnaruk can maybe set it up.
Ooh, maybe. We'll see. 1 second for her. She goes King F2.
Heading there, bhai, heading there. मतलब slowly Bishop F1, Bishop G2 लाना है, and she can get it done.
100 moves तो हो गई है भाई.
But this is why chess is fun. मतलब ऐसे weird, अजीब तरीके की positions possibility है ना, ये सब कुछ
Hmm.
दिख सकता है इसमें.
And so hard to play for a win as black. Like you know you should be playing for a win here, but कैसे भाई?
हाँ.
Like एक
हाँ.
queen है आपके पास, check तक नहीं दे सकते आप यहाँ पे. Like all the checks are stopped by the knight. All of them. Okay, let's switch back to Paulina's board. वो थोड़ा सा ज्यादा normal है यहाँ पे. As she goes rook C6 check.
This is the more human position.
अरे मतलब थोड़ा अपडेट हुआ है वो बोर्ड. यहाँ थोड़ा यहाँ पे कर देता हूँ मैं. चेक हियर, चेक एंड किंग H6 आई थिंक इज व्हाट हैज हैपेंड.
Yeah, and Rook G7 played by Turkan now. Perpetual का threat. And
या
it should
रूट
be
या
over now.
दिस इज अ ड्रॉ.
There's no way to stop it. I think.
या पोलिना भी ड्रॉ कर सकती है बेसिकली, सो नॉट रियली अ बिग डील.
Yeah.
विल सी अ ड्रॉ हियर. नो, पोलिना ड्रॉ कर रही है क्या? शी गिव्स अ चेक.
Yeah, it's the same. मतलब क्या ही फर्क है. हाँ, yeah, short by we will have the standings soon as soon as this game ends.
Check and rook D1 check. King E2. Okay, there is not much to do. If she doesn't give checks, and white will give checks, which is basically the same.
Exactly.
The draw is very, very likely. Let's switch to the Anastasia Bodnaruk versus Margaret Olday. I think यहाँ पे तो draw ही हो रहा है. They are just repeating. This is the current position. We have
Bishop
queen
मर गया
versus.
क्या?
मर रहा है क्या? Bishop D3 पे क्या हो रहा है?
Polina agrees to a draw in the camera, but let's see what Naruk does. Bishop D3 में कोई check नहीं है, Queen E7 वगैरह.
Oh हाँ, Queen E7 is lost.
Exactly.
Does she find it?
Because bhai, she's laid
Yeah.
so well, and she has beaten the former Women's World Rapid Champion, Margaret
Wow.
Olday. बढ़िया भाई. Man.
Crazy. And she wins. Yeah, that's the final game of the women's section. Let's switch back to the open section to see any remaining games there. We have two games that are still ongoing. That is one between Motilev and Elham Amar. And there is another game. Rakhmanov, bhai, हर game end तक चलता है इसका.
सही में भाई. क्यों चलता है नहीं पता. मतलब 112 मूव भाई.
Yep, Elham 110 मूव के बाद अभी भी ट्राई कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे ड्रॉ का.
कैमरा भी ढूंढ रहे भाई, कहाँ पे है.
हाँ, किसी को दिख ही नहीं रहा मैच अभी. आई थिंक हो गया खत्म मेरे
हाँ.
हिसाब से.
खाली पड़े भाई पूरा.
एक ही मैच बचा है इनका बस, बाकी दैट्स इट.
Cameraman also confused by.
तो कह रहे लाइव बोर्ड दिख तो
हाँ
रहा है
दिख
बट
गया,
कहाँ पे?
दिख गया, दिख गया, दिख गया.
हाँ, देयर इट इज.
That is Motilev, yeah.
या ये टिक्कू भाई कर रहे हैं क्या?
पर टिकू भाई कैमरामैन थोड़ी है भाई. ओ भाई भाई, टिकू भाई मैं ना सहता, टिकू भाई मैं ना सहता भाई. ओ माय गॉड, गुड वन भाई.
अरे भाई एकदम
ओनली
जैसे ही हम मोटीलेव के गेम पे एकदम से कैमरा से चेंज हुआ, टिक्कू भाई होंगे.
भाई मैं इतना गुस्सा हूं ना ये चीज से जो आपने बोला, बिकॉज व्हाई डिडंट आई थिंक ऑफ इट फर्स्ट.
हम्म.
एक्चुअली ओके, आई मीन आई थिंक ये तो ड्रॉ ही है. चैट में एक बढ़िया चीज पूछ रहे हैं कि वो जो फोर्ट्रेस आपने सिखाया, कैन यू शो दैट टू चैट वंस एंड एक्चुअली एक्सप्लेन टू अस व्हाई इट्स अ ड्रॉ.
Oh, fortress. Okay, I'll just switch the board then. So this was the position. Now I'll try to recreate that position. Okay.
रैंडम मूव्स कर दो
Bishop
आप.
here, bishop here, king here, knight check, and knight e4. This is the position. Basically, the idea is कि आपने सारे स्क्वायर्स कवर कर लिए हैं जो किंग की तरफ आ रहे हैं, राइट? अगर आप मेरे को एक चेक देते हो, मैं किंग को यहाँ लेकर रख दूंगा. एंड इफ यू कीप द पोजिशन लाइक दिस, ऑल आई प्ले इज बिशप h1 एंड बिशप g2. दैट्स इट. अब मेरा क्वेश्चन नहीं कि किंग यहाँ तो आ रहा है, बट इसके अंदर कैसे आएगा? बिकॉज आई एम कवरिंग ऑल द इंपॉर्टेंट स्क्वायर्स. Bishop is covering all the light squares, the knight is covering all the dark squares. That way, you will never be able to make progress. So if you give me a waiting move, I'll play bishop h1, bishop g2, bishop h1, bishop g2. If you pin my bishop, then I'll play, let's say, instead of doing this, let's say you pin my bishop. अब मैं खेल दूंगा king h1, क्योंकि यहाँ पर आप फिर भी नहीं आ सकते. तो I'll bring the king back and back again. It's a very simple way to go for a draw with the white pieces here. It's a very famous fortress. So
वेरी
yeah,
नाइसली
that's
एक्सप्लेन.
basically the.
एंड सहज भाई, द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज लाइक व्हाट वी लर्न कि अकेली क्वीन मेट नहीं करती. क्वीन नीड्स
Exactly.
एटलीस्ट अ पॉन और अ किंग. सो बिकॉज बिशप और नाइट अलाउ ही नहीं करता है, दैट्स व्हाई इट वाज अ ड्रॉप. वेरी वेल एक्सप्लेन्ड. थैंक यू ग्रैंड मास्टर ग्रोवर जी. एंड विद दैट, ओह नो, वी हैव टू वेट फॉर दिस गेम ना, स्टैंडिंग्स के पहले तो कैसे अनाउंस.
हम्म. अभी तो चल रहा है इसका मैच अभी भी. आई डोंट थिंक इट हैज एंडेड.
ओ भाई
स्टिल
भाई
ऑनगोइंग.
भाई, भाई साहब, होल्ड ऑन, आई हैव सम मसाला फॉर यू सहज भाई.
अभी देखा मैंने भी, बट आई एम
Someone
नॉट श्योर इफ इट्स ट्रू.
thrown. I will check. I will. मतलब टिकू भाई क्या ही कर रहे हैं ऑन साइड, अगर उन्होंने ये नहीं बताया तो.
हम्म.
साहिल टिकू, are you there?
नहीं, जब ये चल रहा था तो टिक्कू भाई वो देख रहे थे ना कौन मोटीलेव कहाँ खेल रहा है वो सब.
Yeah, there is a tweet. I mean, I don't see a video, but tweet तो कर दिया है हिंदी चेस, मतलब किसी ने तो. That
अच्छा.
Magnus Carlsen smacked the camera of live TV as when he lost to Artemis. Wow.
सीरियसली.
Huge if
वाओ.
true. Yeah,
ह्यूज
huge
इफ
if true.
ट्रू.
मतलब actually huge if true वाला. Oh my God.
ये तो क्रेजी हो गया भाई. चैट थोड़ा रिसर्च करो ना, अभी बताओ हमको क्या हुआ. ये 122 मूव्स हो गए, अभी भी मोटेलेव खेल रहा है यहाँ पे. नो ड्रॉ येट एज ऑफ येट.
ये तो ड्रॉ से ज्यादा मसाला, मतलब तो अगर सही में if he has smacked it, it's a big one.
हाँ,
Checking
ट्वीट
with
तो दिखा
Tico
मुझे भी.
chat.
हाँ हाँ, करो ना. By the way, 123 moves have been played in this position so far. Last pawn capture कब हुआ था भाई? I think that's important. That was on gf7 king f7 के बाद. So 100 moves के बाद हुआ था. We are on move 23. That means 27 moves के बाद वो claim कर सकता है draw. But I don't think इतना लंबा चलेगा मैच.
हाँ, उसके पहले ही हो जाएगा I think. Okay, टिकू भाई I think playing hall में है या busy है. So says भाई, I'm just waiting. I think that we'll have the standings once this round ends.
Yep, absolutely. Can you explain move 15 in Magnus's game? By देखेंगे after once this finishes. Actually, we can actually, yeah. Can we check? I mean, ये तो draw ही है. Let's quickly take a look
We
at
can,
कौन
of
से game
course.
की आप बात कर रहे हो. This move 15 here. Because by playing e6, Artemiev basically offered him a draw that if you go f takes e6, there is bishop h6, gh6, bishop c6, and queen की check, 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 check. We showed this a bit earlier. बट मैग्नस को लगा कि इसके पास है 1 मिनट 15 सेकेंड, मेरे पास है 11 मिनट, तो आई एम गोना टेक अ रिस्क एंड आई एम गोना प्ले क्वीन c7 टू कंटिन्यू द गेम, एंड दिस वाज अ मिस्टेक ऑन मैग्नस पार्ट. एटलीस्ट दैट्स हाउ आई सी इट. तो EF7 रुक F7 के बाद मे बी ही मिस बिशप D5, आई एम नॉट श्योर, बट आफ्टर दिस ही वाज डेड लॉस. सो इट वाज अ रिस्क दैट मैग्नस टुक. ही कुड हैव गॉन फॉर द ड्रॉ, बट उसको वो रिपीट करना नहीं था उधर. दैट्स व्हाई ही प्लेड रुक C7, क्वीन C7, सॉरी. Switching back to Motile versus Elham. Yep, he could definitely take the draw chat. And now, by the way, only move for Elham, he has to play Rook A6. By the way, Rook A6 only played, by the way. Wow. तो
Right.
ओनली मूव वाली सिचुएशन आ रही है भाई. 128 चालें हो गई हैं यहाँ पे. एंड बाय द वे इन द प्रीवियस पोजीशन ही वाज विनिंग. या ही हैड अ चांस फ्रॉम F5, बट ओके, नॉट एनीथिंग टैंजिबल. Last move, 129 moves have been played so far. Might be the longest game. King C4. Last move by White. Rook A4 check, by the way, only move to stay in the game. Otherwise, Elham is going to be losing. King F8 looks
But
very tempting here.
wow, he plays it.
Yeah, now Rook E6 के बाद कुछ Rook F5, Rook H5, and okay. That should be a draw.
That's a draw.
Takes it. Rook F5, once again, only move there. Played. Very strong, yeah, this Elham, I think. Defending in such a crunch situation is not easy.
Yeah, very strong player.
पूछ रहे हैं लोग, हम्पी is playing who? Humpy will be playing against Sara Khadem from Spain. She was also playing in GCL, I think, for the PBG in Gukesh's team, yeah, the PBG Alaskan Knights.
हाँ, I think women का pairing आ गया है.
Yes. तो
दिव्या
Divya
on
is on
board
board
too.
too
So भाई
against
दो
Lee Ting Ji.
कैमरास रहेंगे अपने पास, दिव्या और हम्पी का, दोनों के गेम दिखेंगे.
Yeah, we can keep an eye there for sure. भाई ओपन में तो ये अभी भी चल रहा है भाई.
हाँ, ये लगता है हमको ब्रेक पे ही नहीं जाने देंगे.
वो ब्रेक की बात नहीं है, बट आई थिंक he senses something, but it's not much, yeah.
भाई आपने तो हराया था मोटेलेव को 2 महीने पहले, आप इतना टाइम क्यों लगा रहा है ये?
तभी तो वो बदला ले रहा है अभी. By the way, Rook D1 check, only move again. Only move. You
ओ
can see
यार,
from the blue arrow. Only
ये
move.
तो
Otherwise,
E7,
Amar.
ये तो इजी है बट.
हाँ वही मतलब in between moves, yeah. In between moves you have to find.
भाई कोई चैट में लिख रहा है अबे दुनिया खत्म होने तक खेले हुए, क्या मतलब? हाँ, तो
भाई कभी कभी करना पड़ता है यार. This is what I think it takes to be a good chess player. You grind until the very end. तो कभी ड्रॉ मत मानो, कभी हार मत मानो. Of course, you keep playing. कितने moves हो गए? 136 भाई. 136 moves have been played.
when was the last? अच्छा, पॉन मूव तो चल ही रहे हैं तो.
Hmm.
बट आई डोंट नो, लाइक कैमरा एंड कैमरामैन ने घुमाया था उन पे एक बार, तो व्हाई नॉट जस्ट कीप इट देयर? मतलब टिकू, टिकू भाई, इफ
वो
यू कैन हेल्प अस आउट हियर.
टिक्कू भाई को कॉल आउट किया ना, फिर उसके बाद क्या, चल बेटा, अब नहीं होगा कैमरा. वो थे ही नहीं अब वो वहां पे. रुके टू ही गोस किंग G6 में भी. अब एट द एंड आई थिंक ब्लैक को सिर्फ ये रुक और पॉन से सैक्रिफाइस करना है और पॉन को बस पुश करना है. अगला राउंड लास्ट है क्या सहज भाई? नहीं भाई, देर आर 2 more राउंड्स लेफ्ट टू बी प्लेड. वी आर बेसिकली मिड वे थ्रू दिस वंस दिस एंड गेम इज फिनिश्ड.
भाई आई मीन मोहित भाई, ऐसा होता है कई बार, द प्लेयर हु इज पुशिंग actually does something and also loses, so it has happened.
हाँ हाँ, अभी हुआ ना
बस
उसके अरविंद के गेम में, दैट रुक नाइट पॉन जो पॉन C2 पे था, अरविंद वाज इन अ डेड ड्रॉन पोजीशन बट ही फाउंड लाइक अ पैटर्न जहाँ पे बहुत मुश्किल था ढूंढना, एंड हिज अपोनेंट ब्लंडर्ड।
रेयान भाई सेइंग, सहज भाई अगले साल आप खेलो यार वर्ल्ड रैपिड, एंड आई एग्री।
खेलेंगे भाई पक्का। आई एम ऑल्सो पम्प टू प्ले दिस। जितना मैं कवर करता हूँ इवेंट उतना खेलने का मन होता है मेरा।
Yes, you know, if you keep pushing, that is how you win. And Yash is absolutely right. Even Gukesh Ding last game, it was a draw. Everybody thought it was a draw. Gukesh kept playing, kept believing, and he was
भाई
rewarded.
मैं सच सच बता रहा हूँ, मैं छोड़ के चला गया, मतलब आई वॉज वॉचिंग द होल थिंग लाइव, एंड जब वो एंड गेम आई ना मैंने कहा
हाँ
चले तो ड्रॉ है, एंड देन आई हैड टू गो फॉर अ लंच विद अ फ्रेंड, एंड देन उसके बाद मैं छोड़ के चला गया। फिर उसके बाद मैंने लाइक आधे घंटे बाद कुछ तो मैंने बोर्ड उठा के देखा, गुकेश इज वर्ल्ड चैंपियन। मैंने कहा व्हाट। फिर मैंने
no
गेम
way.
वापस देखा, मैंने ओ भाई ये कैसे हो गया।
Oh,
It's true story chat. Like I was not even watching it. मतलब मेरे को लगा खत्म हो गया। Divya, by the way, is on 5 out of 6, so she's one of the leaders alongside Humpy ji and Goryachkina, Lee Ting ji, Sara Khadem, Zu Jinner, Muzichuk Muria, and then Nino Batsiashvili. So there's like 8 players on 5 out of 6, and 2 of them are Indians.
भाई और अपन डीले के दुनिया में जी रहे शायद, क्योंकि पेयरिंग्स आर आउट टेस्ट रिजल्ट पे।
आ गई
एंड
पेयरिंग, चलो
गेस
बढ़िया।
व्हाट, ड्रम रोल भाई, ड्रम रोल।
Don't tell me।
नहीं नहीं नहीं, नॉट दैट बिग, नॉट दैट बिग।
फिर
Arvind
कौन है?
Chidambaram versus Daniel Dubois, Arjun versus SL, and Gukesh versus David Anton.
Oh, Gukesh David Anton is decent, yeah. Arjun versus SL. मतलब the madman versus the solid man।
And I think the juiciest one is Dennis Lazovic versus Pragnananda.
ओह
भाई साहब, मतलब so tough.
भाई, सांस ही नहीं लेने दे रहे किसी को भी। ओके, ये तो ड्रॉ है भाई, ये तो पक्का, ये तो चलो, ये तो खत्म हो ही गया ना, ड्रॉ ही है ना ये।
नहीं, मैं तो बोल भी सकता हूँ, सेवेंथ राउंड रिजल्ट्स में जाके देख सकते हैं ना इसका क्या हुआ।
हाँ हाँ, क्या अब
एलहम
तो
का
बोल दो ना ड्रॉ है।
ड्रॉ हुआ भाई। क्या ही
हम्म
फायदा आपके ये डीले वीले का, मतलब हद है।
हम्म।
फीडे बीइंग फीडे भाई।
तो ठीक है भाई, तो ये ड्रॉ पक्का है, एंड वी हैव द नेक्स्ट राउंड पेयरिंग्स, मतलब मैग्नस प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट सर्जिसन शांत, एंड MVL इज अपफ्लोटेड टू प्ले Artemiev on the first board. उसके पास 1 पॉइंट का लीड है, but he does play with the black pieces, so crucial round for Artemiev. Lots of people on 5.5 points, but there are only 2 Indians, Gukesh and Nihal.
Yeah. Nihal versus Cristobal Henriquez is also a nice pairing there for Nihal.
Oh, Harshit, by the way, to those who are asking, Harshit का कैसे है? Harshit is playing Nicholas Theodoru, and I believe they are friends because both of them studied in the US, in St. Louis somewhere. Yeah, Theodoru also did, if I'm
Mizo.
not mistaken.
Yeah, Mizo mein, correct.
If I'm not
Bhai,
mistaken, both of them.
Gautam Krishna at 5 out of 7. Same points as Magnus Carlsen is down floated. मतलब he's playing somebody at 4.5, and that is Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. अभी खेलेंगे
Crazy भाई।
B6 भाई।
भाई अब तो मत ही खेलो भाई B6।
नहीं भाई, खेलो ना, if it's working for you then why not?
ना भाई, B6 तो मत ही खेलो भाई। तो चलो अब, आई एम नॉट श्योर नेक्स्ट मैच कब शुरू होगा। राकेश भाई, अप टू यू, शुड शुड वी टेक अ ब्रेक, और व्हाट डू यू थिंक?
यस ऑफ कोर्स भाई, ब्रेक तो बनता है, मतलब किटकैट
चलो
ब्रेक।
भाई, चैट को भी एक थोड़ा सा ब्रेक मिल जाएगा, तो चैट विल बी बैक इन जस्ट अ फ्यू मिनट्स विद द नेक्स्ट राउंड पेयरिंग्स, एंड देन विल सेट द स्टेज अप फॉर यू। सी यू ऑन द अदर साइड। Welcome back, everyone, to the day 3 of the FIDE World Rapid Championship here in 2025 in Doha. Pehle 2 rounds maybe were not the best for the Indian players, but we do have Gukesh, who is leading the pack, and he's playing on board 3 versus Anton Gujaro. And we have something very saucy for you, which will be played in just a minute. And there is Magnus. Oof. Oof. So yeah, that's actually happened, chat. Um, Not really sure what to say about that, but yeah, kuch hua wahan pe. I'm guessing Magnus was not in the best mood after losing his match against Artemiev. But yeah, that actually did happen. But yeah, don't know what to say about that, but it was crazy. Let's move on to our next matchups. We have, of course, round 8 incoming. We have 2 more rounds happening today. So round 8 and round 9. And round 8, I think there are 2 very important pairings in front of us. One is the match between Anton Gujaro versus Gukesh, which is happening on board 3. And then we have on board 4, Nihal Serene playing against Henrique Cristobal, who had a spectacular win against Sindarov Javokir and Rapport Richard back to back. By day 2, उन्हीं का ही चल रहा है अभी. So now he plays against Nihal. These are the 2 players who are on 5.5 points. And leader, problem अभी ये कि leader 1 point आगे है भाई. That's the problem. ठीक है, अभी वो बहुत आगे निकल रहा है वो. तो it's important कि कि वो थोड़ा close हो गया. So the Indian players have to score a win here today. क्या लिख रहे हैं चैट में? मैग्नस सी टिको ऐसा कैमरामैन नहीं भाई. That's not. I don't think that's true. But yeah, there we see, by the way, Gukesh sitting on his board alongside Anton Gujaro. मैं एक second refresh कर रहा हूँ समय भाई, just to get the boards on my screen over here. I think we will have liftoff very very soon. Actually, the games are not live on chess.com. एक बार check कर लो समय भाई. Let me know if you can see them. Okay, you can see it. Okay, I can also see it. There we go. Anton Gujaro playing with the white pieces against Gukesh. So a very very important match for the world champion here. Round 8. This decides कि भाई second place at least जो अभी गुकेश का है. He's tied for the second place. If he wins today, he will be 1 step closer to playing against Artemiev. Artemiev से match अभी तक गुकेश का हुआ नहीं है, which is a good sign, for him. And let's see if he can pull off a win. And of course, on board 4, let's also check that because we have cameras for that as well. Nihal Serene is playing against Cristobal Henriquez, and Nihal is playing with the white pieces, and he also has more rating. So he's on paper the favorite player against Cristobal Henrique. And there we see Nihal's camera as well. All the players are sitting on the board. Water Gambit on. क्या लगता है भाई, between Gukesh and Nihal, if you had to choose a player, I think दोनों के जीतने का चांस मुझे काफी हाई लगता है. By the way, just putting it out there. Who do you think? 1, 2, or 0? How many players will advance to 6.5 out of 8? That's my question. 0, 1, or 2? Please cover Arjun's game as well. Of course, we will try to cover because Arjun is playing against his own countrymate,
Oops.
SL
Sorry.
Narayanan. So we have 2
Sorry,
players,
sir.
and there we have Rakesh bhai back. Bhai, welcome back. हमने video भी दिखा दी भाई. What are your thoughts on it?
Hi, crazy tha. And as we have liftoff, Nihal Serene pushes D4. Like Carlsen pushed the cameraman away. What a moment, bhai. What a moment.
Crazy था भाई, crazy. Absolutely. D4 हुआ, and I'm seeing some developments. Knight F6, Knight F3, and I'm guessing he played G6 here. And Nihal has played C3 or Knight C3. Boards अभी update नहीं हो रहे हैं मेरे side पे. I think he has gone for C3 if I'm not mistaken. या Knight C3 है वो. एक बार full screen जाना. Just
हाँ
to
भाई.
check if it's C3 or Knight
नीचे के
C3. I'm
boards
trying.
update हो रहा है. I don't know why. For some reason.
Yeah, he has gone for Jobava London with Knight C3, Bishop G7, and Bishop F4. That's the current position.
हाँ, एक second. If you can be on full screen, I'll just be backside.
Yeah, for sure. This is the current position. एक बार वो board लगा सकते हो समय भाई. That would be amazing here. And this is the current position. Although हमारे clocks अभी correct नहीं है chat. You can see the clocks in front of you. Nihal having 15 minutes and 34 seconds and Cristobal having 14 minutes on the clock. But somehow कोई भी game अभी तक update नहीं हो रहा है यहाँ पे, which is a bit strange.
सहज भाई हो रहा है बट नीचे के बोर्ड्स, नॉट द टॉप बोर्ड, सो आई थिंक कुछ इश्यू है
Plays
डीजीटी का.
okay, got it. He plays knight b5 here, knight a6 side to defend this pawn. He goes e3, and this is the current position right now.
भाई
नीचे के
कैमरा वाले
बोर्ड्स हर
छोड़ के,
हाँ
हाँ कैमरा में ये छोड़ के सारे बोर्ड अपडेट हो रहा है.
crazy. Okay, I'm just trying to do this manually. Chat अभी एक ही game कर पाऊंगा because if we go to another board, then it resets to 0. So we have to be careful here. h3 played by Nihal. London system on the board. By the way, Jobava London system. Good choice by Nihal here. h3 के बाद he's thinking. Nihal having almost a minute more than he started off with. Yeah, still very much in prep. काफी moves हैं यहाँ पे
फ्लेक्स.
black के पास. Knight e4 is there. Knight h5 is there. Okay, we are getting moves in now.
बढ़िया भाई बढ़िया, फाइनली वी आर बैक.
Yeah, this is the current position. You can see Nihal's clock, 15 minutes and 56 seconds. Let's take a quick look at Gukesh's board as well. On board 3 over here. This is the current position. Gukesh having a little bit of extra time. He has sidestepped from mainstream theory by going knight e7 here. My guess is that he wants to go knight bc6 or knight ec6 to try and maintain some integrity on the spawns. Maybe f6 का भी खेलना होगा बाद में उसको, just to have this nice pawn chain. What do you make of this, Rakesh bhai?
I mean, that's a really good pawn chain. But Sahaj bhai, one nice question by KSP 0007 is saying, I really want to know what will happen if ChessBase India cameraman or Sagar bhai was behind that camera. क्या आपको लगता है फिर भी कार्लसन का रिएक्शन सेम होता? That's a very fair question है. I don't think so he would have done it in that, अगर वैसा होता तो.
I think generally Magnus wouldn't have done it. It was just an unfortunate moment. Generally speaking, कोई भी ऐसा नहीं करेगा. But okay, he was having a bad moment, and okay, it happens, yeah, to a player.
And also, I
It's a
saw
very
the
difficult
finishing
question,
moments
though.
of, yeah, very saw the finishing moments of that game as well. Magnus ने 2-3 बारी, मतलब he showed his frustration before resigning as well. तो वो था ना कि हाथ में draw था. Artemi was literally like offering a draw, but he lost in the end, Maggie. अगर टिक्कू भाई होते तो क्या होता? My God, भाई
टिक्कू भाई मैं तो ये तो ना सहता मैं.
सही
ये
में
ना
यार.
सहता मैं भाई. अब तो मैं कमेंट्री में आता और मैं बोलता भाई ये क्या है. So yeah, this is the current position. Bishop e7 के बाद I think
Oh
Gukesh
my
having a
God.
slight time advantage there.
भाई
And
एडवांटेज तो गुकेश के पास है. हाँ हाँ बोलो.
another very juicy matchup, Rakesh bhai, is we have Arvind Chitambram playing against Daniel Dubov on board 12.
Oh my God, I love World Rapid Blitz. मतलब क्या ही गजब मैचअप है.
मतलब प्रग का भाई है. Just so you know, Arvind Chitambram.
Yes.
Like they work together since a very very young age, and they also travel to events together. And Pragg को eliminate किया था दुबोव ने. So this could be that redemption, भाई.
Yeah, and you know, like they say normally, like piggybacking on your statement or something like that. There is literally a photo of Pragg piggybacking on Arvind's shoulder, you know,
हाँ.
like back in the day, Ramesh sir के academy में. So that's how far they go back. And by to Dubov's credit, former World Rapid champion, 16 minutes, he has gained 1 minute almost on the clock. And he is playing such a solid tournament. Black से draw, white से win. Black से draw, white से win.
Usually उसका उल्टा रहता है भाई. White से
हाँ,
draw करता है, black से जीतता है वो.
वो वर्ल्ड कप नॉकआउट्स में होता है भाई.
बाय द वे B6 देख के एक सवाल मेरे को याद आया कि गौतम कृष्णा कैसा
गौतम
कर रहा
जी,
है भाई.
यस चैट भी वही पूछ रहा है. गौतम जी के पोजीशन पे चलता है. ओह माय गॉड, नो वे.
He played B6 again भाई. और चल रहा है. If it's bro, why change it, yeah?
Yeah, why
If it's
fix
not
something if it ain't broken?
exactly. Exactly. But okay, Mamedov managed to transpose into some mainstream
Mad
opening
young
there.
boy. हाँ भाई बट वो तो डर गया होगा भाई ये गौतम कृष्णा इज ऑन 5 पॉइंट्स द सेम एज मैग्नस सेम एज एवरीवन लाइक Pragg, Carlsen, amazing guy, amazing.
Yeah, but Mamedov, I think, taking a very nice approach here, going into mainstream theory. Knight G5 played. ये Mamedov यहाँ पे सबसे dangerous खिलाड़ी है ऐसी positions में. You have to watch out. भाई G4 H5 आ रहा है. Bishop trap हो जाएगा. पता है यहाँ पे 3 बेस्ट मूव्स क्या है व्हाइट की, राकेश भाई?
बताइए.
There is F4, there is G4, and there is D6.
And all of them in like Mamediaro's range.
एग्जैक्टली मतलब मैं अगर मेरे को कोई 3 मूव्स यहाँ पे सेलेक्ट करने के लिए बोलता है, आई वुड बी लाइक ओके व्हाट आर यू इवन डूइंग, हाउ इज दिस पॉसिबल, बट दीज आर द बेस्ट मूव्स फॉर व्हाइट हियर.
Exactly.
इनसेन इनसेन इनसेन. बाय द वे लोग बोल रहे हैं जोर जोर से कि लेट्स गो स्विच बैक टू गुकेश's मैच. लॉट ऑफ पीपल इन द चैट सेइंग दिस इज द करंट पोजीशन. भाई कोई अपडेट हुआ नहीं है क्योंकि डेविड एंटन अभी भी सोच रहा है यहाँ पे व्हाइट से.
Mm-hmm. And also, I would like to love to check board number one, Maggie Carlsen का game. Because Saj bhai, for the first time in this event, probably Magnus is there only because he is fixated or designated that board, not because he deserves it.
नो बट कम ऑन कम ऑन
I mean,
भाई,
okay.
आप मसाले ढूंढ रहे हो.
No, no, no. He deserves it, not because he's there at the top of the leaderboard. Let me
नहीं नहीं, आई
rephrase
गेट व्हाट
this.
यूर सेइंग, आई गेट व्हाट यूर सेइंग,
Yeah,
बट यस डेजिग्नेटेड वोट तो है उसका. बट या यू आर, आई गेट व्हाट यूर सेइंग भाई. बट
yeah.
भाई मजा,
आर्टेमियस का गेम देखना है तो
मसाले
बोर्ड को
ढूंढ रहे हो
बुलाना
राकेश भाई, राकेश भाई.
पड़ेगा. नहीं यार, नहीं भाई, मैग्नस के का तो रिस्पेक्ट है. बट भाई
ऑफ
1.5 पॉइंट
कोर्स.
कम है उसका आर्टेमियस से, सोचो. मतलब, so we should also check out Artemiev का game because he's our tournament leader. So
एब्सोल्युटली.
to see how
दिस इज द करंट
MVL versus
पोजीशन.
Artemiev.
एक चीज तो कांस्टेंट समझ आ गया मुझे आर्टेमियव की गेम में कि ही विल हैव लेस टाइम ऑन द क्लॉक नो मैटर व्हाट.
Hmm. Do we have his camera by any chance? Am I right?
आर्टेमियव्स
Hello. हाँ हाँ.
तो रहेगा उसका कैमरा, तो वो चेंज कर
या
रहे
एक
होंगे.
ही सिर्फ गुकेश का ही है मतलब. अच्छा अच्छा.
सहज का चश्मा भाई पड़ा हुआ है भाई, बट अभी जरूरत नहीं है भाई, बट लगा लूंगा इन द लास्ट राउंड. भाई
लास्ट
लग रहा है
राउंड
चश्मा पहन के जब किया था तब सब जीत रहे थे भाई, तो लगा ही लेता हूँ बस. क्या लगता है
लगा ही लो. ये तो अभी इतने प्रेशर में
यार?
तो देखो, MVL ने हटा दिया चश्मा.
हाँ भाई मैं लगा रहा हूँ, रुको चश्मा लगा ही लेता हूँ भाई. अच्छा वो आपने याद दिला दिया.
चैट ओपी है यार, चैट बहुत ही बढ़िया है. बस 1000 लाख लाइक्स कर दो चैट.
ओके एंड वी बैक बॉयज.
ऑल गुड भाई. स्टमक बग. चश्मा गैम्बिट बढ़िया भाई. अमेजिंग.
Okay, so
भाई
bishop
भाई.
a2 and as usual Artemiev having 6 minutes less but having a good position.
हम्म.
जान के सोच
भाई
रहा होगा अभी वो कि थोड़ा एम्बिशन बढ़ाता हूँ, थोड़ा मोटिवेट करता हूँ ओपोनेंट को थोड़ा कम टाइम करके.
गॉड भाई लिख रहा है वी नीड MVL टू विन दिस राइट. आई डोंट नो ये वी कब से हो गया, या डू वी एक्चुअली नीड हिम टू विन, और वी अप्रिशिएट व्लाडी आल्सो विनिंग दिस.
आई मीन वो जीतेगा तो आई थिंक टूर्नामेंट सबके लिए खुल जाएगा, तो इट जस्ट मेक्स इट मोर एक्साइटिंग
करेक्ट.
फॉर एवरीवन. But yeah, I think Artemiev fully deserves, I think, the spot. He has defeated Magnus, Arjun, in just today, Yakubov ko bhi haraya, Amin Tabai, so many players he has defeated. Um, and he has a 1 point lead, so fully deserved there. Also, any other game that you find interesting here? Shall we go to
I
Nihal,
think,
perhaps?
yeah,
Haven't looked at his
Nihal.
game in a while. Board
Also, I
4,
think
Nihal.
chat can tell us, कि कहाँ पे जाए. So chat, do let us know if you see something interesting.
Absolutely. So this is the current position of Nihal, 4 minute advantage. But एक भी piece, एक भी pawn trade नहीं हुआ यहाँ पे, as Nihal tries to trade off one of the knights in the position. White का bishop बहुत अच्छा है, London bishop बहुत strong है यहाँ पे, and black का bishop b7 पे, it's basically like a big pawn. कभी ना कभी ब्लैक को E5 खेल के कुछ पोजीशन खोलना पड़ेगा यहाँ पे फॉर श्योर.
एंड सच में आई नो ओपनिंग फाइव या पीसेस का प्लेसमेंट में जुबावा लंदन और नॉर्मल लंदन में डिफरेंस होता है, बट क्या मिडिल गेम आइडिया या स्ट्रेटजी में कुछ है डिफरेंस दोनों में?
Not here, not anymore, I think, because this is a very positional type of Jobava London. Jobava London normally is very dynamic, and normal London is super solid, safe type of a position. But Nihal ने थोड़ा transpose कर दिया है. Jobava से आया, but लेकिन ये he's going into more like safer territory. This I would not be surprised if this actually happened from London also. तो बट या दैट्स बेसिकली द अपडेट. एंड बाय द वे चैट में बहुत लोग बोल रहे हैं कि अर्जुन वर्सेस एसएल का एक बार चेक करते हैं, बिकॉज टू इंडियंस आर प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट ईच अदर ऑन बोर्ड 10. यहाँ पे कैमरा नहीं है सैडली हमारे पास, बट अर्जुन एंड both of these players actually are on 5 out of 7, and if they want that podium finish they have to score a win.
Yeah, I think
Your thoughts on
otherwise,
this, Rakesh bhai?
yeah, you don't want Artemiev to, run away with it. And kind of, it's always nice to have your destiny in your own hands. So I think none of the players can afford a loss. Draw पे भी आप आप काफी ज्यादा पीछे हो with only like 5 rounds to go. So I think both players are will be looking for a win. But I think 4.5 wale players are in a must-win situation for any medal chances.
Yeah,
5
I
wale
think I
players can
think
also can afford a draw. I feel.
You can, but you don't want to be in a situation जहाँ पे आपको सारे के मतलब बैक टू बैक जीतने पड़े, राइट? यू वांट टू, बिकॉज लीडर 6.5 पे है भाई. तो
Yeah.
दैट्स ऑलरेडी 1.5 पॉइंट डिफरेंस. एक ड्रॉ वो जीत गया, तो दैट 2 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस में तो इट्स नियर लाइक बेसिकली इम्पॉसिबल टू कम बैक. या
Mhm. I agree. And one other matchup of two juicy players. Let's go to Dennis Lazar versus Pragg Nananda bhai. The online beast versus a candidate. What's
अरे,
happening here, Saj bhai?
so Bar seems to favor Pragg here, from what I can tell. Pragg has a double bishop advantage, but there is, his king looks slightly weak to me. But I also think he can turn this weakness into a strength, because he can go king h8 and rook g8, and suddenly you can use the g file to attack white's g2 pawn, and suddenly it is white's king who's in danger. I like Pragg's position actually.
Yeah, look,
What do you think?
that's looking really good. I agree. Bhai, king h8, rook g8 के बाद like what? Even if like white plays something like g3, then वो diagonal open up हो जाएगा for black's bishop. So I feel
Absolutely.
it's going to be tough for Dennis Lazovic here.
Maybe you put the bishop on c5 also, ऐसे इसको pin करते हुए, and then rook takes g3 वगैरह की कुछ sacrifices on the cards as well. So
And
I
भाई वो
think this is
RTMF जैसे don't be tricked or confused by Dennis Lazovic का 2576 rating. भाई 3200 की रेटिंग है उसकी चेस कॉम पे. So don't be
हाँ.
fooled by this chat. मतलब he's a beast online at
I mean, I'm
least.
sure chat you have seen. I mean, I'm sure me and Tiku and me and Rakesh bhai have covered a lot of events जहाँ पे SCC में Lazovic बहुत खेलता है. I'm sure you've seen him there before. So you know what he's capable of. Yeah, I mean, he's 2300 level, which is basically inhuman
Yeah,
on
and
chess.com.
Chad, sorry about the confusion on this because I have been talking to the team and we'll try to get it off tomorrow. But there is no top four in the rapid section. It's just simply a Swiss league. So that is why RTMF leading is a big problem. So I'll in
Oh
fact
yes.
just try to message them once again.
Very, very nice. And by the way, sad news for the Indian fans क्योंकि Shakhriyar Mamedyarov is completely crushing Gautam Krishna right now. B6 wala gambit maybe has not worked out well for him. And now this queen h7 check and the king is in grave danger, basically. Let's see Guki. Okay, let's take a look at Gukesh's board. Has been a while. Board 3, he has just pushed the golden pawn, has gone for f5 to try and undermine this structure over here. अगर white e5 खेलता है तो maybe at some point at least pawn structure यहाँ पे थोड़ा set हो जाता है, and कभी g5 का break future में मतलब गुकेश फेंक सकता है यहाँ पे. And if you go pawn takes pawn, then bishop takes pawn के बाद okay, maybe the position is still complicated, but you do have a weak pawn on f4. I still think white is comfortable though. And by the way, look at David Anton's time. 5 minute का फर्क यहाँ पे. That's huge.
Right. You can maybe also lead for a couple of more minutes, so I can just ask our team to remove that tomb on the bottom right.
Okay. Got it. Let's do that. हाँ, वो थोड़ा confusing लगता है वो देख के, but yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, got it, chat. So this is the situation with Gukesh here. David Anton right now thinking 6 minutes almost. There is a difference. I think that's a great sign for the world champion. Let's take a look at Nihal on board for playing against Cristobal Henriquez. Nihal also up on time and on the position as well. This bishop on h2 looks very harmless, but it's a super dangerous piece in Black's camp as it controls all the key squares in your key dark squares in your opponent's position. Right now, with the move knight d3, Nihal has put pressure on the e5 pawn. And the moment Black plays e4, you will jump this knight to c5. A great outpost there, keeping an eye on the b7 bishop, ताकि Black knight d7 खेल के भी इसको challenge नहीं कर सकता क्योंकि b7 का bishop हमेशा मरता रहेगा. And suddenly you see the might of this bishop connecting with this knight. This looks very, very scary for Cristobal Henriquez. And I think Nihal, I would say, Abhi, looking at the first like 10-15 minutes of all the games, Nihal looks like he has the best chance of scoring a win so far. That's my take on this. Chat, would you think Nihal has a chance here? What are your thoughts? इसके बाद हर्षित भाई के गेम पे जाएंगे chat.
I do think, Nihal is the favorite, and ये London Bishop भाई अभी भी जिंदा है. And you have told me like countless times कि that bishop like makes or breaks the game for white.
Oh yes, I think make or break indeed. And make or break से याद है भाई, let's go to Harshit's position as well, because look at this, Harshit is in deep trouble भाई. पौन ही किधर चले गए? ये नाइट b1 पे क्यों बैठा है भाई? क्या हो रहा है भाई ये?
What
ये
the
सारे
hell
पीस
is
घर पे है.
happening?
सारे पीस घर पे भाई. ये कैसे हुआ?
भाई हर्षित भाई खुद उतने घर पे नहीं रहते जितने उनके पीसेस रहते हैं.
भाई वो ट्रू भाई. ये तो मैं 100% मानता हूँ भाई.
ब्रूटल बट
इतना
ट्रू
घर,
भाई.
इतने तो घर पे रहने की आदत ही नहीं है हर्षित भाई को.
अरे फिनितो, it's like super bad white's position. It's like it's super bad.
It is so good. Like I will play f3 and it is so good, and my position is so bad.
Love you
भाई वो
हर्षित भाई.
देखेगा बाद में.
अबे देखे तो भाई है ना अपना like.
वो तो है. But yeah, Harshit in trouble here. Chat, हम लोग मजे ले रहे हैं, but it's not. Of course, it's sad for him. Let's remind everyone कि वो he drew against Alexyenko, a candidate, and then he defeated two basically 2600 grandmasters. So he's having a great
dream
tournament so
event,
far.
I think.
Yeah, 4 out of 7 is, I think, very, very impressive. Let's switch back to Arjun's board, because guess what, chat? Arjun has a great position, maybe even a winning one.
Come on, अज्जू भाई. अरे नहीं, अरे SL से ही है यार. अपने आर्टेमियन को हरा देता है यार दो राउंड पहले. बट अर्जुन इज आई थिंक बोर्ड 9 ना, नहीं बोर्ड 10
Arjun
है.
is
इसके लिए
board 10.
एक कैमरास नहीं है.
एक बोर्ड से रह गया कैमरा भाई. कोई अर्जुन जीतेगा अभी तो वापस आ जाएगा कैमरे में भाई.
कोई नहीं. But yeah, we have Nihal and Gukesh's camera. Arjun position looking super good here. I think Sahaj bhai rook d1 आ रहा है, and that d5 pawn is gonna go.
Looking juicy. Rook hd1 probably is even better, ताकि king f1 से थोड़ा artificial castling कर लो आप. But yeah, I think it's safe to say Arjun almost winning, if not winning, in this position already.
Triple amount of time than his opponent, so that definitely counts. Round 6 में नहीं हुआ, but you know what I mean.
Huge if true. Now we'll go to, I think, Nihal's board, because the position has kind of materialized. थोड़ा सा equal हो गया, because after he played e4, इसने ना थोड़ा smartly किया. knight d3 के बाद he went knight d7 to cover the c5 square, and यहाँ पे निहाल को bishop g4 खेलना था, which is not an easy move to provoke f5, क्योंकि golden pawn इतना आगे आता तो it would have been bad for him. But he goes rook fc1, and then he plays e4 ताकि ये knight c5 पे ना बैठ सके, तो forcing Nihal to put his knight on b4. Less ideal, but still good. And now he plays knight b6, and okay, the position is kind of equalish here. But still, I think good chances for Nihal because of time. And okay, this bishop on h2 is a fantastic piece, bhai.
That's a beautiful piece. And knight coming into c4, that troubling the white queen or asking to give up the bishop. But I still feel, Nihal ke paas wo bishop, unchallenged bishop hai, London ka. So I think that should decide the game in the end.
Absolutely. And look at this beautiful move by Nihal. Queen d1, setting up the idea कि मैं rook takes a8 मारूंगा. Then I will put my other rook on a1. And once you capture this, my queen will be the sole piece on the only open file trying to access the a7 and a5 squares. And यहाँ से Nihal can push for a win.
Yeah.
I think looking very good here. लोग बहुत बोल रहे हैं Hans's game. By Hans is actually doing really well against Le Quang Liem. Let's take a quick look at his match as well because he is an exchange up currently against Le Quang Liem. +1 position. Rook f3 पे कुछ sacrifice किया उसने. Can he take on f3? That's the question. Can Black go rook takes f3 in this position?
I think he can, yeah.
Rook f3, rook h3 मर रहा है, but where is the compensation? Like king g2 करके I'm just gonna kick this rook away and then what?
भाई pawn तो मिल गया आपको एक at least if nothing.
I guess some consolation. So I think Liam has to go rook takes f3. So yeah,
So big
but still
matchup, bhai.
Hans.
Winner of this game will goes to like 6.5. So,
Yeah, that's true. That's a huge match. Speaking of, a big win and going to 6.5, Gukesh is now better against David Anton. Let's
oh,
take a quick
let's
look
go.
at
Let's go with
how
the
this happened.
cameras.
Exactly. अब तो कैमरा भी मिल गया भाई. गुकेश एकदम full form में, double the time in comparison to his opponent. You have this nice idea of knight c2 and knight e3, and I'm not sure if this knight on e3 is good or bad. क्योंकि देखने में तो बहुत बढ़िया लग रहा है, but ऐसा लग रहा है कि एकदम बहुत आगे चला गया है.
And Sahaj bhai, Bookie winning this, I think he might be the only one who stops Artemir, Shad.
भाई वो तो I think someone has to stop that man. Yeah, नहीं तो he's just going to run away with it. By the way, Maggie also slightly better, clearly better maybe against Shan Sargisian. But let's stick to this board. Bishop f3 के बाद, Black has to create a plan now. एक तो knight c2, knight e3 का plan दिख रहा है मुझे वो. I'm not sure if it's working or not. But another plan I really like from Black's perspective is to try and set up g5 somehow. King को h8 पे रखो, rook को g8 पे रखो, and
भाई
maybe try for
MBL उठा,
g5.
एक सेकंड MBL वो कब got up, क्या हो गया उनका गेम?
This is the current position, by the way. Rook h6 के बाद, is it over? Yeah, is it still
MBL
ongoing?
RTMEF. Oh, they are okay. MBL has gone for a walk. Sorry. I got excited for a moment. मुझे लगा
I
कि
mean,
गेम
अगर
खत्म हो गया.
result आया तो most likely draw होगा because I don't think a lot is happening here.
Are they repeating, Sahaj bhai?
King g2, queen h5, rook f2, rook h6. No, I don't think they're
नहीं.
repeating yet. Yeah.
ठीक है. And RTMEF using the same tactics, Sahaj bhai. 2.5 minutes versus 12 minutes.
Crazy.
भाई ये बताओ यार, कोई तो किसी मतलब let everyone know.
Crazy,
Exactly,
bhai.
God.
Switching back to Gukesh's
My
board
bad. Let's
after
go.
bishop f3. This is the current position, and now we have to look at the possible candidate moves. There is king h8, rook g8, which I quite like to set up g5. Gukesh has been thinking for quite some time here. Not really sure if
Rook
he sees this idea.
f7. I think an idea might be queen f8, g6, queen f6, hitting the h3 pawn as well.
भाई इतनी मेहनत करके एक पॉन ही अटैक कर रहे हो. Like queen,
भाई.
like bishop g2 or something.
नहीं फिर g5 ना, मतलब पता नहीं, इतनी मेहनत तो कर रहे हैं बट rook f7 या knight f8, knight g6, यही दो लॉजिक बैठ रहा है queen rook f7 का.
By the way, beautiful move by white here, setting up a3 ताकि knight c2 पे ना आ सके उसके बाद. And now
भाई ये
Gukesh
white
has just
हर्षित भाई जैसे क्यों खेल रहा है?
घर पे आ जाओ भाई. हर्षित का गेम देख के आया होगा भाई वो. एक आइडिया यहाँ पे व्हाइट का कि टू प्ले knight a3 and knight b5 also, which looks kind of tempting. By the way, Gukesh has just one move here that gives him a slight edge. उसके नहीं तो Gukesh, at least his opponent more or less equalizes here. That move is knight f8. Not easy.
It may be easy because he played rook f7 to stop that. क्योंकि सहज भाई A3 के बाद नाइट पीछे जाएगा, देन बिशप D5 इज आल्सो एन इंटरेस्टिंग आइडिया, मे बी फॉर व्हाइट।
Oh, to try and trade off these bishops. Yeah, that's
हाँ,
good
वो
because this is a good
सेंटर
bishop.
में तो he finds it भाई,
That's
let's go, he finds knight f8.
beautiful. I think that's a great find by Gukesh. I think another point of knight f8 is that after a3, knight c6, there is no bishop d5 because the queen is also looking at the d5 square. So you will just lose a pawn there. Great find there. And Anton immediately goes
H5.
bishop g2.
Yeah, and while before the action heats up even more, let's quickly go to Divya and Koneru Hampi's game in the women's section because we have cameras on both those boards. So let's have a quick look in the women's section where Zhu Jing'er
Absolutely.
is in the lead like Vladislav Artemiev. No,
Oh,
sorry, Zhu Jing'er
absolutely.
nahi hai. It's Nino actually who's in the lead.
By the way, this is the game between Humpy and Sara Khadem. Humpy having a very good advantage with the white pieces. Sara's knight on h5 is a bit misplaced here. कभी g4 करके trap हो सकता है, but right now the knight can go to f4. Maybe I'm looking at some ideas where you put the knight on e2, like knight c3, knight e2, and then you try for g4 to trap this knight. But overall, I think
हाँ
Humpy is
भाई,
doing
दूसरा
amazing.
वाला Hampi ji का camera, if we could show that one. Okay, so yeah, this is
Another
Leeton G versus Divya. We get Hampi's camera as well. Samay Bhai is working on it.
another idea I really like here is you can go knight h2 and knight g4 as well. भाई एक काम करते
Mhm.
हैं, लीटिंग जी पे ही जाते हैं, वहीं पे ही रुक दो.
हाँ भाई, ये
भाई ये
दिव्या ने भी आपके जैसे चश्मा लगा लिया है, मे बी
कहाँ
इसलिए
लगा? हाँ
अभी
भाई,
जस्ट
चश्मे से
लगाया
चल.
कैमरा पर।
चश्मा लगाने के बाद अच्छा चल रहा था भाई कल का दिन. Wait, a lot of people in the chat saying Gukesh has just blundered. A lot of them.
नो
Is that
वे
true?
भाई।
भाई नहीं है ब्लंडर यार.
यस,
अब
आई
डरा
मीन मे
देते हो
नॉट
चैट आप.
ब्लंडर, मिस्टेक तो किया है।
मिस्टेक तो किया भाई,
चैट
गलती
भाई
से मिस्टेक.
भावुक है ना भाई अपनी।
भाई वापस आता हूँ मैं गुकेश के बोर्ड पे, कवर करते हैं इसको. आफ्टर नाइट ए3, रुक एच सिक्स वॉज द मिस्टेक हियर एंड नाइट b5 एंड नाउ गुकेश इज इन स्लाइट ट्रबल. But women's board pe chat, Humpage is borderline winning. Divya is slightly worse, I would say, more or less, and Harika is more or less equal. And Vaishali lost her previous match, right? वैशाली का कैसा चल रहा है?
वैशाली का, let me have a look.
I don't see
कहाँ पे
वैशाली.
भाई?
हाँ, वैशाली is also more or less equal against Savita
Just
Shri
a
with the
second.
black pieces. End game चल रहा है वहाँ पे. She's a pawn
Hmm.
down, तो most likely an equal position, but Savita Shri will push there.
And Harika completely winning. That is good news for us. And Ju Wenjun, the classical champion, not really having a great start in the Rapid World Championship.
Yup. That is true. By the way, Divya also more or less coming back if she finds an only move in her game. I think she
Nice.
can.
But Tej, my chat was asking for this game. Can you tell us what happened in like since we left it?
I think super
Why has
complicated to break
Gukesh's
it
position
down.
become bad?
I don't know why this is rook h6 is a bad move because I think इसको कुछ g5 के अराउंड कुछ प्लान करना है. Knight g6, knight h4, g5 के अराउंड ऐसे कुछ खेलना है ब्लैक को. But he played one bad move and maybe it gave his opponent enough time to set his pieces in the right squares. So knight goes to b5, then a3. You can kick this knight away as well. And now suddenly
Hmm?
white's position looks a lot more harmonious. पहले वो knight एकदम गंदा d2 पे बैठा हुआ था. And he went from
Beautiful
d1,
night,
a3,
Evan.
b5. Yes, now it's
Correct.
amazing.
Saj, by the stakes are even higher because we just saw MVN and Artemiev walk down behind these players after making a draw. But the leader 7 point where in case Gukesh wins, he goes to 6.5 within striking distance of the leader.
That is huge. But Gukesh का position sadly उतना promising अभी नहीं लग रहा है. But still a lot of
Hmm.
fight left in the game as he plays knight c7 to try and trade further in this position. And now David is thinking, by knight मारे या नहीं? I like
By the
a4
let's go
also.
to let's go to Arjun के भाई, he's completely winning like plus 11, 12, 13, 14 चल रहा है कुछ.
अरे भाई. So it's 2 pawns up. King
But
on
Saj,
c1 is a bit bad.
is it like that winning? मतलब कुछ chance, no scope for a comeback for black?
कमबैक पॉसिबल है इधर, उतना विनिंग नहीं है. कमबैक पॉसिबल है बट ओके, he's 2 pawns up and okay,
Hmm.
it should be winning with correct play.
Zero
Like दोनों
form.
sides best move खेलेंगे तो I think you would win this.
Got it. And chat, by the way, Sehaj bhai, chat और समय भाई, good news. We have fixed the bottom right tomb. So आपको सिर्फ रैपिड के टाइप ब्रेक्स और रैपिड का इंफॉर्मेशन मिलेगा. स्प्लिट्स को हमने पॉज कर दिया है. So great news there for everyone.
Amazing भाई, thank you so much for fixing it. अब now थोड़ा easier लग रहा है देख के because we can only see the format there. No tie breaks, सिर्फ Swiss
हाँ, नो
tournament है,
केओ,
13 round.
भूल जाओ, सब
हम्म
भूल जाओ. Yes, it's only
भाई
13
नीचे
rounds
भाई
and
फॉर्मेट रैपिड के नीचे तो टॉप 4 मूव टू केओ स्विच फिर भी लिखा है भाई.
भाई ये तो करेक्ट है, ये तो गलत है ना भाई. आई नो, माय बैड. ये मतलब मैंने नहीं बनाया, बट दैट्स अ ग्रेट पॉइंट.
But yes, okay. So look, Pragg का गेम पूछ रहे थे भाई. Pragg is also doing amazing against Denis Lazovic. He maintains that slight advantage. And Bishop versus Knight का एक imbalance है यहाँ पे. He's also, his rooks are very nicely placed. This Knight, is giving some discovered check ideas, but कोई अच्छा square नहीं है Knight के लिए. So right now, I think Pragg is definitely driving the game. I think maybe this is time to switch back to David Anton versus Gukesh, as Rakesh Bhai is now thinking about भाई ये कैसे change करें
नहीं, मैं
bottom right के
उनसे ही
उसको.
लिख रहा हूँ भाई. भाई इतना मैं खुश होके बोल रहा हूँ, फिर आपने मार दी पूरी.
Go to समय भाई, वो समय हमारे प्रोड्यूसर सर का नाम है. उनको भी हम समय भाई बुलाते हैं. There are two समय भाईs. So yeah, he goes knight f3. And now Gukesh is more or less back. His move is knight g6 to attack the f4 pawn. But I'm guessing his opponent has looked at knight g5. यहाँ पे कुछ crazy tactic है. Yeah, knight gf4 is happening. Bishop f4, knight f4, attacking this. By the way, we do have a result on Nihal's board. It is a draw on board 4.
Okay.
That means Nihal moves up to 6 points, still 1 point behind the tournament leader. But let's see क्या होता है. At least we are within striking distance.
Yeah,
Going
both
back to
players.
Gukesh's board.
Buki makes some mistakes. सहज भाई बार चढ़ रहा है व्हाइट का.
Oh wow. Bishop b7 was
Another
an
update.
inaccuracy.
Hans Niemann is completely winning against Liam Lee, and he will join the leaders in second place, the second place group.
मतलब 6.5 पे आ जाएगा वो.
और बहुत ही कम लोग होंगे, शायद वो ही खेलेगा अर्टेनियस से इसके बाद.
हांस भाई गौतम कृष्णा के साथ खेल रहा था अभी. He played a wonderful game in the first round on day 2, and now he's going to play the tournament leader भाई. Very complicated for both Gukesh and Anton. Yes, completely agreed. I think Bar is not telling the full story here. Like maybe White is slightly better, but I think दोनों के लिए खेलना यहाँ पे थोड़ा मुश्किल है. I would argue that maybe it's a bit harder for White to play this.
Says, can we please reload this one and also maybe have a look at Magnus Carlsen.
Absolutely, this is the game of Maggie.
What's
double bishop
happening
advantage.
here?
जीत जाएगा ये तो Maggie.
By the way, also I think his loss to Artemia, was it his first loss as a parent, as a dad?
Yes, I think so.
बुरा लगा होगा ऐसे.
But okay, happens, yeah. Happens to everyone.
Yeah, happens. He'll be back, and he's completely winning here. And he will go to 6 out of 8, and definitely back in the medal contention. Like, don't never underestimate Magnus Carlsen.
Absolutely. बिल्कुल सही. And by the way, never underestimate से याद है. Let's look at Arjun versus SL because Arjun is completely cruising. Mate in 10 है भाई position. Queen e7. कोई check ही आप ये check दे सकते हो. Just king b4 and queen e7 checkmate is inevitable, and I think SL about to resign against Arjun, and Arjun will advance to 6 points, joining Nihal. So they would be the tied leaders. The only critical match I think for Indians right now is board 3, the world champion taking on David Anton with the black pieces. Is he going to win?
This is the crucial one, भाई. यही तो सबसे main board है अपना.
Absolutely. Bishop b7 he takes. Queen takes b7 only move. भाई यहाँ क्यों सोच रहे हो?
Queen
You have to
G2
play this
से
fast.
block.
Don't trade off the queens, I think.
प्रग के पास, sorry, बुकी के पास. प्रग का नाम ले ही लिया तो उसकी भी बोर्ड पे एक नजर मार लेते हैं भाई.
Of course भाई. Pragg is also slightly better against Denis Lazovic. दोनों के पास एक मिनट पड़ा हुआ है. This is the current position. But I would say वो queen straight करने के बाद maybe Denis Lazovic की position थोड़ी सी improve हुई है. Still Pragg is better,
Yeah,
but
Pragg
उतना नहीं.
pushing there. So let's go chat. Need your support. 1000 likes फटाफट कर दो. We are on the brink and Arjun has won. Let's go. Arjun Legacy 6 on 8. He is making a comeback like our favorite Harshit Bhai. देखो position. You will have a smile on your face. That's right.
Harshit Bhai is winning now.
Exactly.
भाई
Let's
ये
go.
कैसे हुआ? ये कैसे हुआ भाई? ये तो पूरा ब्रेक डाउन करना पड़ेगा भाई. एक्चुअली लास्ट मूव भी खराब थी उसकी. हाँ, क्वीन G5 मारना था उसको. क्वीन 8 वाज अ मिस्टेक एंड क्वीन E3 बाय द वे ब्यूटीफुल मूव बाय हर्षित देयर
Yeah,
एंड
just
11
10
seconds फॉर निकोलस
seconds.
थियोडोरू. बिशप टेक्स E1. भाई हर्षित जीत सकता है भाई.
Of course, जीत सकता है. I think you recapture. Yeah. Rook Mara, Rook E1 also coming in at the right moment. Queen F2, Knight C5. Harshit Bhai winning. Any other exciting board chat? Let us know. Do let us know. भाई
Absolutely. So Harsh,
Magnus का भी देख लिया ना. Magnus is winning. So
Magnus is
just
winning.
keeping an eye
I
of
think
all the
let's
games.
stick to Gukesh's board, yeah, because वहां पे थोड़ा critical position लग रहा है and I have a feeling यहाँ पे Gukesh के लिए it will be a tough time to make a draw here. That rook on H6 is really bad, no? Like it's not doing much. Unless Gukesh
Not
is
doing
hoping for some
much.
knight H4 G5 type का move.
I think then that rook makes sense on being on the edge of the board. 1 minute for Guki.
Yeah, maybe we can go full screen on this board and because we are
चलो.
approaching the time crunch stage. Bishop F8, by the way, mistake by the world champion there. Knight D6 is the best move here for David Anton, but a very difficult one to give up the knight for this bad bishop on F8.
When the E line opens up for White's rook and दूसरा knight G1 वाला knight can also get into E5, I think. Touching his queen, that's good news.
Goes queen
He is the
D5.
queen in the
That's a
center.
good move, I think. Keeping an eye on this pin over here. Black has to play knight E7 now, basically. Only move, otherwise knight D6 is lethal.
Oh, yeah. And chat, no, I don't think David Anton was Gukesh's second ever. So it was not this David for sure.
Knight E7 played. Queen G2 वापस आना पड़ेगा. That's a draw offer by the way by Gukesh. अगर वो Queen G2 वापस आता है तो.
But Gukesh normally doesn't like to repeat, but this is a position where he should repeat, I think.
Yeah, he has to repeat, I think. He also has less time on the Queen H1. Wait, what? Like, can you explain to me why would anyone choose H1 and not G2 here? Like, Knight C6 he plays, no draw.
ये राज भी उसी के साथ चला गया भाई. Rook F3 or Rook F2 coming in? Yeah,
Rook F2 played. Knight C6, by the way, he played to defend this pawn on A5. कि Bishop A5 कभी मर नहीं सकता. Rook F2, slight inaccuracy.
I think he's playing on Guki's style.
Yeah. Now something like just King H8, yeah, Rook D7, something like this. Don't allow Queen D5 probably. Guki having less than half a minute now. Risk क्या भाई? Goes for the move. 15 seconds. Goes G5. Let's go, bye. Let's go. Gukesh is bringing the fight to him. G5. Very attacking move. F takes G5. Only move, by the way, for
Guki
David
भाई बोल रहा
Anton.
है मरेंगे तो मार के मरेंगे भाई. He
भाई.
won't go down easy. White takes the pawn. Rook. Abhi, now that rook is making sense.
Yeah. Now pawn on G5 is attacked. Pawn on E5 is attacked. So it was a bad move G5, but it's good in practical terms because at least you're making your opponent play forcing moves. Goes Queen D5. Mistake.
Let's go. Come on.
Rook D7 खेल के kick करना उसको जरूरी है यहाँ पे. But very hard to play this.
Chat quick update on Pragg game. Pragg is pushing Rook Bishop versus Rook Knight. He's playing the Fisher endgame. Pawn up hai Pragg. Good chances, but we'll stick to this as we have the cameras of Guki.
He's a pawn up, yeah. Very important move. Rook d7 by the way. अब knight d6 forced है यहाँ पे डेविड एंटोन के लिए. Remember chat, whoever wins this match joins the leader. Basically 6.5 points. सिर्फ आधे point का फर्क रहेगा between them and Artemiev. So it's very important to look at this match to see who is going to win.
Hans Niemann has won. He is the only player on 6.5. Magnus Carlsen winning, but will only go to 6.
Knight d6. Very, very difficult move. 38 seconds for David. 22 seconds for Gukesh.
सहज भाई प्रेडिक्शन बताओ ये गेम का क्या होगा.
Gukesh wins.
चैट गुकी विन लॉस या ड्रॉ बताओ. आप बोल रहे विंस.
I think he wins, yeah.
आई थिंक ड्रॉ
Position.
होगा.
भाई गुकेश के मतलब I think like already mistake one. Knight takes c5 when he's back. Let's go.
Let's go. Come on, Guki. Maro pawn. He plays it.
Queen g3 only move. Only move. If he doesn't play it, he's worse. He's not going for
doesn't.
it. He goes for the pawn. Knight takes g3 now.
Hey,
Played
let's
immediately.
go.
Equal.
Come on, Guki. White has to bring his other rook शायद. F1 पे लेके आओ दूसरा रुक कोने से.
पर ये pawn कौन बचाएगा लेकिन इसको भी तो बचाना है.
Oh हाँ. Oh,
पहले
he's
b3 खेलो
under
ना.
Gukesh's time for the first time today.
Down on the clock as well. And down in the position as well. Queen
क्या
g3 mistake
चाल है
भाई.
सहज भाई?
100% mistake भाई.
Yes.
मर रहा है ना फ्री का pawn. Let's take it.
The bar doesn't like it. Knight b2.
Oh.
Let's go.
But wait, knight b2 there's queen b3 and maybe the knight is trapped. Does Gukesh see this? He has to take that. Oh no! Mistake. Big mistake by Gukesh.
Oh, knight e5 coming in Sahaj. I don't like this. Knight
This
coming in the
bye.
center.
Knight g7. Let's go. Best move. Gukesh is back. Knight f3 was a blunder.
भाई क्या ही गेम चल रहा है.
कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा भाई इतना कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है. रुक f6 पे knight h5 है मेरे पास. 100% डेविड मिस दिस. इसमें ड्रॉ का नो चांस भाई. नो चांस.
हाँ, no chance. I think I am changing to Guki win now.
Rook e5 blunder. Knight d3 played. क्या भाई क्या
भाई
एक्यूरेसी देख रहे हो भाई की.
Come on, Gukesh.
Rook e4 played. मैं मैन्युअली चल रहा हूं by the way. Knight h5.
Okay.
He's winning. Completely winning Gukesh now. Rook
Rook
f7
f7
he plays.
हाँ. Now
Still
he's-
winning,
he's
completely
okay.
winning.
He's still winning. Knight अच्छा huge threat. Robson Ray लेफ्ट साइड से देख रहा है. डेविड एंटोन 15 सेकंड नहीं 10 सेकंड एक्चुअली.
Rook f1.
Rook f1 Knight h5 चलो.
Knight f5
Come
भी
on,
चल रहा है. Knight
Guki.
h5 भी चल रहा है.
अरे नहीं.
Takes the
He
pawn.
goes greedy. Knight b2.
Okay, slight inaccuracy there. बहुत complicated है position दोनों के लिए. So makes a lot of sense. He goes rook e1.
f1.
भाई वापस आ सकते हो knight d3. Oh,
Knight
second
c4
pawn
भी
भी.
मार दिया.
तो rook e8 है ही नहीं भाई. Knight बचा के बैठा है सब कुछ.
बढ़िया ब्यूटीफुल नाइट.
Bishop c1.
Like Goki senses it. He knows he is winning now.
Knight
भाई
d6.
कितने मूव करेगा वही नाइट से भाई. Oh, Magnus
तब-
is looking on from the right side. Magnus has won his game. Chat.
Yep, that means
Huge
Gukesh
build
will go
by
on
Maggie.
6.5.
Yeah.
क्या खेला अभी
I'm-
वो? Rook f4 blunder.
f4.
Knight h5 winning. Knight h5 is winning.
Fork. Yes,
Yes,
he does
played.
it. भाई Magnus और दोनों प्लेयर चल के गए. That means that just shows how big a blunder that is.
Yep, Anton के रिएक्शन से भी पता लगा he definitely missed that. Yep, यहाँ पे आप रिजाइन कर सकते हो बेसिकली.
नहीं 2-3 मूव तो खेलेगा ना.
Queen h4 takes the knight. Now he's an exchange up. Bishop takes and now
Thank
let's
you
bring
for
the
the
queen to
rook.
the party. Queen f5.
I think knight b5 भी मार दो. David Andor realizes, he had it. He missed his chance against the world champion Guki. Queen लाओ और game जीत जाओ.
Takes the knight on
Yes.
b5.
The human choice and फिर Queen f5 incoming.
Knight e5
What? He
played.
gambles. He
हाँ, but
gambles.
pawn मारता तो just queen f5 में you were just lost. So
Correct.
he's trying. अभी गुकेश पूरा रुक up है अभी. Full रुक.
सूखा.
सूखा. Knight d6.
भाई वो नाइट ने ना इतने चीजें खाए ना d6 वाले नाइट ने पूरा क्वीन साइड लेफ्ट साइड ऑफ द बोर्ड साफ किया है.
Basically. B2, D3, C4, the knight on B5. By the way, guys, 2,300 people watching. Do like this stream so that more people can watch this action. Knight D6 played. By the way, बहुत सारी moves हुई हैं. Takes, bishop E5, rook H7, queen G3, and Gukesh is about to win his match and join in this that juicy tied second place with Hans Niemann. He
Oh
might play
my
the tournament
God.
leader Artemiev in the next round. What a way to end this day!
Yeah, I mean, let's just hope it. I mean, it is almost done, but एक बार ना वो official हो जाएगा ना सहज भाई तो अच्छा लगता है.
Of
Queen
course.
F5 on the board. But भाई what a nightmare that night has been. Let's go भाई chat में बुकी ओपिनियन नहीं रुकना चाहिए और also फटाफट like दबा दो just for Gukesh. 2435 people watching. Let's go.
Absolutely. Gukesh is a complete piece of right now. Bishop D6 पे point ये है chat कि there is bishop takes D6, queen takes D6 पे there's queen F2 check and rook H3 is just a checkmate. So that's why
That's
he cannot take
GG's.
the knight. Queen G2 he plays. Black to play now.
क्या खेला उसने? Queen G2, Knight F7.
Beautiful.
Chat,
Sukha
do
piece.
like the stream, so we'll have 2500 watching, which is more than Sehaj Bhai's FIDE rating.
अरे भाई अभी तो देखो चैट मेरी रेटिंग ज्यादा है इससे वॉचिंग से. हाँ मेरी 2475 अब चेक करो. ओए 2471 हो गई यार. मैं क्यों बोला
अभी
फालतू
अभी
में.
अब धीरे धीरे कार्लसन देंगे, ऐसे सबकी रेट टारगेट देते जाएंगे. कम
ओ
ऑन
रुक
बुकी यार
टेक्स
खत्म
H3.
कर. लेट्स गो.
उफ.
रिजाइन दे, ये रिजाइन मोमेंट है. चैट फोन निकाल दो, सेल्फी लेने का चांस, because Gukesh is about to win this game. Let's go.
Yep, this is exactly the moment where you resign. I think Gukesh.
भाई 100%
क्या
ही रिजाइन
खेला
कर.
भाई आज. क्या खेला भाई in his element. Yeah, complicating the position, purposefully going into a worse situation, playing G5 at the right moment. What a game.
Amazing. और टाइम प्रेशर का बेहतरीन यूज किया. एंड देयर यू सी Gukesh Chamaraju goes to 6.5 out of 8. Very important win. And bhai chat, remember, after his first round game, he has won 6 games in a row.
Wow. Wow. Insane. I think let's go to Pragg as well because that's the other game that was remaining. Pragg, I think most likely going to draw this against Denis Lazovic. Not much action happening here, sadly, because EF3, King F3 ke baad, we'll just look at a Philidor type of a position, which is a very well-known draw. So Pragg, 100% making a draw here. Any other game that looks interesting to you, Rakesh bhai?
Having a look.
By the way,
Shimano
Fabi dead
about to
lost
beat
against.
Fabi. भाई
Yeah.
सेकंड बिल अनीश को हराया. एंड्रेकिन, अनीश और फाबी, 3 स्ट्रॉन्ग 2700 इन अ रो.
मतलब
शिमानो हैविंग अ ड्रीम इवेंट.
शिमानोव ने 2 कैंडिडेट्स को like in a row हराया है. Like he's
Correct.
defeated Anish and now he's defeating Fabi as well. 2
And you know,
candidates.
he's like one of us, Sehaj bhai. Matlab, creates
Hmm.
content, commentates for Levitov Chess. So nice to see him and Harshit bhai do so well.
Absolutely. And Harshit bhai, by the way, has drawn his match against Nicolas Theodorou, which is I think he was winning, but he still a good result regardless for Harshit. He's
Yeah,
holding his
can you
own
go,
for sure.
can you go full screen here? Fabiano versus Alexander Shimanov from Russia. Extremely strong player, but Sehaj bhai, how do you win this without going into Rook Bishop versus Rook?
ये rook e1 rook g1 I think, or yeah, just rook g2 rook g1 should be winning. Rook g5 आएगा तो bishop f2. He goes
He
h5, rook
collects a
g3.
few pawns.
Guy ये तो position bhai.
I think
Gives
just
a check.
trying to get the check handshake momentum.
Yeah. You shouldn't take with the bishop. That's a trap. Rook d3 check है मेरे पास. Goes rook g1. Very nice.
Sehaj bhai, was Shimano in your college, USC?
No. But he was playing in the World Juniors.
I checkmate
वहाँ
in
पे.
2, na? Bishop f2 check. What? He missed
Oh.
it.
He goes bishop f4. Bishop f2 was a checkmate, but okay, होता है.
Exactly. Like,
Anything is winning there. So there we have handshakes. Fabi resigns,
wow.
and that means Alexander Shimanov has officially defeated 2 candidates in a row. And
Amazing.
he also is on 6.5 out of 8.
Fabiano Caruana, who has won, one bronze medal and 1 silver. Gold वाला इस साल तो add नहीं हो रहा chat. So he stays at 5.
Absolutely. So then I think any other games
Pragg,
of
Pragg.
Indian
I think
players?
Pragg drew. Pragg
Pragg
drew
drew, yeah.
officially. Let's check in.
Yeah, Pragg already drawn, drew like long ago.
Mhm.
ये था position final.
एक गेम I mean I don't know. I'm just checking कोई और active है कि. I'm also having a look at the women's scores quickly just to check
Hmm.
our results. Divya drew. Humpy beat Sarah Khadan, so that was a great round for the Indian women. Harika won. भाई क्या ही बढ़िया गेम था ये, बढ़िया राउंड था for the Indian women today.
Looks like Humpage is like leading the event, yeah? She's the only player on 6 points. Is that true, Rakesh bhai?
Yeah, I think so. भाई वो
So
he didn't
Hum,
have the best of starts, and now there
yeah,
she
yeah,
is.
she drew 2 games with Gulrukh Begum and Corey Daisy, and then she won 4 games in a row back to back, and now she's in sole lead position to defend her title.
With only 3 rounds to go, because remember, women में 11 ही गेम है.
4 round है ना भाई?
तो
8, 9, 10, 11.
एट तो चालू है भाई. अच्छा उनका एट चालू है. करेक्ट करेक्ट. माय
उनका 8
बैड माय
तभी
बैड.
होगा. तो चार,
करेक्ट
but
करेक्ट.
still, I think very impressive regardless.
या अमेजिंग.
So Hampi looking to defend her title. I think there is a match between Bharat Subramaniam and Vincent Keimer that I'm looking at, but I'm not sure ये अभी तक ओपनिंग फेज में कैसे है ये गेम.
आई थिंक डीजीटी एरर होगा. भाई बाय द वे ये डीजीटी एरर है तो ये नहीं हो सकता कि विंसेंट काइमर 3.5 पॉइंट पे क्या कर रहा है.
भाई लेट्स चेक क्या हुआ सर. विंसेंट काइमर पहले राउंड के बाद जीता ही नहीं है भाई एक भी मैच.
इसीलिए.
वो जीता ही मतलब
भाई बाय द वे.
उसको
हाँ हाँ नहीं जीता है.
like he's drawn against 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 draws and 1 loss against Litwan Min.
Yeah, Vaishali's game is done, Chris. She has drawn her game against Savita Sri.
Yeah.
Is there any other
So
round left? Of course, one more round left, Chad, after this. Then there is like round 10 is tomorrow. But we have one more round here.
right. Yeah, अभी I think 5 rounds, then 4 rounds, and then yeah, round 10 से 13 जो होंगे वो कल होंगे. That's the finals.
Correct.
So we'll get a new world rapid champion. I think new ही
But
होगा
are
because
we done
Murzan
with
तो
round?
I think no, there are still some rounds remaining. There is Sandeepan Chanda, I think, who is basically dead loss. I'm not sure if he finished. I think he has. I think he has resigned here, but वो Kings ने डाले होंगे. Then there is Adiban, who is also in a like dead loss position against Parham. And then we
It's
have,
over.
I think Karthik Venkatraman is playing against Booz Yanzi.
Looking equal. It's one of those tables there जिसमें बहुत सारी काफी भीड़ है.
Also, like just to remind everyone, standings में right now Gukesh is number 2. Chat. Artemiev is number 1,
Wow.
Gukesh is number 2, and Hans is number 3, by the way. Then Alexei Sarana, then Shimanov. Basically, that's the lineup there. But let's not forget Maggie is now at 7th place with 6 points. और Maggie अगर उठ गया ना भाई, तो it will be very dangerous for everyone. There's still 5 rounds remaining overall. एंड मतलब सब प्लेयर्स को 11 पॉइंट से ऊपर करना होगा जीतने के लिए क्योंकि मैगी अब नहीं छोड़ेगा आई फील.
True. And also, nice to see a good round for Indians overall. Artemiev का break लग गया. So he's at 7. Guki at 6.5. Arjun at 6. Pragg also drew at 5.5. So भाई comeback loading and ये बढ़िया गेम था Indians के लिए round 8.
या अग्रीड. वेरी गुड राउंड ओवरऑल.
But प्रणव भाई बोल रहे will Gukesh versus Artemiev happen? I think so. मतलब what do you think is the next pairing? Artemiev ने सबसे तो खेल लिया at the top.
आई थिंक
It's
गुकेश ही
either
होगा मैच अब.
Hans versus Artemiev या Gukesh versus Artemiev.
बट गुकेश एक्चुअली नो, ही विल प्ले हांस. हांस के वाइट थे ना. हाँ, हांस के वाइट थे तो हांस से खेलेगा वो. गुकेश वोंट प्ले हिम येट.
Okay. When will next round start? भाई ये तो खत्म होने दो. But in the next 10-15 minutes, I hope.
There is a final match incoming chat today to end the day, and iske baad we'll have a very clear understanding of who is leading, and I think who has a very good chance of becoming World Rapid Champion or having a top 3 finish. But let's
Yes,
see.
chess mate, you're right. Nihal also on 6, so he also has a great chance. सहज भाई
For
आपके लिए
sure.
सवाल है फ्रॉम अभय जायसवाल. भाई ये जगदीश जीएम कैसा? ही इज नॉट इवन 2450.
I think वो आप उसकी बात कर रहे हो. These are rapid ratings भाई. बट क्लासिकल में ही 2500. रैपिड रेटिंग मैंने पहले भी एक्सप्लेन किया था कि बहुत ग्रैंड मास्टर्स होते हैं जो रैपिड खेलते ही नहीं है. लाइक आई हैवंट प्लेड अ रैपिड गेम इन लाइक मे बी लाइक सम 4-5 years. आई कांट रिमेंबर प्लेइंग अ रैपिड गेम. मेरे को याद भी नहीं मैं लास्ट रैपिड गेम कब खेला था. तो योर रेटिंग डजंट नेसेसरली मैच योर स्ट्रेंथ देयर. आई मीन आप हर्षित को देखो. हर्षित की 2396 है रेटिंग रैपिड की. उसकी स्ट्रेंथ थोड़ी ना 2396 की. वो तो दिख रहा है आपको मैच में. वो तो टूर्नामेंट में भी दिख रहा है आपको. नहीं है वो. But it happens. So usually if you want to get a good idea of a person's strength, classical rating is the way to go.
Through that, and do we have the women's standings by any chance, so we can do like a recap of the women's standings? And there we have it. Sahaj bhai, you were right. Koneru Hampi leading the Women's World Rapid Championship with 6 out of 8. No, 8, na?
Yeah, 6 out of 7, I think.
7, huh? 6 out of 7. Harika with 5.5. Divya also with 5.5. ये 3 chances है for 3 medals. भाई all Indian podium होगा तो क्या ही मजे है. But a very nice start, and looking like Koneru Hampi is the front runner to defend her title from last year.
Absolutely great. I think summary there. 5 wins and 2 draws we could see next to the standings right there. Humpy has not lost. He's right now unbeaten. So I think on the women's section we are looking amazing. बस अब एक podium finish open में भी चाहिए भाई.
True. भाई विंसेंट कैमर का फिर से ड्रॉ गया है. I think last time he won was in round 1.
बहुत टाइम हो गया भाई उसको तो. Okay, Mitraba Guha I think should lose this.
Yeah, this is GG's basically.
2 ही गेम बचा. अब वो एंड गेम क्वीन पॉन एंडिंग कोई दिख नहीं रहा मुझे अब. भाई एक क्रेजी एंड गेम दिखाऊं आपको राकेश भाई. लुक एट दिस.
दिखाओ दिखाओ. भाई 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 ये क्या है? ये समझने को ही शायद 2-3 मिनट लगेगा.
भाई रुक बिशप और नाइट वर्सेस 2 रुक्स. या बड़े पॉन ए2 पे है तो ये क्वीन हो रहा है सीधा.
हाँ तो चलो ये इजी है फिर ब्लैक के लिए.
सहज राकेश भाई जस्ट वन क्वेश्चन. अगर कोई 2500 क्लासिकल होके फर्स्ट रैपिड गेम खेलेगा तो उसका 2500 के ऊपर फर्स्ट कैलकुलेशन होगा फॉर रैपिड रेटिंग. यस यस एग्जैक्टली. आपकी रैपिड रेटिंग यूजुअली आपकी क्लासिकल देख के डिसाइड होती है.
Yeah.
But I really don't think there is anyone in the world जो 2500 की rating लेके has not played a single rapid game. Not that I
Right.
know of.
Yeah, that's a fair point. And Humpy G is the sole leader. Random things, you are right. But one thing has caught my attention is I Carlsen on 6 points. Hans on 6.5. क्या Hans downfloat हो गए मैग्नस के साथ खेल सकता है फैज पर?
पता है कौन डाउनफ्लोट होगा भाई?
कौन?
जिसकी रेटिंग रैपिड की सबसे कम है.
और
Do you know who
किसकी
that
है वो?
is?
Gukesh Gamuraju. Let's go, my God.
So first day
अबे
पे
भाई.
we had Arjun versus Magnus and day 2
हाँ.
के end पे we will have
Standings.
राकेश भाई.
Amazing, भाई. So, do we have standings of the men's section as well? Open
एक बार
section.
फिनिश तो करो भाई. थॉट फिनिश करो एक बार भाई.
नहीं मैं ऐसा क्लियर ही कर देना. देखो आर्टेमिया अकेला है. We need to give him an opponent. ठीक है.
Yeah.
तो गया हांस को दे देते हैं. चलो हांस उसमें आर्टेमिया कर देते हैं. रशियन भाई लोग को खेलने दे सराना शिमानो को. Because Gukesh has played Sarana already. And
Actually नहीं,
Gukesh
हांस की रेटिंग
होगा
ज्यादा है.
down. किससे?
हांस की रेटिंग एक्चुअली गुकेश की रेटिंग सबसे ज्यादा है एक्चुअली.
तो Gukesh will play
सबसे
Artemia.
हाँ
Right.
गुकेश विल प्ले No. Gukesh will still play, I think, Han. Artemi will still play Hans क्योंकि color match हो रहा है उनका. That's my
अच्छा,
guess. But I could
तो
be wrong.
गुकेश को शिमानो ही लगेगा फिर क्योंकि he has played Sarana already. I know it's complicated, but looks good, bhai. Gukesh in second place on tie breaks. Arjun Aregesi also top 8 after that shocking defeat in today morning. और निहाल सरीन also with a shot. I think भाई 6 पॉइंट एंड अबाउ या हाँ 6 पॉइंट एंड अबाउ का फर्स्ट प्लेस के लिए चांस है. 5.5 एंड अबाउ का पोडियम के लिए चांस है. I would say 5 पॉइंट पे अभी जो भी है, sadly I think it's too little too late for them.
Yeah. No. I think that's a good way to end it off. And you can look at number 13. If you can have the standings very, very quickly. There is Yagis Gan Erdogmus sitting there.
Yeah.
Yagis.
Oh,
But
oh yeah.
he's incoming, bhai. He's also coming. Crazy. Keep an
भाई
eye on
he's
him.
a 13-14 year old. जितने साल के उतने ही रैंक है उनका भाई. That's crazy.
Insane.
Magnus
By
किस
the way,
तरह
ये
है
लोग
भाई? Magnus lost to Artemians in this.
भाई हम तो ये स्टैंडिंग्स मतलब वुमेन्स का स्टैंडिंग्स भी हो गया, मतलब ओपन स्टैंडिंग्स भी हो गया. ये बाउटसाइड जूस अभी भी खेल रहा है वही पोजीशन,
ये
रुक
तो
बिशप नाइट.
ये irrelevant है ना स्टैंडिंग इसके लिए.
ये 5 पे तो आएगा ना भाई.
Unless he has played one of the top guys तो ही relevant है actually. Tie breaks के लिए नहीं तो
Hmm.
it's okay. How is Ali Reza doing? That's a great question. Sanket bhai, let me check. Ali Reza, he's at 5. 5 out of 8.
टॉलीरेजा का चांस नहीं है मतलब.
नहीं भाई, वो तो ये गेम नहीं खेलता तो भी नहीं था मतलब.
Hmm.
रिचर्ड रैपो आउट. डूडा रिचर्ड रैपो दोनों ही 4 ही पॉइंट में भाई. व्हाट हैपनिंग? इवन एंड्री एसिपेंको, इट्स इंपॉर्टेंट चैट क्योंकि ये भी खेलेंगे कैंडिडेट्स मार्च में. So he is also on 5.
Absolutely. By the way, 110 चाले हो गए यहाँ पे. There is a mate in 2 happening with knight f2 and some rook h7 type of ideas. I think white has resigned here. And I think with that, the open section has concluded, and we have just one more round incoming for you for today. It could be Gukesh versus Magnus. Their colors are matching here, but Gukesh is the highest rated player on 6.5 points, so it is unlikely. That means Magnus plays against someone else. But कोई और है नहीं उधर भाई जो 6.5 पॉइंट पे जिसका कलर मैच हो रहा है मैग्नस के साथ. पर
Magnus
लेट्स
will
सी क्या
play
होता है
as
भाई.
half player ना मतलब for sure.
हाँ, वो मैग्नस तो अपफ्लोट होगा, वो तो पक्का है. बट
Correct.
डाउन फ्लोट कौन होगा, दैट इज द क्वेश्चन. वेदर विल सी गुकेश और नॉट अगेंस्ट मैग्नस, दैट्स द क्वेश्चन.
भाई और जोबावा लंदन से याद है, जोबावा has withdrawn from the event. Don't know why, but maybe something isn't well. But ये मतलब रैपिड ब्लिट्ज से तो क्या ही विड्रॉ करोगे ना, लाइक जस्ट प्ले इट आउट ऐसा लगता है मुझे.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I think we have one more round. Rakesh bhai, maybe let's take a short break until we
वही
get the pairings and all of those things. And कुछ और अगर वीडियो crazy समय भाई तो वो भी डाल देना. But
चलो
yes, chat.
see you on the other side. Get your popcorn in. The last and the most important match of today coming right up.
Welcome back, chat. We have the final round of day 2 of the FIDE World Rapid Championship in Doha. Lots of crazy matchups. Let's take them through one by one. Kya chal raha hai? Firstly, we have a tournament leader, Vladislav Artemiev, who's sitting with 7 out of 8. He's the only one with that point. Then there are around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players on 6.5, and we have our world champion, as you can see on the screen, Gukesh, right behind him, just आधे point का फर्क. And I think ये पूरा update नहीं हुआ है, actually नहीं हुआ है. You're right. That means we have 4 players. एक player जाएगा Artemiev के पास, and that player, can you take a guess, chat? क्योंकि who is that player who is playing against Artemiev? It's very difficult. Actually, I'll make it easy for you. It's Alexei Sarana, the guy who played against Arjun Erigaisi in the first round of day 2, जहाँ पे अर्जुन के पास he had a completely winning position, but then he messed up in opponent's time pressure, जो बहुत rare होता है. But yes, he's going to be playing against Artemiev, and our very own Gukesh is going to be playing against Nodirbek Abdusatarov. And भाई मैं आपको एक चीज रिमाइंड कराना चाहूंगा चैट. नॉदिरबेक वही बंदा है जिसने एक वो स्टेटमेंट दिया था इंटरेस्टिंग सा, इफ यू गाइस रिमेंबर, कि समथिंग अबाउट गुकेश's वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप टाइटल एंड ऑल ऑफ दैट. तो ये मैच वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट आई थिंक फॉर गुकेश, बिकॉज वो बिल्कुल फॉर्म में है. नॉदिरबेक अपफ्लोट हुआ है, वाइड भी पीसेस हैं. इफ गुकेश विंस दिस विल बी ह्यूज, बिकॉज नॉट ओनली विल ही प्रूव अ पॉइंट to his opponent, but also he'll prove a point in the standings as well, because day 2 khatam hone ke baad for sure Gukesh will be at least second, if not first, which is huge. And I
Huge
think
if
you have
true.
gotten welcome back Rakesh bhai. Kya lag raha hai, Gukesh versus Nodirbek? Koi crazy statement?
This has historically been like a juicy matchup every time they've played, and I don't think this would be any different.
Yep, I think Gukesh has a very good chance of scoring a win, especially white से भी खेल रहा है, इतना फॉर्म में है. I feel इसको हराया अभी तो that is an absolute statement भाई.
For sure. And former world rapid champion Noderberg Abdul Sattarov.
Oh yes. Former world rapid champion को हराना is always a statement. Players are actually sitting down, adjusting their pieces. We can see, I think he's Haik Martirosyan that we can see on the right side, adjusting his white pieces. And we have
Respect,
Gukesh's
hai,
board set
badhiya.
up. And by the way, another very crazy matchup. We have 2 other crazy matchups here. One is Cristobal Henriquez versus Arjun Erigaisi. Arjun playing with the black pieces. Favorite on the board, but okay, Rapid mein kuch bhi possible hai, so let's not count him out. But we have the main matchup for me is Yagiz Khan Erdogmas playing against Nehal Sarin on board 7.
Man,
Chat, like, मतलब आपको याद होगा कौन है? He's the guy who defended for 8.5 hours. Yes, you heard that right. For 8.5 hours, he defended against Nodirbek Abdusatarov in the Grand Swiss. That queen pawn ending. नॉदरबेक के पास था क्वीन और पॉन, और उसके पास था क्वीन. कल आपने देखा कि अर्जुन ने कैसे बढ़िया से वो एफएनएच पॉन्स मैग्नस के अगेंस्ट डिफेंड करी. बट Erdogmas ने क्लासिकल में क्वीन पॉन वर्सेस क्वीन he defended with seconds on his clock for at least an hour. It was, I mean, impressive is a small word here. It is absolutely insane what he was able to accomplish. So he is that guy. He is him. And he's playing against Nihal Sareen bhai. What do you think? Who do you think is the favorite here, Rakesh bhai? Who has good chances? Take it away.
I think it's like 50-50. Nihal has been there, done that for like 5 years at least now. But the younger or the next slot is always faster, better, sharper. So I think Yais Khan definitely can pull off an upset. But overall said by 7 points पे end up करेंगे whoever wins in that matchup, and that is a huge score after 9 games. मतलब आप बोल रहे थे ना GM नॉम के लिए भी 7 out of 9 लगता है.
भाई
So
यहाँ पे तो सुपर जीएम नॉम हो गया भाई. जीएम नॉम तो हर्षित का भी हो
exactly.
रहा है भाई, पर उसके 4.5 है. हर्षित सीरियसली चैट, उसके 2620 की परफॉर्मेंस आई जस्ट चेक, एंड वो अभी कुछ तो 80th कुछ तो आ रहा है वो, बट ही स्टिल प्लेइंग लाइक अ जीएम. या लाइक 2620 का परफॉर्मेंस है. दैट्स हाउ डिफिकल्ट दिस टूर्नामेंट इज. सो बिग प्रॉप्स. to all the players for showing up and playing their best. But right now, I think for me, the biggest match is, of course, Gukesh versus Nordirbek. There is history there. And then, of course, there is Yagis Khan Erdogmas versus Nihal Serene. That's a huge match for me as well.
True. By the way, quick head-to-heads. Gukesh leads Abdul Saro 2-1 with 11 draws in classical. But rapid blitz में, in faster formats, Abdul Sattarov leads Gukesh by 14-6. तो आप देख सकते हो chat. Faster formats, Abdul Sattarov is the favorite against Gukesh.
By the way, I just saw it in the chat, but I had to see it to believe it. But there is a huge news, in incoming, and thanks to whoever mentioned this in the chat. Gukesh has just crossed 2,700 in rapid ratings.
बढ़िया
So
भाई.
big congratulations to the world champion. That is a huge achievement.
That is huge. Finally, मतलब I think वो सिर्फ यही खेलता है, World Rapid Blitz और Grand Chess Tour वाले events.
Yeah, for sure. So I think very, very impressive there from Gukesh. He's 269. He was 269 to going into the event, but 2700 is a milestone in rapid ratings. Let's hope he can continue this run against Nordirbek Abdusattarov with the white pieces. He is half a point ahead, but Nordirbek was upfloated. And the weird thing for me was that Nordirbek upfloat hua, Magnus nahi upfloat hua. Because and this is because chat, because Magnus, not in the previous round, but the round before that, Magnus was already upfloated. So दो बार Magnus को upfloat नहीं करना था उनको, which happens when you are looking at chess ratings, like chess pairings.
And meditation जो आंख बंद करे versus stare gambit जो आंख पूरी तरह से खोल के. So we'll see who will triumph in this, Sahaj bhai. Your prediction before the first move.
Gukesh, I think he's looking amazingly, I think, strong to me here, I have to say, surprisingly.
And
Rapid
lift off.
में धो रहा है भाई वो. I'll take
Knight
Gukesh.
F3.
Knight F3.
Played. Knight F3, D5, played G3. Gukesh going for the Reti or the King's Indian attack probably, and Abdul Sattarov has his first think of the game.
Yep, Reti opening has been played. There are, if Nordirbek wants to keep it simple, he would go Knight F6, G6, something like this. He goes C5, interesting move. And Bishop G2 happens. Bhai, I think we should try to go full screen on this because I'm not able to catch the moves otherwise. Live board pe aane rahe. So Bishop G2, C5 happens. And then he goes Knight F6, short castle, and G6 has been played. And now Gukesh has gone C4. Thanks, bhai. You can see the time in front of you. दोनों का time काफी high है यहाँ पे. Both of them are playing super fast and the moves are coming in now as well. Okay, perfect. We can go to the normal board now.
Badhiya, bhai, badhiya. D4 an option, Bishop G7, of course, also an option which Nordirbek played. And let's see, come on. How does
Now there are
continue?
bunch of moves here for white. Pawn takes D5 is one, D4 is another one. Knight C3 यहाँ पे नहीं खेलना होता chat because black D4 खेल के knight को kick कर देगा. So first you have to remove this knight, remove this pawn, and then you should play Knight C3 in this position. But right now Gukesh is thinking what to do. And chat में लोग पूछ रहे हैं प्रग का क्या हुआ भाई. Pragg is playing against Jakub Kosakowski on board 16. He's playing with the white pieces. I'm quickly going to show you the position. This is what the situation is. Basically, he's playing knight off with the white pieces. English se aaye, but like he's playing knight off with the white pieces. This is a good try, I think, for Pragg. And if he wins this match, he's going to be at 6.5, which is a very, very good score to have a podium finish in this event. Switching back to Gukesh. Bhai, what are your predictions? मैंने तो बोल दिया Gukesh will win. आपका prediction क्या है भाई?
Easy, Gukesh W.
भाई पोल कर दो इधर पे.
Oh, of course.
पोल कर दो भाई. पोल कर दो भाई.
एक बार वो
तो
गलती
मजा आ
से जीत
जाएगा.
गया था ना चेन्नई ओलंपियाड में, तब से गुकेश उसको हर बार पकड़ के धोता है. Like literally, I think अगर आप पूछो कि who is most motivated to like Gukesh to play against, it is Nordirbek. And chat, by the way, the huge memory that has come to me, Sahaj bhai. This is the first time they are playing after Abdul Satarov said that Gukesh will not defend his title.
Yes, exactly. That's where the history comes from. By the way, we are getting an update from someone
Hi,
saying that we should
hi,
switch
एक
to Hans's
second.
board.
Yeah, I'll be back because I'm getting a call from Tiku Bhai. So BRB
Yeah,
now.
yeah, that's the person who told me. So I'm gonna stay on this game because something crazy is happening here, and we'll get to know what is happening. By Tiku Bhai is on site right now, so he's getting all the action in front of us, and he's letting us know what happened. But कुछ चल रहा है भाई, कुछ हुआ है अभी उल्टा. And you can see Rakesh Bhai is sort of having a call with him, and he's back now. Bhai, give us the tea. Unmute करो भाई पहले खुद को. भाई थोड़ा टी दो यार, ऐसे ऐसे आप सस्पेंस में रख रहे हो भाई.
भाई मैं म्यूट पे ही ठीक हूँ भाई.
नहीं थोड़ा बताओ यार, बताओ 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 क्या हुआ भाई.
भाई 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 मैं
बताओ भाई,
व्हाट्सएप
बताओ
करता
यार
हूँ तेरे को. मैं तेरे को व्हाट्सएप करूंगा भाई.
नहीं भाई बताओ यार क्या हुआ, कुछ बताओ, कुछ हुआ है भाई.
भाई कुछ तो हुआ है. मैं पोल
अरे
डाल
कुछ हुआ
देता
है,
हूँ.
चैट कुछ हुआ है, मसाले वर्ल्ड
भाई
रैपिड
प्रेडिक्ट.
हो जाए और मसाला ना हो.
चैट
हाँ,
चैट आप प्रेडिक्ट करना कि व्हाट डू यू एक्सपेक्ट इसमें. देख सकते हो या इट्स
किसी का
स्टार्टिंग नाउ.
फोन बजा, किसी का फोन बजा.
देखो इट्स स्टार्टिंग भाई. वो बोल रहे आई कैन लिसन टू दिस. टिको भाई का फोन था शायद. नहीं नहीं
भाई
I'm
लिख के
kidding, I'm
भेजना क्या
kidding.
हुआ, क्या कॉन्टेक्स्ट तो दो.
I think because probably he can hear the commentary in the tournament venue. जो I think fan zone है वहां पे वहां से. So the players are not happy कि they can listen to the live moves because it's also a unique position ना भाई. Trompovsky में Bishop F6 खेला है. Hans Niemann has paused the clock and is demanding कि अब भाई अब ऑडियो कम कीजिए प्लेइंग फैन जोन का.
Okay, okay. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. And by the way, chat में कोई लिख रहा है total 13 rounds is edge. Why are you saying this is the last round? Bhai, this is the last
आज
round
था
of day
आज.
two. Day two का last round है, but there are still more rounds happening. There are rounds happening tomorrow, which will decide the winner of the World Rapid Championship. So meanwhile, while this gets fixed, let's switch to another board. We haven't looked at Yagiz Khan Erdogmus versus Nihal Serene on board 7. This is the current position, and Nihal has opted for the Sicilian defense, and वहाँ पे Moscow variation हुई है from what I can tell. And Moscow variation में he has gone b3. Abhi with the idea of bishop b2, and maybe at some point he's gonna throw d4. And by the way, we do have a poll for you guys. Who is going to win, chat? मतलब is ये तो भाई मेरे लिए तो भाई it is very clear, yeah. मतलब I have voted. भाई आप भी वोट कर दो राकेश भाई, एंड चैट आप भी वोट करिए, एंड लेट्स सी व्हाट हैपेंस.
भाई ये तो हम वोट करेंगे तो ईवीएम चेक करना पड़ेगा ऐसे बोलेंगे ना इलेक्शंस के बाद. अगर आप खुद ही वोट करेंगे तो. but on a serious note, chat do vote. We have the poll up and this is like one of the most interesting matchups जो poll में है. Gukesh versus Abdul Satarov. Gukesh lost a heartbreaking match for himself and Team India. उसके बाद हर बार बदला लेता है गुकेश because that वो एक हार बहुत महंगी पड़ी टीम इंडिया को.
Absolutely, absolutely. So this is the current position between Yagiz Khan and Nihal Serene, more or less balanced. Opening phase mein Nihal having 2 minutes less, slight chances of worrying, but too early to say. Let's switch to Cristobal Henriquez versus Arjun, जहाँ पे अर्जुन एकदम blitzing it out. Yeah, just मतलब सोच ही नहीं रहा है वो, मतलब खेले जा रहा है fast and his prep is on the board. He has just castle and his idea is to play f6 and go rook f6, rook f8 and target the f2 pawn somehow. That is his plan. And look at the time difference. 4 minutes is a lot of minutes.
भाई ये प्रेप है पूरा. like 15:57. Arjun looking really good in this prep.
Oh yes, for sure, for sure. So I think a good start there for Arjun. Let's switch back to perhaps Gukesh versus Nodirbek. यहीं पे ही पोल डला था, यहीं पे ही हम लोग डिसाइड करेंगे who is going to be, the at least going to be in top 3 when this day is finished. Gukesh right now having a very decent chance. He pushes a3, ekdam symmetrical position, but slightly more preferable for Gukesh because white's knight on b3 is better placed than black's knight on b4. Knight a6 पे जाएगा most likely. Knight a6 पे एकदम खराब है, but not really a big difference. Still more or less equal.
True that. And guys, I think Magnus ने तो push किया वगैरह ठीक है, but I'm curious to know how many of you can push or click on that subscribe button and
Oof.
75,000 subscribers के पास क्या उनको पहुंचा सकता है. It's like आजादी का महोत्सव. इंडिया के 75 years of independence हुए. Can we also have that if possible?
Nice, 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 nice.
75,000
Very smooth.
subscribers.
Very smooth, bhai. Very smooth.
If you haven't subscribed, please do, bhai. Please.
A3 तो अब खेल दिया उसने गुकेश ने, and now Nodarbek kind of thinking. And yeah, by the way, we do have one game that is finished between Rof Mamedov and MVL. उनका draw हुआ. I'm guessing the players are
Oh.
exhausted.
Mm-hmm.
So makes sense to end the day off. बहुत सारे
By the
rounds
way,
होते हैं, 4
Hans
rounds.
and Shimano have resumed their game after whatever issue they had.
Okay, let's maybe switch back to their camera and see what is going on. If Hans is okay. Maybe did they
तो पर
switch
ये
their...
हांस के गेम में ही कुछ ना कुछ होता है, मतलब बाकी प्लेयर्स को नहीं सुनाई दे रहा है क्या कुछ? Why did they have an issue? ये मेरे को मतलब लगता है हांस जानबूझ के करता है चीजें.
Could be.
But भाई, if
Not sure,
Shimano
bhai.
has taken down Andrейkin, Anish Giri and Fabiano, if he takes down Hans, what a dream day. मतलब 3 में 3 है आज के दिन. He can beat 4 2700 grandmasters in a row today.
Yeah. I mean, आज का दिन was fantastic for him. Yeah, मतलब 3 out of 3 and one more win against Hans would just make it a perfect day for him.
Already भाई advantage हल्का सा 3-minute time advantage as well, so don't count him out.
For sure, for sure. And Bishop C7 के बाद I think he is having maybe a slight pressure. Why? Because they D5 का pawn is a bit loose. Like this pawn can become a problem in the future of this game. I feel like Shimanov looking really comfortable to me so far. By the way, so many people are typing Harshit Raja win, Harshit Raja win. Bhai, ये सच है क्या? Is Harshit Raja? Bhai, Harshit is playing against
No way.
Grebnev.
Oh
And
wow,
chat,
what a
I would like to remind you who Grebnev is. Grebnev was the guy who defeated MVL, I believe, in the World Cup round of 16.
Yep.
And he was the one of the only players remaining with the rating of 2500 who made it that far in the World Cup. So he's only 19 years old, very, very strong. So do not count him out. But Harshit, of course, having a good position. But I have to say, chat, कि ये position, I wouldn't say it's better. It's just Sicilian की positions ऐसी दिखती हैं. Wouldn't really say there is a very major advantage for Harshit yet. What are your thoughts, Harshit bhai?
हर्षित भाई, भाई राकेश भाई बैठे हैं इधर.
मुझे लगा नहीं पकड़ोगे.
भाई पकड़ना तो आपको चाहिए था जब मैंने ये चेंज कर दिया है. टाई ब्रेक स्विच के नीचे ना वो निकाल दिया है हमने.
तो निकाल दे, वो तो देखा भी नहीं भाई मैंने.
टॉप 4 वाला.
अच्छा,
तो या काम तो चालू है भाई.
चलो बढ़िया भाई, बढ़िया बढ़िया बढ़िया.
I, by the way, आदित्य उदेशी को शाउट आउट, हमारे दोस्त एंड ऑल्सो एन इंटरनेशनल मास्टर बोल रहा है भाई 75,000 क्या 150 के हो जाएगा. Fab stuff commentating boys. Good to see you and Sahaj in full swing.
अरे अमेजिंग. आदित्य एज अ फ्रेंड यार, वो मुंबई में मिलने नहीं आया मेरे से, बट स्टिल नाइस टू सी दैट ही इज वाचिंग. भाई तू मिलने
Yeah,
क्यों नहीं
nice
आया
to
भाई?
see you. वो अभी
लाइक लिखा
let's
उसने,
see.
फिर उसके बाद मिला नहीं. बट एनीवेज, okay, let's go to the games. By the way, oh wait. Artemiev and Sarana have drawn their match.
Ooh. Yeah, we can
Quick
see them
one.
walk by. Gukesh and Abdul Sattar वहां पे. तो I think दोस्त लोग हैं. Artemiev really happy with his strong start. Gukesh से जीता, नहीं sorry, अर्जुन से जीता, Carlsen से जीता, और फिर ये दो quick draws against MVR and Maxime. He goes into tomorrow's last day guaranteed as or guaranteed in the lead. Maybe sole
Yeah.
lead या joint lead. Time will tell.
Absolutely. And time will tell से हमें we should switch to Gukesh's game, because this game will tell us कि यहाँ पर who will join Artemiev in the lead. Is it going to be Gukesh or not? He has gone knight a4. Computer does not like that move so much, but practically it makes sense to me because you're eyeing the c5 square. कोई knight से c5 perhaps, but you cannot really play knight a c5 that easily because the bishop is looking at the b2 pawn. So you have to keep an eye on this b2 pawn as well.
True. It's tough, but वो बोलता है ना सहज भाई, कोने में घोड़ा काम करे थोड़ा, इसीलिए maybe Indian doesn't like knight a4.
Hmm. Nice. Nice. Smooth there, bhai. Very smooth. And by the way, here, Nodirbek has just one move, which is, I think, insanely difficult to play. And that is Queen E8.
हम्म।
कौन खेलेगा यहाँ पे Queen E8 भाई?
भाई आइडिया ही नहीं पता, मुझे समझ रहा है कोई नहीं है इनका, बहुत ही मुश्किल चाल।
Idea, I think, is to just have an X-ray on this knight somehow, and maybe you can have some tactics. Or maybe you want to go Rook D8 as well to kick this queen away. But yeah, a very difficult move to play over the board, have to say.
Where is Tiku Bhai? Tiku Bhai is in Doha on site for this event, as he's also on his honeymoon. So इस बार Rocky Bhai and Sahaj Bhai are commentating.
No Harshit bhai.
Right, let's have a look at Magnus as well. How
Oh
is he doing
bhai!
against?
Bhai,
बोलो
bhai,
बोलो
bhai. वो सब छोड़ो. Look at this.
बोलो।
Look at
Oof!
this. भाई छोड़ो.
Oof!
टूर्नामेंट गया. छोड़ो. ये देखो 95 खेला उसने अभी. What? हर्षित भाई क्या कर रहे हो भाई? क्या खाया था आज? Crazy.
Sahab, what a move! A
भाई
very
भाई भाई.
typical sacrifice, but it's a dream of every open Sicilian player to win some games like these.
Oh, of course, but 95 in any Sicilian position and it works is a dream come true. So let's break
Brilliancy.
this down. If you go
Mhm,
pawn takes knight, you have pawn takes pawn attacking this mate in one. You move
mhm.
your knight to f6 and then you slide your knight to f5 and basically black is busted.
GG, bhai. And the best part is
Bhai,
such where if you go back to knight c3 पे जब भी है, मतलब
yeah,
खेला
yeah,
भी नहीं knight d5. The point is the best part of these sacrifices is you don't even capture a pawn. Pawn के सामने घोड़ा रख दिया एकदम like a beginner, but with
abs.
genius calculation.
Completely agreed. And वो opponent ने खेल मारा भी नहीं भाई. He goes queen d8,
Respect,
knight
man.
e7, queen e7, and now oh Harshit goes b4, which is a slight inaccuracy here. But इधर bishop b4 खेलना था. Maybe to keep an eye on the d6 pawn. But b4 and now the position is more or less okay. Still good, yeah. Look at this. Knight a4, white to play. Chat, white to play.
e5,
कुछ और crazy सोचो भाई. थोड़ा और crazy सोचो.
knight b5.
थोड़ा और crazy भाई.
और crazy भाई.
और crazy भाई.
knight f5 तो नहीं चलेगा.
वही चल
Oh,
रहा है
knight
भाई.
f5 चल रहा है, चल रहा है, चल रहा है.
Knight
Rook e2 और
f5.
bishop takes bishop in the end. Got
एंड
it.
यू सी दिस इज हिज प्लान क्योंकि b4 खेल के उसने नाइट का ये जो बचा रहा था ये हटा दिया. एंड अब नाइट f5 e5 e5 के बाद ये भी मर रहा है और ये भी मर रहा है. तो ब्यूटिफुल फाइंड बाय हर्षित देयर. I think he's on track to defeating Alexei Grebnev with the white pieces. By what a game! GG.
Bhai, amazing, bhai.
Okay, let's maybe switch back. Which game would you like to go to, Rakesh bhai? By the way, Abdus Sadarov has played Queen E8.
Oh, bhai, that's a tough find actually. I would love to see actually Magnus. Can we see a little bit of Maggie versus four I think five-time puzzle battle world champion Ray
Oh
Robson.
yes, Ray Robson playing against Maggie. Both 6 out of 8. Winning this would put them one, maybe half a point away from the tournament leader. So, a very important match for both of these players. Of course, Maggie ko bhi jeetna hai because
Mhm.
one of the rounds did not go his way, and he's looking for those wins. And now, some ideas like h5, h4 on the horizon, on the cards. Rakesh bhai.
Yeah, looks very likely. And Magnus Carlsen having his thing. Ray Robson fully leaned in. And time pressure, I think, तो है ही. Ray Robson 4 3.5 minute almost पीछे from Magnus, and looks like this will end up likely in Magnus's favor, Sahaj bhai, मेरे हिसाब से.
A bit early to say, but time-wise, for sure, I think he's looking really, really good. I have to say. By the way, chat में लोग बोल रहे हैं दिव्या का game. भाई Divya is now she's playing on board 4. By the way, so we don't have her cameras, but Divya is in a slightly worse position against Zhu Jinner. But बड़ा exciting game है. Check करना एक बार राकेश भाई.
Yeah, let's have a look. मतलब women's section का round up कर लेते हैं. We'll start off with Divya, Harika, Humpy G, and then back to the open section.
So this is the basically the position. Knight g5 के बाद e3 उसने खेला, and now fe3 is the only move for Divya here. Basically, she has this threat of bishop takes f6 and queen takes h7, which is a checkmate. But bishop f6 is not working in this position because bishop is defending on h7, so it's not. Of course, it's not working. So e3 के बाद white has to go f takes e3, as you can see from the blue arrow. The rook targets the bishop. Can I go bishop e3? Yeah, bishop e3 check, king h1, and black को कुछ like immediately यहाँ पे कुछ defense है. I can see from the bar it's not losing for her. So there must be something. Maybe like h6. Yeah, probably h6. And okay, the position is good. I think Zujiner maintains a slight advantage over Divya. So that's the update between Divya and Zujiner. Harika versus Chen Yining. By the way, this is.
भाई
I didn't know she was
cameras
playing.
अगर है हरिका के, if possible, that would be nice.
Amazing. So Harika playing against Chen Yining. Harika having a worse position. She's doing really well with the black pieces. And black can now push, yeah, a4, a3, something like this. Looks very, very good. So Harika is in some trouble as well. And let's check board one between Goryachkina and Humpy G, where Humpy G is leading with 6 out of 7 and Goryachkina is on 5.5 out of 7. So यहाँ पे this match basically decides who's going to lead the tournament by the end of day 2. Humpy G is so far looking solid to me, but maybe slight pressure from the white side. What do you think?
Yeah, हल्का सा pressure. I love this move h4 पिछले बार क्योंकि rook can also come in the action. Rook h3 यहाँ से. Of course, the rook on e5 is hanging, so white needs to defend that. But overall, I feel Goryachkina is playing for two results, right? Win or a draw.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. But I think Humpy should be solid for now. So yeah, that's the update on the women's boards. I think all the other matches are covered in this sense. Let's switch back to the open section to see what are the updates between. Well, we have Robson versus Maggie, and Maggie has basically equalized already. He has an isolated pawn on d5, but so far, by the way, here also, can you guess what the best move is for black? Rakesh bhai, आपको 5 guesses देता हूँ. Black की best move बता दो.
Black की best move.
हाँ. White ने अभी knight f3 खेला है. 5 गेस देता हूँ.
d4.
एक नो. बहुत क्रेजी चाल है. दिखेगी नहीं.
Rook f8 या king h8.
3.
ऐसी कोई घटिया चाल हो गई मतलब.
Rook f8, king h8 and d4. 3 हो गए भाई. 2 और.
h5.
चैट में लोग हेल्प कर रहे हैं आपको. नाइट c4 नो. h5 इज करेक्ट. लेट्स गो. बट क्या है लाइक h5 h4 के लिए खेलते हैं. अब नाइट f3 मैंने ऑलरेडी खेल दिया h4 को रोकने के लिए. एंड स्टिल h5 इज अ गुड मूव. व्हाट इज दिस?
नो जीरो सेंस. अगर आप मेरे को 10 चांस देते तो भी नहीं मिलता था. इफ यू हैडंट सेड कि कुछ तो थिंक क्रेजी.
हाँ, h5 is such a crazy move here, but I don't know if Magnus actually plays it, but it will be very, very impressive if he does. Meanwhile,
actually,
as Magnus,
Sahaj, no,
yes?
if you have just like a couple of minutes, because early on in the game, I love the suggestion by Relaxed Skeleton. I would like to ask you, Sahaj, what is the worst move in this position for black? And even to chat, guess the worst move. Samay bhai used to do this.
Knight
चलो अभी
d3.
white का सोचो. white का worst move in the position.
White का तो easy है ना भाई.
क्या?
White का तो queen takes d5.
नहीं भाई, worst move is resigning.
ये क्या है? That was a good one. That was a good one. That was a good one, chat. That was a very good one. फंस गया भाई मैं.
Bhai, Swara, what are you saying? They aren't reading here. Bhai, we got the idea from chat. But moving on, Sahaj, you had an eye on some game.
कोई लिख रहा है justice for Tikku after that joke. But by the way, भाई यहाँ पे तो मजे आ रहा है, बट एक प्लेयर को भी मजा नहीं आ रहा. वो है गुकेश, बिकॉज ही इज नाउ इन अ मच वर्स पोजीशन अगेंस्ट नॉदरबेक. ही इज इन ट्रबल भाई. WC इन ट्रबल.
कुछ तो होता है भाई वो साइकोलॉजिकल. एंड गुकेश इज like unbeaten so far, chat. First round draw. उसके बाद I think 6 लगातार जीता and then a draw again.
नहीं नहीं, 6
नहीं,
लगातार नहीं जीता वो, 5 4 जीता था, 2 ड्रॉ, फिर उसके बाद एक जीता, 5
अच्छा,
जीता है वो बेसिकली,
ओके
एंड 3 ड्रॉ।
ओके। Is unbeaten so far. Sahaj bhai, do you think this is where it ends for Guki?
I really want to say no, but like in objectively, I feel like this is not a good situation to be in. Objectively, simply
और
because
वर्ल्ड
like you're
कप गोवा में आपके ये फेमस वर्ड्स थे, आई लव हिम बट दिस इज वेयर इट एंड्स।
मत बताओ भाई
वेरी,
लोगों को। लोग सुनना बंद कर देंगे मुझे।
when you were predicting results for Dubo also you had mentioned, but
यार दुबोव
anyway,
ऑल्सो, अभी सबका ही किया था वो तो भाई, एक जगह गलत नहीं था भाई मैं, लेकिन जस्ट पुटिंग इट आउट देयर।
to that
बट लोग ईयर
ईयर
गैम्बिट बोल
गैम्बिट
रहे हैं
बोल रही
भाई।
है भाई चैट।
भाई आई, मेरे को खुद ही फील नहीं हो रहा है यहाँ पे यार। मुझे लाइक ऑनेस्टली बताऊं, मुझे खुद ही फील नहीं हो रहा, मैं कर दूंगा बट आई आई जेन्युइनली डोंट फील कि यहाँ पे चांस मतलब उतना है, बिकॉज ही इज हाफ द टाइम ऑफ हिज अपोनेंट एंड -1 पोजीशन, एंड इट्स लाइक look at these knights and so many tactical problems that black can pose here, like queen b5 knight e2. I'm really not feeling it, but करें, करनी है।
कर दो भाई, चैट बोल रही है,
चलो
मतलब
भाई कर
चैट ये।
देते हैं, कर देते हैं,
आप
बट भाई खाते में,
कान हिला दो।
खाते में मत डालना है इसको बस।
हाँ नहीं डालेंगे, आप कान हिला दो, चैट 75,000 सब्सक्राइबर कर देंगे। हाउ अबाउट दिस डील? ओ भाई भाई भाई, वी कैन सी इट, चैट आई सॉ इट।
ओके, लेट्स गो भाई, लेट्स गो लेट्स गो
बढ़िया
लेट्स
भाई।
गो गुकेश भाई, क्या क्या करना पड़ता है भाई जितवाने के लिए आपको, वो आया था ना कमेंट्री में ग्लोबल चेस के, मेरे मन में यही था भाई, पता है क्या क्या करना पड़ा है।
आपको वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बनाने में।
हाँ अभी गुकेश आया तो मेरे दिमाग में एयर गैम्बिट ही चल रहा, वहीं पे मैं कान हिलाने लग गया था, अब जाके देखना उधर।
चैट दिखा आपको, लाइक द कान मूविंग?
ऑफ कोर्स भाई, अब किया है लोगों ने, कहता है ये देख के लोगों ने सब्सक्राइब किया, करो भाई सब्सक्राइब करो, लाइक करो चैट,
बढ़िया भाई।
फॉर मोर एयर
75K
गैम्बिट्स।
इनकमिंग।
बाय द वे, 2 minutes फॉर गुकेश,
चैट इज
दैट्स
सेइंग
नॉट अ गुड
अर्जुन।
साइन भाई।
व्हाट? नो वे। भाई कैन वी हैव फुल स्क्रीन? आई थिंक कुछ गलत हो रहा है, डिजिटल ट्रांसमिशन एरर।
नहीं नहीं भाई
नहीं भाई,
सही है,
सही
दो
में
मिनट ही
ढाई
है
मिनट है, 2.5 मिनट ही है।
भाई, गलत हो
नो
रहा है ये, बहुत
वे।
गलत हो रहा है, थोड़ा जल्दी खेलो गुकेश भाई।
भाई दिस इजंट गुड
अरे
यार।
हर्ष भाई को एकदम सॉलिड भरोसा है मेरे एयर गैम्बिट पे, बट समहाउ मुझे ये पोजीशन देख के थोड़ा डर लग रहा है चैट, आई हैव टू से। नॉर्दरबैक एकदम लॉक्ड है, मतलब नॉर्दरबैक के साथ मतलब खराब पोजीशन होती है ना, इट्स वेरी लाइक इंटिमिडेटिंग, बिकॉज वो बड़ा लाइक ही जस्ट कंप्लीटली लाइक टेक्स ओवर, आई फील।
Yeah, this is not looking good. Say, before we catch the end of this one, let's have a look at Arjun Bhai also. How is Arjun Bhai doing? Right, I guess we have cameras there as well.
Yeah, this is the position right now with Arjun. 9.5 minutes for him. Basically, unwinnable position for Arjun.
क्या
Max you
बात कर
can
रहे हो?
hope for is a draw. Of course, bhai. Is a rook, bishop, 6, 5 pawn. White has an outside passer. I don't think Arjun can win this. But okay, draw is what I would expect here, yeah?
Attacks the pawn, white defends the pawn. Yeah, I
Rook's
think
behind.
draw is the most likely result, isn't it?
Yeah, by the way, Gukesh played, yeah? With
Okay.
1 minute and 46 seconds on the clock. भाई एक बार वापस जाते, थोड़ा डर लग रहा, किंग h1 खेला भाई वो, दैट्स अ मिस्टेक।
Goes from bad to worse.
कोई नहीं, जब द क्या वो था ना डार्क नाइट में बोलते थे, नाइट इज डार्केस्ट बिफोर द डॉन, दैट्स व्हाट इट इज चैट, यू विल सी ही विल टर्न इट अराउंड।
Okay. अब बोल रहे तो। Let me have a
राकेश भाई
quick look
बोल रहे हैं
at
अभी, तेरे तेरे कमेंट्री के बाद तेरे को बोलता हूँ कुछ अभी।
नहीं है, अभी आपका चल रहा है तो चलने दो। बट भाई, वन गेम व्हिच वी हैवंट लुक्ड एट एंड वी शुड इज याइस खान वर्सेस निहाल सरीन भाई। लाइक प्री गेम में वी थॉट दिस गेम विल लाइट अप, एंड हैज इट लिव्ड अप टू द एक्सपेक्टेशंस एज वेल?
आई वुड से सो,
लुक्स
यस।
जूसी। या लुक्स जूसी फॉर श्योर। मतलब
किसके लिए लेकिन?
निहाल भाई के लिए ना, मतलब जी फाइल खुला है।
भाई अगर बार ना होता ना, मैं कभी मानता ही नहीं है पोजीशन खराब है वाइट की,
बट
लाइक
बार है ना।
इधर बार को देख के, हाँ वो तो समझ आ गया मुझे। नाइस नाइस आर्ग्यूमेंट देयर, बार है ना तुम्हारे पास? नहीं नहीं, वो देखो, करो कमेंट्री। बट या, लिज बिशप ऑन g7, आई थिंक definitely a bad piece, but I'm guessing some tactical possibilities Nihal has. And right now he has a discover attack ideas. Knight अभी बीच में है, knight को हटा के कुछ bishop d4 bishop c3 check, something like this could be possible. तो white को king h1 खेलना जरूरी है यहाँ पे. Nihal I think can play for a win, but I'm not so sure how comfortable this is from the black side. And by the way, Rakesh bhai, there is a player who has less than a minute already. It's not
Let me
Gukesh.
guess. Honor. Oh, I saw.
It's
Okay. Ray
it's
Robson. Time pressure
Robson
addict.
Ray
मैंने बोला था
versus
टाइम
Maggie.
प्रेशर एडिक्ट है ये.
हाँ, रॉबसन
Wow.
वर्सेस वो पजल रशी करना है उसको यहाँ पे भी.
But Sanjay, can we just for 10 seconds go back to the last game? मतलब याइस
Um,
खान वर्सेस निहाल वाला with the
yes, for
cameras as
sure.
well. मतलब मेरे को सिर्फ एक चीज बतानी थी. So भाई, ये आपने जैसे बोला ना कि विदाउट बार आपको बिलीव नहीं होता कि ब्लैक बेटर है, वैसे भी विदाउट नोइंग द रियल एजेस मुझे 100% लगता कि वाइट प्लेयर इज द एल्डर वन. लाइक इट्स 14 वर्सेस 21. तो निहाल एक्चुअली लुक्स 14 इन फ्रंट ऑफ याइस इसमें.
मतलब इज इट मोर शॉकिंग कि यागिस इज 14 एंड या और निहाल इज 21? या
नहीं नहीं,
बोथ?
याइस दोनों दोनों काइंड ऑफ दोनों, टू बी ऑनेस्ट. But yeah, nice
Absolutely.
to
By the
see
way,
the young stars coming up. And yes, let's go to Magnus again.
yeah, of course. And by the way, chat में a lot of people are saying to check Divya versus Zoo Jinner. Let's take a quick look
Ooh,
there to see what's happening. वहाँ पे I don't think हमारे
I
पास cameras है chat.
नहीं, बोर्ड 4 है तो कैमरास नहीं है, बट दिव्या इन अ मच बेटर पोजीशन नाउ.
आग लगा दिया दिव्या ने, सब सैक कर दिया उसने. बिशप h5 शी कैन टेक, बट देन नाइट f5 खेल के दोनों बिशप एंड पॉन पे अटैक आ सकता है. इफ यू गो बिशप h7 देन दिस बिशप इज जस्ट गॉन. एंड टाइमर तो भाई भूल ही जाओ, टाइमर तो गया.
दोनों
पता
के
ही नहीं हमें
0
क्या
0,
सिचुएशन है.
so no idea what's happening there.
हम्म. तो कैमराज नहीं है तो इट विल बी डिफिकल्ट टू से व्हाट इज हैपनिंग. Chat, she has gone bishop c2, which is a mistake, and now bishop a3 is a critical move for Divya. If she finds this, she's in a much better position.
Mhm. And on the top of our faces you can see Ray Robson has 18 seconds है, जो है फटाफट लगाओ. रे रॉबसन भाई खेल.
भाई भाई
भाई
फुल
ब्रदर
स्क्रीन
5
करना है क्या?
seconds.
फुल
Full
स्क्रीन कर
screen
दो
please.
यार.
3 2 1.
भाई टाइम नहीं दिख रहा यार, वो गो पीसेस हटा हुआ से थोड़ा साइड करो.
हाँ, इसमें वही प्रॉब्लम है मैग्नस के एंगल में. आई डोंट नो. ओके, ही प्लेड विद 5 seconds. क्वीन d3 कैसी चाल है फ्रेंड में?
I mean, I like optically, I like Robson's position, but yeah, time wise, it's a nightmare basically.
It's so tough. मतलब you have 15 seconds against the goat of chess. बहुत मुश्किल है.
Yeah, very, very difficult. So knight takes d4 is the critical move here for Magnus, but he has 5 minutes to think about it. I think he definitely has a good chance to pull a win here. Meanwhile, any other game, Nihal having a good position against Yagiz, Arjun
Pragg पे
more or
चले.
less equal.
Let's have a quick check in with Pragg as well.
By the way,
How's
Wesley
Pragg?
So has defeated Arvind Chithambaram with the white pieces. Game is already over. That's huge. And let's look at
Ooh.
Pragg. Bhai, look at this. This is the position of Pragg. Pragg having 3 minutes, his opponent having 4 minutes. Slight pressure from Pragg side. Rook c4 मारा तो d4 के बाद b7 का pawn will be hanging. So slight pressure for Pragg. Looking good. He can definitely score a win. Can we conclude on that, Rakesh bhai?
Copy that. Roger that. Let's go.
Let's go. So that's the current update on that board. Let's switch to Gukesh here because chat तो भाई पागल हो रही है for Gukesh because he has 1 minute on the clock.
Oh, man. But even भाई कुछ चैट में ये भी लिख रहा है कि ईयर गैम्बिट वर्कड एंड आई काइंड ऑफ एग्री बिकॉज जब हमने छोड़ा था उससे तो बेटर पोजीशन लग रही है गुकी की.
हाँ, किंग h1 के बाद उसने b6 खेला which was a miss by him and knight a6 queen a4 knight b4 bishop g4 knight d5. so basically गुकेश ने सारी top moves खेली हैं besides king h1. so and now also a difficult decision for Nordirbeck. He has to find knight e2 and knight takes f4.
भाई अगर ये वाला चल गया ना, मतलब मैं म्यूजियम कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया को लिखूंगा कि भाई आपके कान ना म्यूजियम में रखे जाए. They are priceless.
भाई कल वाला नहीं देखा आपने यार? कल सब कुछ अगेंस्ट जा रहा था आपने, सब कुछ, बट स्टिल लाइक
FNH स्क्वाड वाला
डबल।
क्या?
हाँ एफ नहीं, वो नहीं, वो जो गुकेश उसके साथ था। गुकेश तो
अच्छा
जीता
अच्छा।
कल, लास्ट गेम ऑल्सो, क्रेजी।
But a
ही
big
प्लेज रुक
update,
G1।
Arjun has drawn his game. So he ends the day at 6.5 out of 9. I would say still in medal contention. Arjun needs a big day tomorrow.
Basically, yes. He's 1 point behind
Mhm.
Artemiev, who's on 7.5. So he has to score 4 out of 4 to be in top three. Maybe actually 4 out of 4 में top three तो हो जाएगा. But if he wants to finish first, then 4 out of 4 is necessary.
And chat, I would really like to show you. Let's have just take a screenshot of this position in your mind, and let's go to Magnus Carlsen's game, Sahaj bhai. वहां पे भी Bishop on E2, Black Knight in the center. Nice bit of correlation there.
और भाई 12 सेकंड भी, 2 सेकंड पे चली उसने चाल
हाँ,
92।
दोनों के बाद दोनों वाइट वाइट दोनों गेम हार सकता है शायद, ये भी है एक
दोनों भाई, दोनों तो
दोनों था
भाई।
भाई भाई।
ऑन द
Maggie
क्लॉक।
winning, yeah. Magnus completely winning now.
जो बोल रहा है हर्षित ही मेड ब्रिलियंसी, भाई वो ब्रिलियंसी हमने लाइव देखी थी। आप चैनल पे नहीं थे उस टाइम
Correct.
पे यार, हमने लाइव देखा वो ब्रिलियंसी भाई। 95 ब्यूटीफुल, बट द पोजीशन हैज fizzled out. It's more or less an equal position now. I think that game is going to end in a draw, which I think is a great result for Harshit regardless.
Yeah, Shahid, I think he wasn't subscribed like the other 1100 of you. Please help us reach 75K chat. Like the stream if you haven't, and quickly let's go back to Gukesh's board because he's down to a 1 minute 15 seconds.
भाई एब्सोल्युटली 1 मिनट, और क्वीन बी 5 खेल दिया उसने। अब बहुत जल्दी जल्दी खेलना है उसको। H4 इज द मूव हियर। इफ वी कैन गो फुल स्क्रीन, आई थिंक आई वुडंट रियली माइंड, बिकॉज आई थिंक दिस इज अ वेरी क्रिटिकल मैच। We are, if Gukesh wins this, he joins the tournament leader at tied first position. So a huge match for us.
Oh yes, yes. Only if Gukesh wins. Abdul Sattar is at half a point behind, so he doesn't reach. But yeah, Gukesh can.
41 seconds for Gukesh. He has to make quick moves. H4 is the move, but a very difficult one at that.
Come on,
अब चैट
Gukesh.
ना मैनिफेस्ट कर रही है ब्लंडर को भाई। अभी ऐसे नहीं होगा ब्लंडर, उसके पास बहुत टाइम है, अभी 2.5 मिनट है। दैट्स अ लॉट। Gukesh, just play fast भाई। 26 seconds, he has to play now.
I don't care fast. Just play.
भाई कुछ तो खेले भाई।
Bye.
18 seconds।
Bye.
उफ। भाई भाई थोड़ा।
Guki, play.
Queen B4, okay, he plays takes and takes. And now he goes knight f3. Oof, that was a bad move. Takes hua, pawn takes, and knight f3 is what he plays. And now Gukesh is going to lose his exchange. His rook on g1.
That's a
Oof,
corner.
this is
Bishop takes. Knight will cause bishop f3 check, and he goes knight c6, attacking black's rook instead. But Noderbeck comfortably winning an exchange. But says why doesn't the bar give black a big advantage?
but he has enough compensation so far. He's not losing yet. I think he can still hold on,
Okay.
but his time is very low. Basically, you're attacking the rook. So if you take my rook, I take your rook. So right now you have to defend your rook maybe to d7 or something. But Noderbeck thoda sochega yahan pe. D7 is a possibility. D3 is a possibility. If he plays rook c8 na, then knight takes a7 is just equal. Then Gukesh is back. Did he just go rook c8? He just played rook c8. Knight a7.
Yes.
Here
Yes.
gambit supremacy. Knight takes
Knight
a7,
takes pawn.
Gukesh.
Knight
Take
takes
it.
pawn. Knight takes pawn.
Taken.
Yes, he
Let's go.
does. Let's go. Rook a8 on the board.
Okay, rook 8. Ab rook c7 bhai. That's the move. Rook c7. Defend the knight. Played.
भाई
भाई
गजब
क्या हो
भाई
रहा है?
गजब भाई आपके कान
भाई एयर
की
गैम्बिट ने काम
कीमत।
तो कर दिया भाई।
And the point is
मुझे
now
खुद
the
विश्वास नहीं हो रहा था भाई, बट crazy. I can't believe he has made a comeback. What is going on?
I think compensation छोड़ो. I think he might go on and win this.
भाई क्या बात कर रहे हो? Seriously.
भाई आपने दोनों कान हिलाए थे ना मतलब.
भाई insane, insane. He can actually win this. You are right, because of a tilt mode में आ गया होगा.
Exactly, हाँ. Nodenberg is known for that.
Hmm.
Yeah, winning is
Yeah.
hard, of course, I know, but
No, I don't think it's that hard. I think he can definitely play for it. Definitely he can play for it. He goes g5. Bishop takes
Why?
g5, only move here.
Chad is
Take
telling us
it.
Humpy ji completely winning thanks to your ear gambit.
Oh, ho, ho.
Gajab.
Let's go. By Bishop. Oh, he goes Bishop d6. Mistake. Mistake by Gukesh. No. By Rook a d8. Rook a d8 is the move. Rook f d8 mein Gukesh is better after e5, but Rook a d8 is what he missed.
Oh, and the point being, we can't take bishop takes rook because rook d1 check आएगा पहले recheck.
Exactly. And now he's going for that rook. Arey, nahi bhai, nahi bhai. This is a critical moment. And this is where those extra, 1 minute, 1.5 minute really counts. Because now you can calculate something that Gukesh couldn't do.
Oh,
Oh,
he
he goes
plays
for
it.
it.
Still e5 though.
E5 bishop. Oh,
Oh, he
brilliancy, bhai.
has f6. Oh, that's the
Bhai,
problem.
double brilliancy, bhai. Do brilliancies. Yeah, this
Gukesh
is looking
can't believe
sad.
it. I think Gukesh missed that chat. Gukesh missed that.
Yeah, Rook d1 check is there and the bishop is hanging. So this is difficult. He has to play f4 now to stay in the game. Otherwise, this is bad. Or maybe Rook
f4
c1
is
can also
such a
work.
hard move to find.
Nearly impossible. He has 18 seconds on the clock.
By
9
the way,
seconds.
big.
Bishop e4 he plays.
Oh,
Rook d1 check. King g2. Yeah, this is gone by.
now bishop f1 checkmate threatened.
Hmm. ये escape square नहीं f3 पे.
Ah, that rook is controlling it. 13 seconds for Guki.
10, 9, come on, play fast.
9.
He plays f3.
Hanging on, hanging on. As I said, my big update on the top boards with the black pieces. Magnus winning, Hans winning, and Nodirbeck winning.
सारे black से जीत रहे हैं, by the way.
सही में. Like,
Sad, bhai. This is sad. He goes g4, bhai. Best move once again.
that ear gambit streak lost नहीं है क्योंकि सहज भाई ने बोला था it won't happen.
यहाँ पे थोड़ा मुश्किल भाई, थोड़ा काम तो हुआ ना यार, थोड़ा इक्वल तो आई पोजीशन, बट यार happens what to do.
Was close though.
अभी भी खत्म नहीं हुआ है, still some chess
हाँ
left.
चांस तो है.
Bishop f3 check. Bishop takes and rook d2 check is what he goes for. Now king f1 pe gf3 is just lost. ef4, by the way, ef4 is also a beautiful move. You just don't even capture this. नहीं, अब तो चांस नहीं है भाई, अब तो गई.
There
King
is no
f1 he
chance
takes.
left side. No chance.
Yeah. Oh, this is sad. He had that golden opportunity. By the way, 2,700 people watching. Do like the stream so that more people can come in and join the action as Gukesh tries to save this position. Very, very difficult though.
Quick update from the women's section. Divya has lost to Zhu Jinner sadly. Harika has drawn to Yining Chen. Oneru Humpy in the driver's seat about to win. And she will go into tomorrow's last day with a 1-point lead.
I think that's huge. Rook d8, rook d1 type of moves. Yeah, this is lost by.
This is GG's. Yeah, this is also just easy.
Plays f2.
Rook f1 check. Unavoidable.
Yeah. Rook f7 only move played. Takes. And okay, just the rook is just stronger than a knight here, basically. Maybe Gukesh has an outside chance. अगर knight c8, knight b6 मर जाए, but ये b6 का pawn देगा नहीं वो.
देना ही
King
पड़ेगा
g7
ना
he
भाई.
plays. नहीं, knight c8 जाओगे तो I can play rook h6 ना. I'll rather give this pawn.
Okay. Okay, Guki trying for that.
I would much rather give this pawn, this f2 pawn. b6 is more important.
But king f7 knight b6 draw है क्या?
I don't know, but yeah, actually it's equal. Yeah, he
Abdul
goes rook
getting the rook
h6.
back.
Clinical. Clinical. King f2 and king f7. Yeah, this is losing, sadly.
Yeah, I think even the knight is kind of trapped, you know.
Yep, and by the
Not
way,
the
Magnus completely winning against Robson Ray as well on board one.
wow. Magnus with the comeback, Shimano with the comeback against Hans Niemann as well. Arjun has drawn chat. Pragg का game देख रहा हूँ. He'll give you an update.
Goes king f. Okay, I'll just make the moves manually. Rook c6, knight a7, rook c4, and he goes b5.
Mhm.
The knight just is too far away, and having this extra pawn is the problem. You bring the king
Yeah,
slowly, and you try to capture this pawn. You just forget about this the queen side pawns. कि knight c8 कभी आ नहीं सकता. ये knight एकदम खाली पड़ा हुआ है. Knight c6
yeah.
he goes.
Pragg
King
has
b5
drawn his
perhaps.
game chat. So that's also an important update. Nihal Sareen slightly minus against Yais Khan. Gukesh
Hmm.
completely lost. Overall, Saj bhai, mushkil round for Indians. ये वाला.
Yeah, for sure. And Rakesh bhai, do you think Gukesh still has a chance of winning the World Rapid Championship after this round?
I think so. 6:30 है ना. Leader 7:30 पे है. Yeah. 4-on-4 tomorrow. मतलब it will take a Herculean task. But
But still, there
it
is
is
an
possible.
outside chance, yeah?
For sure. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like we saw Shimano win like 3-4 games in a row today. So why not Guki?
Hmm, true, true. Plays
As we see,
b4.
Magnus Carlsen has won his game. Has a quick look at Gukesh's game and is surprised by Nodenbeck beating the world champion.
Yeah, he says this is over and then just goes off. Now rook c4, king f6. Basically waiting moves though. And try to target this pawn on g3. Plays king d6, okay? King f2 perhaps. Knight को move करोगे तो rook takes b4 is hanging. So you have to move your king.
Yeah, he does that.
King f2 played. King d5, nice move. King f3. थोड़ा वेट करते हुए किंग c4 पॉसिबल नहीं है क्योंकि 95 चेक है मेरे पास. Have to be a
Oh
bit
man,
careful.
no way that
Knight is a
happens.
tricky.
Oh, another sad update says like Gautam Krishna is about to lose against Vasily Ivanchuk. But it's a crazy position. Anything can happen.
Hmm. Okay. So Gautam, I think had a good day. Won one good round at least. Still doing really well.
Yeah, I mean,
King
a
f4.
bad day compared to yesterday, you know. He's
भाई वो तो
losing 3 games
ओपी डे
today.
था भाई. वो तो insane day था.
हाँ.
That's like a unbelievable day. King c4.
बट भाई अभी भी इवनचुक के साथ भी B3 खेला पहले चाल पे. So risk. And Gukesh
And
resigns. Wow,
oof,
Sahaj भाई.
this loss hurt by.
सही में.
This one hurt, I have to admit, but I think it was well played by Norderbeck. He did have an outside chance somewhere in the middle game, but then uske baad, I think because of time, Gukesh couldn't figure out the best way to play, and Norderbeck did not give him a second chance after that. Great play by him. And by the way, another sad news is Nihal is dead lost
वो
against Yagiz. भाई मेट हो
भाई
गई.
यार.
एक्चुअली में मेट हो गई.
भाई, ये दर्द काहे खत्म नहीं होता है.
Oof. And Arvind also lost to Wesley. We saw that game. So by Indians के लिए this was a horrible day, like horrible round.
और हिलाओ कान.
मेरी क्या गलती इसमें? I
तेरी
was saying
गलती है
don't do
भाई.
it. हम मेरे कानों को blame कर रहे हो भाई अब.
Okay,
But
let's have a
Arjun
look
drew.
at Shimano
Arjun
versus
drew.
Hans.
Arjun
Yeah.
is on 6.5. Gukesh is on 6.5. So still an outside chance of them making a comeback. Yeah.
Nihal is on 6.
Yeah, basically. And by the way, look, people are asking about Harshit. Harshit has already finished his game, it seems. Harshit has
Mhm.
drawn against Alexei Grabnev in this position at the end. So
अरे
good
भाई
result for
नाइट
Harshit overall,
D5,
5 out of 9.
but he was winning this. He would be pissed.
Oh, bhai.
But yeah,
Crazy.
can we go full screen on Hans versus Shimanov?
Yep, this is the position. Hans trying to find that win towards the end. Queen e7, queen f4 से एक बार queen e7, queen d4 से एक बार draw हुआ है. But now Hans has to find that move bishop e7 shown by the blue arrow and played.
Oh.
I
And he's
think
just
good
an
move there.
exchange up, not a lot of compensation.
But you
Or
need technique here. He takes the pawn on a5. And now this is the key move for Hans. If he finds this, he will be winning. Bishop d8, as you can see from the blue arrow. If Hans
oh,
does not
oh,
play bishop d8, it's not
he's
winning
about to
for him
play.
anymore. Played.
Plays it. Bringing the bishop to the best diagonal, hitting that weak f2 point near white's king, and that is going to be GG's.
कहीं पर भी आप queen को रखो. Let's say queen e1, just bishop b6 happens. You take the f2 pawn and yeah, GG.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think he
Shimanov
realizes.
shrugs it off. Yeah, 10 seconds. He might as well resign.
Plays queen e1. Bishop b6 on the board. Attacking the f2 pawn. Basically, you're going into that queen versus bishop and knight endgame again. Rook f2
Five
के बाद queen f3.
seconds.
He goes
He
queen
does it.
e4. Not the best move. Rook f2 is now should be winning.
Yeah.
Golden pawn चला गया.
But Sej bhai, this means a big win for Hans Niemann as he's the only player who from the chasing pack who joins Vladislav Artemiev or unka game round 10 tomorrow will give us our brand new sole leader.
Oh, and also they have enough time to prepare as well. And Hans will be playing with the white pieces, if I'm not mistaken. So that's
Exactly.
huge. Huge if true.
And Hans जीत जाए Artemiev से फिर Magnus खेलेगा Hans से. So that is also possible. 14 seconds
Crazy.
for Hans. So, bhai, 10 seconds for white.
Also, he's going for this queen d6 type of ideas, ताकि queen g3 mate in one आ जाए. He goes c5, stopping black from playing queen d6, but the queen can jump around. Queen a1, queen f1 possible. Played.
Wow. Queen h1 checkmate in couple of Queen f1 checkmate and one move threatened. Ray Robson looking on. He played a good game against Maggie, but was never the result was never in doubt.
Knight e1, he blocks the queen. Queen c3, trying to target the g3 pawn here and the c5 pawn. एक pawn तो मिले कम से कम.
Mhm. Yeah,
Chat में कोई
everyone
बोल
is
रहा है.
saying, yeah,
Oh
hoping for
wow.
Magnus versus Hans tomorrow.
By the way, Alex did play knight f3 here, but he lost on time. So Hans advances to the basically tied first spot alongside Artemiev on 7.5 out of 9. And tomorrow they will play against each other, and that match will decide who is the sole leader of the World Rapid Championship. भाई 3 दिन हो गए, sole leader अभी भी clear नहीं है.
बिल्कुल भी नहीं. Like Artemiev kind of broke away from the pack, but he was restrained by the other players with 2 draws. And now it's Hans Niemann and Artemiev who lead at the end of day 2 after 9 rounds with 7.5 points. With I think a very very nice chasing back there, says by that includes the likes of Magnus Carlsen, Alexis Sarana, Yais Khan Erdog, who's the 14-year-old, and lastly, Abdul Sattar Nodirbek, the former world rapid champion.
And amongst the Indians right now, we have Arjun on 8th place and Gukesh on 10th place. But okay, they're basically fighting they just have to win all of their matches tomorrow to have chance of a world, of a gold medal. And I think 3.5 out of 4 will kind of also decide a top 3 place for both of these players. Would that be fair to say, Rakesh bhai?
I think normally 9.5 पे मिल जाता है medal, और 10 या एंड अबाव को गोल्ड के लिए होता है, तो 3 on 4 they should be good for like at least a tie or for third place.
3 out of 4. And
हाँ
very
हाँ.
important detail is, from what I can see, is that Arjun has a slightly better tie break than
Mm-hmm.
Gukesh. Let me just verify this. Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
His by only 2 points, Arjun's tiebreak is slightly better. So Arjun ke liye it's more comfortable than Gukesh right now, because Gukesh is in a must-win scenario next 3 rounds, next 4 rounds.
Yeah, and Samir, if we could also show the women's standings, I don't know what Humpy man did. Humpy drew all draws on the top boards except Zoo Jinner beating Divya Deshmukh. So Zoo Jinner and Konero Humpy lead with 6.5 out of 8. Harika in tied second spot at 5 points. Sorry, at 6 points in fifth place, and Divya Deshmukh with 5.5. All three of them have a good chance of winning a medal, including Savita Shri at 5.5, because she's also won a medal here in the past, as well as Vaishali Ramesh Babu with 5 points.
I think women's standings where we are definitely a lot closer because of Humpy and Harika, and of course Divya as
Mhm.
well. Right there, I think Divya ka last round was a bit of a. I mean, I would
Correct.
say she would not be happy with that, but apart from that, she's been playing splendid chess. And वो जीत जाती तो she would be leading, but okay, things happen. But yeah, Humpy and Harika sort of leading.
Mhm. सहज भाई है गया?
राकेश भाई,
सॉरी,
मेरा
माय
इंटरनेट
माय
चला गया
इंटरनेट.
शायद.
आपका
नहीं
गया,
नहीं,
मेरा
मेरा था
गया,
भाई.
पता.
मेरा गया
नो
था भाई.
वरीज. नो वरीज. भाई
बट या
ग्राउंड ही
वेर
ऐसा था,
बैक.
आपका इंटरनेट चला गया मतलब. सोचो.
हाँ, ओके भाई, होता है. या इट्स शेयर्ड या.
वाओ, व्हाट अ डे.
राकेश भाई,
व्हाट अ.
दिख रहा है आपको बोर्ड? ओके,
हाँ हाँ,
गॉट इट.
फर्स्ट.
So amongst the live boards, I think most of them are finished. I think Buddy is still playing, but he is dead lost.
Yeah, buddy
Apart
is
from
dead
that, I
lost.
think.
Besides, by if we can have the standings of the open section once again, like which is more detrimental to the tournament at this stage, really like to tell chat, anyone with 6.5 has a chance for the medals, like a really good chance. 6 points में ना थोड़ा आपको मतलब मुश्किल लग रहा है, आपको सारे 4 में 4 करने पड़ेंगे, which is
भगवान
very
भरोसे
tough.
है, मतलब.
I mean, which is very tough in this tournament. मतलब, Shimano also managed to do just 3 on 3 today.
No, but also, like, I think even if you score 4 on 4, you still need other matches to go your way. Like, a 1.5 point ka farak is too much, I think, towards the end. So maybe for Nihal, it's a bit unlikely, but podium finish fir bhi ho sakta hai. Top 3 is still possible. Maybe not gold.
Yeah, true.
So
So I
yeah, I
think
think that's
very,
the.
very, very interesting day coming up. That's by any last words for the day?
I think it was a good day, but just a sad finish, towards the end, with Gukesh having that, let's say, a sad game. He had a good show though so far, but hoping he can make a comeback. And yeah, I think tomorrow we'll be back again with the same action. 4 rounds tomorrow, and we'll have a newly crowned world rapid champion, whether it's an Indian or not. ये तो चार्ट आपको कल ही पता लगेगा. But until then, we'll take your leave. Rakesh bhai, anything you'd like to add?
Hi, Kal. Like nothing more to add. Just that Kal aa jaiye 4:30 p.m. IST. We'll see a brand new champion being crowned. Thank you so much, chat. Thank you so much, mods. Love seeing your comments. Love seeing your ideas. Also, subscribe if you haven't, because 75K ho jana chahiye before we crown a new World Rapid Champion. Thank you, producer G. Thank you, Saj bhai. It was a pleasure. And on that note, see you tomorrow for the final day of the World Rapid Championship 2025.